Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite would never ever force Stephen Hawking to do a half pipe. Adam Brendan.
He begged me. He begged me to let him do it. We
I
figured
told
out
him,
how Stephen Hawking died today.
I said, Stephen, you can't do it. You're in a wheelchair. And he's like, don't stop me from living my dream.
Oh my God, I love
And
this
then
stuff.
Adam is like, Sitch, stand back. Let him live his dream. And I'm like, no, Stephen, no.
For those of you who are just listening, we have on the screen a TikTok running of Stephen Hawking in his wheelchair doing a half pipe, but he does. Spoiler: he doesn't quite make it. I love that the rocket ignites at the totally wrong time.
Right. The new, I guess this is the new Sora video AI, is pretty disturbingly realistic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Where
This
I
is the
think
one
we're
that makes
totally
all
screwed.
the. This is the one that you just prompt and it makes all the content, right? All the content is AI made.
Yeah, I haven't used it yet, but yes. And they actually, I don't know if you saw, there was an article that said that they had banned people from making South Park because it was so good at making South Park clips that
Oh,
you
people
couldn't
didn't
tell.
know. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
I actually
Yeah.
retweeted one that was like, holy crap, like it's really on point.
Okay,
Anyways,
cool.
today, today's today's a very interesting day. Today we're going to watch the highly talked about Ta-Nehisi Coates versus Ezra Klein conversation, where Ezra Klein wrote an article that was right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, which I'll read because it's pretty short. And he said that Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way because he was discussing things on a college campus. He wasn't, using violence or any of these other things. And Ta-Nehisi Coates got super ultra mega triggered by this. And he wrote an column attacking Ezra, which I'm not going to read because it's very long, but they have a conversation that's very interesting that to me kind of highlights sort of the divide right now, that where the left is. The left is at this crossroads. And it's like, which direction are you going to go? Are you going to continue down this sort of woke, hyper progressive pathway? Or are you going to go down the more moderate, trying to actually win back men and white people and be reasonable pathway?
Yeah, and by woke, you really mean identity politics. You really mean catering to marginalized people.
That's a good
Yeah.
clarification. The identity politics obsessed, but then also the post-liberal philosophy as well, which socialism and communism is both post-liberal.
It's interesting because I think really the left, all they have to offer now is representation. Like, we are going to get a black congressperson in Congress. We're going to get a gay president. Like,
Yes.
who the fuck, what? Have you seen the price of milk? Who cares if the president is gay? How can they win in this environment, Sitch?
Yeah. That's a great point. And this actually comes up. There's a couple clips in a conversation that I want to watch afterwards too, though I'm going to open with this, where it's like Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson, Matt Iglesias talking on this panel. It's all about sort of what's facing the pressures that are facing liberalism. And it's mostly the conversations about it being attacked from the far left. And they kind of talk about how people are turning away a lot from liberalism because liberalism has failed to offer them anything good or
Right.
working.
Yes.
And you're right in sort of how a lot of the left has sort of framed the conversation as, okay, well, maybe we can't offer you something like affordable health care or the prices of groceries going down or a better job, but we can offer you, a gay congressperson. We can't offer you a black Supreme
Right.
Court justice. And yeah, that doesn't really do anything for
Yeah,
anyone.
that's basically what they offered in the last presidential election, right? Look, you get the first female president. She's
Yes.
totally inarticulate, and a dingbat, but look, look what we can do for representation.
Yes. It was primarily run on representation and Trump bad were the two things that they kind of ran on. I
Yeah.
wonder how much of that is just like how much of that was because Kamala Harris was so devoid of anything that that's all they could, like, there's nothing else. Like, what could she possibly run on? There's nothing for her to run on.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And look, she was even in that spot because people have been pushing the representation thing for so long, they were afraid to kick her out because it would look like it was a slight against women. I think of identity politics as dignity politics,
Hmm.
and it really is. They're basically saying, "Oh, your position in life as a woman will be that much more dignified if there's a female president, and you have some dignity. You see dignity some dignity bestowed on that class of people." That's kind of
Hmm.
my thinking of it. And they really couldn't get Kamala Harris out of that because of the inverse, right? It would be a big slight against women. It would show disrespect for women.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I wonder.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we found out that it was Biden and his chief of staff who, on their own, just kind of sat in a room and came up with this. Like, we're just going to endorse Harris without really talking to anyone. And interesting enough, Obama was very against this. He was
Right.
completely against Harris being chosen. Yeah, I don't know. We don't know what was the Biden thought process. It could be. I think we talked about this. Biden wanted to be like the accolades of I ushered in, the first female black president or something. Maybe that was the thought process. So obviously it didn't
Yeah,
work.
I mean, you're putting a lot of weight on Biden's endorsement when the truth of the matter is nobody came in to challenge her. If Biden had endorsed her and half a dozen Democrats came in to challenge her, I don't think Biden's endorsement would have meant jack shit. So,
Um,
the thing about the dignity politics is no Democrat wanted to step up and challenge her.
right. Well, I think I understand this year has felt very fast and very slow at the same time. Like a lot has happened. Because if we go back and recall the time scale that this all happened, remember Biden was like all these people were like, Biden has a debate with Trump. It's really bad. Everyone's like arguing, should he drop out? Should he not drop out? We start to see some people on the Democrat side that's to like kind of position themselves in case he drops out. You had Gavin Newsom very honestly, like very obviously positioning himself. You had Pete Buttigieg, you had Shapiro, you had a bunch of people kind of like waiting in the wings. They're like, okay, like they don't want to call and say like Biden should drop out, but they're waiting there, right? They're salivating. They're like the hungry dog. They're waiting to see if the meat's going to drop. And the same day, I think it was like only an hour or two afterwards, the same day that Biden dropped out or announced he was dropping out, like an hour later, he announces that he's supporting Harris.
Yeah.
So I don't think there wasn't really, when that happened, all those people interpreted it as a sign that they couldn't actually fight back against that nomination. I think if there was an actual break, if there was a period of time where he didn't do that, I think those people would have jumped in, and maybe there would have been more of an actual push to replace her with someone else.
So you think the Biden endorsement was signed, sealed, and delivered?
Yes, I think it completely locked it up for her at that point.
Well, I think I also blame the Democrats for being such open pussies about the whole thing because obviously Biden was a out of office, and I think they could have fought. It would have looked much better if they did fight, but it looked like a coronation, and I think a lot of Democrats stayed home because of that. And I
Yeah.
think the reason that they didn't fight, I think if it was a guy, if Biden was endorsing a guy, I think there would have been a fight.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think you misspoke. Biden was in office when he said this because he was president, but
Yeah, but look,
uh,
his political machinations were on the decline,
right, he would
obviously.
be seen
Yeah.
as a lame duck because he wasn't running again.
Well, and
Yeah, I don't
also
know
I don't think his endorsement is going to be worth anything in the midterms or look, he's not endorsing anyone in the midterms. No way.
if he. It would have been interesting if he had endorsed someone who wasn't Kamala. I think that would have been very controversial.
Right.
Um,
If Kamala though was a man and
yes,
he endorsed his vice president and I think there would have been other Democrats and the vice
I
president was as terrible as Kamala is. I think obviously there would have been
I'm not
challenges, but
sure. I'm not
look,
sure because of like the mood at the time was the Democrats were in full blown panic mode. They
mhm.
really wanted to unify around somebody. And so I think they were just willing to take whatever bone was thrown on the ground essentially and scoop it up and
so
just be like,
so
this
they
is our
just
champion.
so they decided that they would unify against the worst possible candidate in the entire field.
You mean with, not against.
No, Kamala Harris was the worst candidate
Yeah,
in the
they would
field.
unify around
The
Kamala Harris,
worst
the worst
candidate
possible.
in the
Yes,
field. Yes,
right,
they're
right.
unifying against a complete and utter loser.
People don't see it. I don't understand. People still don't see it today, even after the election. There's a lot of people I talk to on the left, or you hear them talk about it, and they do not perceive how bad of a candidate she is. So I don't get it. People are still living in some sort of weird Kamala delusion about how inept she is in terms of talking and running for office.
I think it's identity politics. I think
It could be.
identity politics is the only reason why she became why she
Well,
became the presidential
it's the
nominee.
only reason that he chose her to be vice president in the first place. So that's true in that, especially in that regard.
Gavin Newsom did a debate with DeSantis
Mm-hmm.
months and months before this.
Yeah,
Obviously,
he was
he
trying
thought.
to say, "Pick me, pick me."
Obviously, he thought, oh,
Right?
Biden may have to drop out.
Yes. And Newsom
Biden
is like, "Pick
Newsom
me." It's
saw the
Trump.
writing on the wall when when
Yeah.
Kamala texted him for his endorsement. He said, "Hiking. I'll get back to you."
I'll go. I have bad reception. I can't get. I can't
Yeah,
get the text message.
Gavin
I'm in
Newsom
the
wanted to
mountains of
rush in.
California. Hold on. I'm fighting forest fires right now. Okay.
Look, if it was a guy, Gavin Newsom would have
Right.
rushed in and went, "Let's not be too hasty with who we pick for our nominee. You know, we
Mm-hmm.
still have plenty of time before the election. We got to make sure that it's the best Democrat for the job. We're going up against the Trump uh, machine. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're prepared. We're fighting
I don't know.
fascism." Gavin would have said all that, but he couldn't come out and say that because Kamala Harris is a woman.
I don't know because remember there was the whole thing about. I mean, I think I agree that the identity definitely played into it, and we should move on because this is like nothing to
I
do at all
know,
with
I
what
know.
we're
Well,
talking about.
just how
But I
much
just
do you
say
think identity played into
the
it?
last thing, yes, identity played into it. But the last thing was remember there's also like the whole funding issue about because she was on the ticket, she could absorb the funding that had been raised by Biden. Like otherwise, they'd have to wait till after the DNC picked someone for the funding to be transferred and all this other stuff. So there's a bunch of little reasons for why I think they would just kind of stand behind and allow herself to be anointed queen by Biden. So, which obviously was a huge mistake. Anyways, so before I watch the Ezra Klein Ta-Nehisi Coates debate, which is very interesting, I wanted to play it's like a minute, this little clip of Ezra here, kind of talking about something that I think is very interesting, and I haven't really heard a lot of people on the left pick up on why the left is sort of failing and where they're at. And also, a lot of people want us to watch or requested the Coleman Hughes Dave Smith debate, which we'll probably watch next Sunday unless something else explosive happens.
So part of the Abundance Tour, I've been on a bunch of podcasts by the sort of, comedians or other more cultural figures who like definitely voted for Obama. And then like some of them voted for Trump 1, and then a lot of them voted for Trump 2. I've just been struck because they don't seem a lot of them that happy about what they're getting. But they're not really talking to me about how liberals didn't deliver. And they're not talking to me about how conservatives did deliver. What moved them was that liberals didn't like them. They felt rejected. And I think it's easy to discount that. Like, oh, you had a SAD, so you ushered in fascism. And I said that in a way that makes it a laugh line, but like I take it perfectly seriously. The fundamental question in politics is not if you like the politician, it's does the politician like you? Like that is the heuristic people actually use. Does this political movement like you? Are they going to back you up? And like if they are sending every signal that they don't, it's pretty reasonable to not vote for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually.
And I think this is what, because you've seen that meme a million times. It's like, oh, the right was mean to me, or sorry, the left was mean to me, so I, went to the far right or whatever. I became a right winger, and it's. I mean, this is a good point. Like that's completely actually reasonable for a lot of people to do that. If you feel that one side of the political party or one political party doesn't like you and insults you and attacks you, why would you think that that party, once they're in power, why would you think that they would do anything for you? they would seem very obvious, like, oh, this is a party that once it's in charge, it's going to do things to try to hurt me, to harm me. It's going to try to take resources away from me and give it to other people. And so it's a completely, I think, rational reaction to the situation of sort of like the woke left sort of attacking white people, attacking men, attacking these various groups. It's like, okay, well, they're attacking me. They're not going to do anything for me once they're in power. And until the left actually addresses this, acknowledges this, and maybe even apologizes for engaging this behavior, I think they're going to be stuck in this pit for a long time.
Even this framing, which should be admitting the problem, is so goddamn condescending. It's ridiculous. They basically frame it as, oh, we're going to do all of these great things for you, and you're just mad that we were mean to you. It's like, first of all, what you're saying is totally on point. Are you really going to do all these nice things for me? I mean, it seems like you kind of hate my fucking guts, right? But all of that aside, like, even if they are going to do these super nice things for you, is it worth getting like beat up and punched around for? Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck? Is it worth being spit on so that you can get these things from government? Most people say no. Fuck you. No. You want to spit on me and offer me something? How about you take a flying fuck?
Yeah. Well, I think the condescending framing, well, first, it's twofold. I think Ezra has like a condescending vibe to him whenever he talks about anything.
Well, everyone that marches us out, it's meant to be condescending. Right. They're like, oh my God, you changed you have no principles. You changed your position because someone was mean to you. Oh my God, you're so unprincipled.
But, so I think he does have that vibe, but he's saying it, he's attacking the condescending argument. He's not mirroring it. He's not saying it's incorrect. He's saying, no, like, this is the left's reaction to this, but that the people who move away from the left are completely justified.
He didn't lay it out. He did not lay it out the same way you laid it out.
Well, he's talking to a primarily left-wing audience, so he
didn't lay it out in the fact that you're completely eroding the trust in the populace.
Right. Yeah. Well, listen, if you want to say I'm more eloquent than Ezra Klein, I'll take it.
Well, maybe you get it more. I don't even know if Ezra Klein believes it the way that you laid it out.
I think we'll listen to more of the conversation. I think it definitely comes up more in this conversation. That is the argument.
I don't see why you would trust any of these people. You laid it out perfectly. These people have utter contempt for you. Why would you trust them?
Because I don't really like Ezra very much, and he's definitely been pretty woke in the past. But the fact, and we'll watch it in the conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates, his reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination and the seeming realization that there is this problem of sort of radical lefties is going to lead me to say, okay, I'm going to give, at least a modicum of trust in the pushback that he's engaging in here, even though he's very anti-Trump, which is fine. Obviously, he's on the left. He's not going to like Trump. And he's very hesitant about, Trump, seizing power and all these other things. But if he's aware and pushing back on a lot of this sort of far left, woke left stuff, and has this acknowledgement of it, I haven't heard anyone on the left really make that acknowledgement about, no, actually, it's completely justified for someone to say, these people hate me. Why should I support them? And I don't know why. I think we should give credit to people who we disagree with, but are able to at least say the right thing, move in the right direction, try to move their side in the right direction.
There are two levels, though. There is the level of, I understand that my political opposition have good points and that they're trying to do good in the world, just like I am. And then there is a level of, my interlocutors are stupid and naive, and I need to formulate a strategy that can get them on my side so that I can push them in the right direction. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know where Ezra Klein is. I don't know which of those camps Ezra Klein is. And I haven't seen anything to convince me that Ezra Klein is in the camp that he actually thinks Republicans have anything good to offer.
So, well, it's twofold, which is number one, I would say don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. If
Well, no,
people are
I
moving in
agree.
the right direction, even if they're trying to push the Democrat, like here's the way I look at it from like a very outcome oriented, pragmatic way. If Ezra or anyone is trying to push the Democrats in an ideological direction because they want the Democrats to win more elections, as long as that ideological direction is better for the country, then everyone should support that, even if you don't really, even if you're a Republican. You'd prefer to have a Democrat Party, which is going to win some of the times, that is reasonable and not hyper woke insane, versus one that's hyper woke insane. So that if they do win, you're like, oh my God, is it going to be like the end of the country, or what kind of insane thing are they doing?
No, I agree.
Right. So that's, I guess, my position on that. But then secondly, is that I don't see why what you're saying, I mean, what you're saying could just equally apply to anyone on the Republican side, which I don't. That's why part of why I don't like this framing is that if Trump does something that I think is good, I think people should stand up and say, okay, well, it's good that he did that. If any Republican does or says something that's good, you should say that's good. I don't think you should frame it in the frame of, well, Donald Trump or insert ex Republican has made comments that says all Democrats or all people on the left are evil, are groomers, are communist, or whatever. So I'm going to discount any sort of rightward direction. When I say rightward, I mean correct, not politically. Any correct thing that they do, just because I'm not sure that they really appreciate, the concept of having a left in America.
Well, there are partisan Republicans who do think just anyone on the left is evil. I don't
Right.
agree with those people either, obviously.
Right. But
So
I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't automatically, if one of those people says, first of all, it's
I'm
like most
talking
Republicans.
specifically about Ezra Klein here.
No,
Have
I'm
you
talking about
have
the
you seen
heuristic
something
that
from
you're
Ezra
using.
Klein that makes you think that he's not just some sanctimonious, patronizing piece of shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here
I would love to
I'll
see it.
read it to
Sure.
you.
I would love to be convinced that
Okay. He's not in this conversation. I think Matthew Iglesias, who I'm kind of mixed on because he says a lot of things I like, he says a lot of things I don't like. He's more on the awareness and the direct call it of like, yes, there is a far left movement that like we need to expel and whatever. And Ezra's like, to me, the impression I get from Ezra, and we'll see in this conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates and this conversation later, is that he's aware that there's this like hyper progressive movement that he has defended in the past, and he doesn't think it's good, but he's still kind of too cowardly or too much kind of wishy-washy, I would say, on trying to call it out. And maybe he's going to make the argument that he thinks it's more persuasive to his side, in order to call it out in some specific way. But he's definitely moving, I think, in a somewhat correct direction on this issue.
But I don't. Does he look at Republican policies and think this could be useful? Does he look at them unbiasedly? Or does he just use the stereotype Republicans are greedy racists and there's some
Well, as I said, I don't think that's the correct heuristic to engage with someone saying. If that's the correct heuristic, then everything Donald Trump says is bad and everything he does is bad because he has that same stereotype of the left in his mind.
trying to judge whether or not someone is using the heuristic is different than just judging everyone for using the heuristic. I'm talking about Ezra Klein specifically.
I don't know is what I said. I don't know the answer to that
I don't
question,
either, but I don't. Do you think Donald Trump uses that heuristic on anyone on the left?
Yes.
Really? Why does he
Yes.
constantly say the radical left?
He says both.
Okay.
He says both.
Do you think he
left
thinks
all the
of?
time.
Do you think he thinks of Kennedy as from the left?
No.
So his Health and
All
Human
what
Services.
Kennedy and Tulsi, they're all the, we left the left because left is crazy now. People.
Okay.
They're not on the left.
So he sees them as right wingers now.
Yeah, we're independents.
All right.
So, well, here, let me read this. So this is the article that Ezra wrote. This is in response to Charlie Kirk being assassinated. Okay. So as if this was the next day, because this was on September 11th. And he wrote this in the New York Times. Okay. So it's in a big publication. It's Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way, was the headline. The foundation of a free society is the ability to participate in politics without fear of violence. To lose that is to risk losing everything. Charlie Kirk and his family just lost everything. As a country, we came a step closer to losing everything too. We've been edging closer for some time now in 2020. Excuse me. A plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, was foiled by the FBI. In 2021, a mob stormed the Capitol in an effort to overturn the results of the election, and pipe bombs were found at the Democratic and Republican National Committee headquarters. In 2022, a man broke into the home of Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House at the time, intending to kidnap her. She was absent, but the intruder assaulted her 82-year-old husband, Paul, with a hammer, fracturing his skull. In 2024, President Trump was nearly assassinated. The same year, Brian Thompson, the chief executive of United Healthcare, was murdered. In 2025, Molotov cocktails were thrown into the governor of Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania's house during Passover. Melissa Hortman, the former House Speaker of Minnesota, and her husband were murdered, and State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were severely injured by a gunman. And on Wednesday, Charlie Kirk, the founder of Turning Points USA, was gunned down during a speech at Utah Valley University. You can dislike much of what Charlie Kirk believed, and the following statement is still true. Kirk was practicing politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion. When the left thought its hold on the hearts and minds of college students was nearly absolute, Kirk showed up again and again to break it. Slowly, then all at once, he did. College-age voters shifted sharply right in 2024 election. This was not all Kirk's doing, but he was central in laying out the groundwork for it. I did not know Charlie Kirk, and I'm not the right person to eulogize him, but I envied what he built. A taste for disagreement is a virtue in a democracy. Liberalism could use more of his moxie and fearlessness. In the inaugural episode of his podcast, Governor Gavin Newsom of California hosted Kirk, admitting that his son was a huge fan. What a testament to Kirk's project. On social media, I've seen mostly decent reactions to Kirk's murder. There's grief and shock from both the left and right, but I've seen two forms of reactions that are misguided, however. Comprehensible, the rage or horror that provoked them. One is a move on the left to wrap Kirk's deaths around his views. After all, he defended the Second Amendment, even admitting it meant accepting innocent deaths. Another is on the right to turn his murder into a justification for an all-out war, a Reichstag fire for our time. But as the list above reveals, there is no world in which political violence escalates, but is contained to just your foes. Even if that were possible, it would still be a world of horrors, a society that has collapsed in the most irreversible form of unfreedom. Political violence is a virus. It is contagious. We have been through periods in the country when it was endemic. In the 1960s, there was an assassination of JFK, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Robert Kennedy, and Medgar Evers. In the 1970s, Governor George Wallace was shot by a would-be assassin but survived, and General Ford faced 2 assassination attempts in 1 month. In 1981, Ronald Reagan survived after John Hinckley Jr.'s bullet ricocheted off his rib and punctured his lung. These assassins and would-be assassins had different motives, different politics, and different levels of mental stability. When political violence becomes imaginable, either as a tool of politics or a ladder of fame, it begins to affect hosts heedlessly. American politics has sides. There's no use in pretending it doesn't. But both sides are meant to be on the same side of a larger project. We are all, or most of us anyway, trying to maintain the viability of the American experiment. We can live with losing an election because we believe in the promise of the next election. We can live with losing an argument because we believe that there will be another argument. Political violence imperils that. Kirk and I were on different sides of most political arguments. We were on the same side of the continued possibility of American politics. It is supposed to be an argument, not a war. It's supposed to be won with words, not ended with bullets. I wanted Kirk to be safe for his sake, but I also want him to be safe for mine, and for the sake of our larger shared project. The same is true for Shapiro, for Hoffman, for Hortman, for Thomas, and for Trump, for Pelosi, and for Whitmer. We are all safe where none of us are. So that was the piece that he put out.
Yeah.
And
Good stuff.
So that was, which I think was pretty milquetoast in terms of like controversy, definitely framed to try to appeal to a more left-wing audience, as it is Ezra and it is New York Times. And yet this op-ed caused a mass triggering on the sort of far left, alt-left internet sphere against Ezra. And I guess this is the second one too, because the first one was really, when he wrote the Abundance book, which focused a lot in terms of how government overregulation is stifling innovation and the building of homes and all this other stuff. And I mean, we watched some of these interviews. All the Sam Cedars and all the far left got very very upset that you
Oh,
would
they got
dare,
pissed. Yeah.
yeah, cast the government, cumbersome regulations that have anything to do with this and not frame everything as just simply, moneyed interest, evil corporations coming in and stopping development.
He
So
implied that the right was correct about a policy around housing, right?
yes,
And
yes.
they got super pissed
Well,
about
he
that.
said, I don't think he even implied it. He said it directly, I
He
think,
came
in the
out
book.
explicitly and said they were right about this policy.
I believe he said in the book, yeah.
Okay. That's the thing. So I listened closely to what you were reading. I do think, obviously, it's for a left wing audience, and to be persuasive for a left wing audience, you kind of have to speak in that milk toast way.
Yes.
I don't think, and this is a problem on the right too. I, I'm not sure how big a problem it is on the right. I think we have to get to the point where people have respect for their interlocutors, the point that they actually engage thinking that they could be correct, that their side of the argument could actually be true. We need to understand these
Well,
arguments from
that's a
both
pipe
perspectives.
dream.
I do. Okay, look, then I am a dreamer because one day
Yes.
that has to be the case.
One.
Look,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
they went into that conversation about housing
Mm-hmm.
saying they may be correct with that intonation about the debate, it
Yeah,
wouldn't be the situation. It
of
wouldn't be
course.
World War III because the Republicans got something right for once. We need to make that the norm.
I
So
I think what you're saying is wonderful, and I agree with you. I just
do you think it's the same way with the Republicans? Do you think
oh, 100%. Yes.
how
Wait,
I just
what is wait. Yes. This is first of all, this is just human nature, especially in terms
how
of
can Trump
politics.
bring in Kennedy
Wait.
to Health and Human Services if that's the case?
What policy position has the Republican side argued in the last couple of years that you would say, oh, I think they're open to accepting that the Democrats are right about the other side?
I would have to go through the policy prescriptions.
Okay. I don't see it. This is generally
I
the
just I
general
don't
way in which
I
humans
don't see
interact with this
Trump being
information.
I don't see Trump as a partisan in that way.
Well, I don't think Trump is a partisan in
Right.
that way, right? But if we're talking about
If
the
a policy is
broader,
going to be good, if it's on the left or the right, he's going to adopt it regardless, right? I mean, there
no,
was
I
a
think he's going
time
to
when
adopt
no
it,
tax on tips would have been a left wing policy,
right?
right?
He's going to adopt it if he thinks it's good for his political career.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Which
right.
that's the whole point of being outside of partisan politics. You can pick up the free money.
Um,
You can dump your horrible candidate who's a woman and get a better candidate,
I
but you're not married to her because she is a woman.
I think the benefit of Trump not being strictly left, I think he's ideological. He's obviously ideologically very in favor of tariffs. He's very ideologically against immigration, but I don't think he fits into like a clear left-right ideological mold. And I think the benefit of that is the left and the right, even though we both believe that people have intuitions that push them more to the left or to the right, but issues can change. There are certain issues that can change over time. Like, the war is a good example. It used to, if you were pro war and pro hawkishness, you were more on the right until the last couple of years, and now you're more on the left. And so issues can kind of change, what side is supporting them. And it's because there'll be like a different intuition or a different reason or a different rationale. And I think one of the benefits or one of the strengths that Trump has, because he's not like a ideologue in like a left right way, is that he's able to sort of get a sense of, or maybe he just kind of A/B tests and kind of figures it out that way, sort of like the way AI works. He's able to sort of grab hold of issues that will change from the left to the right that most other candidates would be too slow to pick up on because they're sort of operating under the previous heuristic or the previous paradigm of like what issues the left supports or what issues the right supports.
Or their politicians have just locked in their voters by saying there's no way that the other party could get anything right, and so therefore they're obligated to be against whatever the opposite party is in favor of.
Yeah. Like
The
What
question is if you see that being more of a problem on the left, or if you see that being more of a
I don't see
problem on
how
the
it's
right.
any different. I'll watch, if you watch any Dave Packman, Kyle Klinsky, you watch any of these videos of like kind of left wing pundits, every framing for every left wing pundit is the same. It's, everything Trump does is bad and is evil, and all his policies are bad and evil. And the only policies that ever work are left wing pundits or left wing policies. And for them, some of them will be very far left wing. They don't even like moderate left. And if you watch any right wing pundit, if you watch any right wing pundit, it's the same thing in reverse. It's everything the Democrats do is evil and bad and about bringing illegals in the country to replace you. And Donald Trump and all the right wing policies are the good policies. So that's why I'm saying I don't really know. I don't see this world that you see where the right is somehow more inclined to accept left wing policy positions as potentially valid.
What would convince you if Donald Trump adopted a left wing policy,
Yeah, if Trump or
like supporting Ukraine?
if if the well, that has nothing to do with policy because you were
What?
talking about how he's going to get bullied into position because there's no direction for him to go. Otherwise, I don't really see how you can even use that as an example.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know why. Wait, I don't understand why you're making the voice.
The what
Like
voice?
you talk like the entire year you've talked about how Trump is going to get bullied into accepting the Ukraine position because there's literally nowhere else for him to go that makes any sense. That's not
Right.
really an example of him being like, well, maybe the Democrats were right and I should have been listening to them.
He adopted it. So he has to adopt it willingly. He can't be bullied into it. He has to come to the conclusion that it's a good idea.
Well, that was the framework that you laid out, the framework of like, is there, that you were saying that you think the Republicans are more open to believing that Democrats have good ideas. And when I listen to every Republican, and I'd say even more than listening to what Trump says, even listening to every Republican pundit or every right wing pundit on the internet or on Fox or Newsmax or any of these TV stations, none of them gives any energy to that position.
Do you think Democrats could be bullied into adopting any position that a Republican held?
They did. We literally saw that happen with Biden, with him turning on immigration towards the end of his presidency because the issue is becoming so unpopular.
Right. So you think Democrats are in favor of the Trump administration, the Trump administration's immigration policy now? I don't think they
No,
are.
they're not. They're not in favor of it.
Right. Okay.
But they were in favor of drastically reducing the number of asylum seekers and changing the border policy. That's what they tried to pass, and then they didn't. In like the last couple months of Biden's presidency.
Yeah, they tried to pass it, but the
Right.
Republicans wouldn't let them pass it because they were like, "No, no, no, you're not going to get credit for what
Yeah, exactly. They didn't want to
we're
give
going to
them
win
some
the
sort of
election for." Yeah,
right. Exactly.
too
Exactly.
late, sucker.
Right. Now,
But
part of, and
now
I
that
guess,
they did pass that, now the Democrats are completely against it.
yeah. Well, I mean, also, it seems like most of the framing is against
The thing that they wanted to pass, they're
well, no,
totally
no,
against.
they weren't the Democrats. Biden never came out in terms of like the whole mass deportation position, so they didn't change positions on that issue. They just changed position on like who they were letting in. So there's that part of it. But I mean, I guess part of the reason why I don't agree with sort of the framing that either side will sort of say, oh, maybe the other side's right, is because I mean, we talked about this. This is sort of like the framing of politics is when one side pushes an issue, the other side reflexively turns against it because they don't want to give that side the political win. They say, oh, it's bad. Now that one side's pushing it, it's bad, right? We have to push against it. We
Yeah,
have to find
obviously
something in it we don't like.
there's a difference between you always got to separate the voters from the policymakers.
Yeah, voters are different. I think a lot of voters would be more willing to accept a good policy that they just like. But yeah, when we talk about like how the pundits or the politicians are going to frame it,
Which side do you think
they're
has
not going to frame
more
it that way.
cult like voters who are just voting, who are of this partisan mindset that the Democrats will never have any good policy or the Republicans will never have any good policy?
Well, at this moment, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of voters in the entire country are motivated either by a love or hatred of Donald Trump. So is one of those more cult like than the other? Or are they both equally cult like?
Right. I'm just obviously there's a lot of Democratic voters who don't think the Republicans will ever come up with a good policy and just dismiss it out of hand. That's different than a left wing politician who takes a policy prescription based on the current political environment. Obviously, the voters are using their sort of metric for Republicans, for all Republicans, a stereotype.
I think you're very concerned with the negative stereotypes that have been cultivated by the right. I mean, and we've talked about them a lot, and we both tried to push back, I think, against the right wing, the negative right wing stereotype that all the Republicans are greedy racists, right? We've
Yes.
both done a lot of pushing back on this concept. I don't think you're very sensitive at all to the left wing stereotype that is being pushed right now and has been pushed for a while, that the left are all communist groomers who want to trans your children in and bring in a bunch of brown people to replace you.
Well, the reason that is because I only see that stereotype in culture on the television show Portlandia, and it's done as comedy. I don't see it in every sort of media.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that it's not, you have a stereotype, an idea about a stereotype, which it sounds like you're saying is not real, but one side is pushing it as if it is real, right? They're pushing it that
Yes.
every left person is Portlandia, right?
Well, the numbers are super slim on the right because there's the few people that do believe the Portlandia stereotype on the right. But I think the stereotype on the left of Republicans, I think that's ubiquitous. People just think that's the norm.
I don't agree. I mean, even Charlie Kirk had, pushed the whole, I'd have to find the quote. I just saw it.
Charlie Kirk is like the perfect example of it. He's just some milquetoast Republican that everyone thinks is fucking David Duke.
No,
he's the perfect example.
Well, no. Hold on. I mean, yeah, he's not David Duke.
If there was a
nationalist. Wait, let me finish.
If there was a Portlandia show, just 1 second. If there was a Portlandia show that had a stereotype of Republicans in the same way that Portlandia does, right? Where they're all greedy racists, okay? And it's constantly being put out there. That show would be aimed at the Charlie Kirks of the world. That's the person they'd be stereotyping.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that even Charlie Kirk was saying that, if Kamala wins the presidency, she wants to trans all the children, right? This was a very common talking point we heard. He brought it up. Even right now, the entire conversation about the shutdown is the Republicans saying, well, the Democrats are only, the reason for the entire shutdown happening is all because the Democrats want to give health care to illegal aliens. So that's why I don't that is it's a very popular framing. It's a very popular stereotype that's being pushed right now.
Right.
I mean, you're not seeing a TV show because I would say most of the media is still controlled by the left. So they're not going to be a TV show necessarily like that. In the Republic or in the Democratic debate, they all raise their hands about giving healthcare to illegal immigrants. Well, hold on. Before, I don't really want to get into some sort of super long conversation.
Well, the
truth claim that. So you're just going to say that if everyone
if everyone in the Republican, if someone asks them in the Republican debate, do you all want to see black people back in chains, and they all raise their hands, I think it would be safe to assume that stereotype was somewhat accurate, right?
So you're saying that you think that the stereotype, it's fine for them to push stereotype because it's true.
You don't think it's true that Democrats want to give health care to illegal immigrants?
No.
Well, not now. Now they've even changed.
Then they did. I don't think they even in that debate that we covered, I don't think they said illegal. Did they say illegals or did they say
undocumented citizens? Immigrants?
Right. And then their argument, which
they said, does your health
hold on. Then their argument, which you can be in favor of or against, is we're not saying that give it to illegal aliens. We're saying that people that are here legally, like DACA, or people that are not U.S. citizens but are in the country lawfully, should get access to Obamacare the Obamacare market or Medicaid or whatever, right?
What's the other stereotype that they all want to trans the kids? Because I do think that's like a miscommunication over what is actually happening. The Republicans just believe that there's a more likelihood that there will be some sort of social contagion if the ideology is taught in public schools. And yes, Kamala Harris wants to make sure that the ideology is taught in public schools. So,
Okay, but I don't disagree with you. But part of the part of the reason that both sides hyperbolize what's going on is in order to push a negative stereotype that gets people. Like that's why the Republicans are not saying, "Oh, the Democrats want to give health care to non to people that are lawfully in the United States but are not citizens." But that's why that becomes well illegals, right? Because that's a more emotionally charged word.
there's an argument right now going on over the legal status of the immigrants. So I mean, I think obviously that's part of the.
Really? Well, I don't think there's a real. I mean, there's an argument about whether how quickly the asylum claims should be adjudicated and how you would adjudicate them. But I don't. There's not really like an argument about well, all these people that were here, legally now suddenly you snap your fingers and you say, well, now they're all illegal. I mean, I guess you could argue for that, but I don't.
Well,
That's where the conversation
the argument is that the Biden administration lowered the threshold for letting asylum seekers in, and the
they
Trump
didn't.
administration wants to raise that threshold, and that's what the debate is over. So right
But that
now,
didn't actually happen, though. The Biden administration didn't change any threshold for allowing further more asylum seekers to come in than before.
well, I've heard people arguing about this, so I don't have the
I
stuff in front of me.
don't
But
believe that's accurate. So
okay, well, next time I come across it, I'll
okay.
dig into the actual details. So I'll have it next time we talk.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. I don't know what number time this is.
I think you're one of the. If you go back to the box days, I think you're one of the. You're on the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good to be here, Ezra. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's jump into the disagreement. You wrote a column responding to my column on Charlie Kirk.
Which is so uncomfortable.
It's okay. What was your disagreement with what I wrote after Kirk was assassinated?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank you for having me. I know that I've had to read things about myself that, criticize my work. It's never easy. And people often have a very, very different response than the one you had, which is to invite me here and to talk it out. So I appreciate that. I want to say that up front. I felt that when I initially read the column, and I guess we should be fully transparent here and say there was a discussion between us privately before there was a public thing.
Yeah, we text.
Yeah, we did. We do text regularly, and we did text about this. So I felt like, having not done the research that I eventually did for the college, there was something off about what I knew about this guy. And the presentation of him as, and I don't want to misquote you here, but as basically a paragon of politics and how politics should be done. So I think I had the same reaction that most ordinary people would have, which is absolute horror at the idea that this guy was somewhere speaking and was killed. But I always think it's important to differentiate how people die versus how they live. And then after doing the research, I had to be honest with you. That's when it got really, really difficult. When I went past my initial impressions and started going through all of the clips of the things he said, the way he talked about people, the way he, described groups in ways that honestly, even as I was writing it, I was uncomfortable saying. And so the idea that this guy should be in any way celebrated for how he conducted politics, the fact that he just slurred across the board, all sorts of groups of people, and then ran an organization wherein, which appeared to me just a haven of hatred. I would not want that to be a model for my politics.
Haven of hatred.
Yeah.
I
wish
of hatred.
I think they get into it a little bit because I'd be very curious. What does that even mean? How is Turning Point's well, I guess his his argument would probably be just because Turning Points USA was largely focused on trying to get people to vote Republican and thus to vote for Donald Trump. And so automatically, then for a lot of people on the left, that in your mind translates into, these people are racist or these people are
Yeah,
promoting
exactly.
hatred, even if it's just someone who is just promoting what is, Republican politics at the moment.
A modern day Klan rally, a modern day Nazi rally.
Right.
That's what they called all of their get-togethers. It's insane. These people are fucking crazy. Republicans can't even get together in a group without being accused of being Nazis. A haven of hatred.
Mm-hmm.
Why do people listen to this jackass?
Well, that's why,
and
we talked about it because I read Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, or I listened to it, I should say, the one where he was sort of, equating the Black experience in America with the Palestinians. And it's just, I don't know, he falls into every identity politics trip hole. His background is that his father essentially raised him to be a radical.
A black national, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, to be like a black radical. And I don't know, I don't get it. I really don't like his writing style. His writing style to me is very much, I don't even know how to describe it. There's like a stereotype of
Oh no.
of like lefty writing style where everything has this sort of like, I feel like it has this very airy description. And just like you read it, and I just feel like everyone is like sniffing their own farts and sort of the language that they use. And that's sort of the way that he writes. And people love it and people eat that shit up. I don't get it. I've never got it. But that's the way that he writes and people seem to appreciate it.
As we talked between us that, you are not attempting to make a statement for the entirety of it. But I guess I feel like at a certain point, somebody's legacy, or somebody does something that is so large that it's tough to think about their legacy and take that out of it. And that's how I felt about him.
So I think I want to get at the right level of disagreement here. So I think one thing for me is that, I don't know, for me, the immediate hours after somebody is murdered in public, when you see that sort of grief and horror pouring out of the people who loved him, and many people loved him, my instinct then is to just sit with them in their grief, right? To say, I can, for this moment, find some way to grieve with you, to see your friend the way, or in some version of the way you saw him, right? That's not my view of, the person's whole legacy, but going to people when they're grieving like that and saying, listen, I want to tell you really what I thought of your friend. Just feels like not what you do in a kind of a community. I can see people coming down on both sides of that.
I actually think that actually is a great impulse, that after somebody's been killed, and not just killed, but because we live in the media environment that we live in, that it's seen and that it will live forever. And that person's family, you know what I mean?
That it was being looped in front of all of us.
Jesus Christ.
Which I think has a lot to do with how this was taken.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And to have to go, to have young...
Just to interrupt here, I think that, and I appreciate Ezra's position here. And it's interesting because that would be the empathetic position. They'd say, okay, someone was just murdered. It was an act of political violence. It was an assassination. It was very public. Everyone's seeing this image or this video looped again and again. It's sad and depressing to me that we're in sort of this environment where people can't just take a moment to just sit with that and to empathize with the murder, as opposed to people either rushing out to celebrate it or rushing out to say, well, here's all the bad things that Charlie Kirk said or did, right? Like they can't just be a moment. You say, okay, like let's just chill on all that and say, murder bad, having political conversations in public is good. That's it. Like, just you don't have to go through the whole list of all the things that Charlie Kirk said that you just don't agree with. It's not really relevant at the moment, this time.
I just think it shows, it is relevant if the guy was a horrible racist. I think that's where our society is. So they want to dance on his grave because they believe he's a horrible racist. I get the whole You know, people once said that freedom of speech even belongs to terrible racists, right? And there were institutions in the United States that would defend Nazis' right to speak and rally and all that kind of stuff. We're in such a different place politically that people are going to dance on the grave of someone that they've characterized as a racist. The thing that bothers me most about the situation is not that. I do understand people who do care about that, who do want more free speech protections. What I find most disturbing is that I don't believe the guy was a racist. I think there's this mass hysteria that thinks all Republicans are racist, and they pick the most milquetoast Republican of them all and turned him into a racist. So, I continue to say that over and over again, and it just, if that is true, everything that's happening now makes perfect sense, because I don't know that anybody is upset about this conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates if he's talking about David Duke being killed.
Well, yeah, well, I want because the position that Ezra's at least forwarding at this moment is devoid of whether you think he's a racist or not. Even if he was actually a racist, it still would be not okay to advocate for his murder and for everyone to, go doing all these apologetics for the murderer, right? You would still just be like, okay, well, we all witnessed someone, if a racist person is assassinated in public, that's still an act of political violence. So it'd all be the same thing. It just,
do you think this?
Say
okay,
more
so
like, oh well, he's racist, so it's okay.
No, this is super interesting. If this happened to David Duke, okay, David Duke's still alive. If David Duke was assassinated, do you think this podcast would take place? Do you think Ezra Klein would be writing think pieces about how we need to take a step back?
I'm not sure.
Do you think Ta-Nehisi Coates would be coming on Ezra Klein's podcast to talk about David Duke?
If David Duke was murdered and Ezra Klein wrote that same piece, only he would say, he wasn't doing politics the right way. Like if he framed it a little bit differently, like if he framed it like, well, he was racist, but he still shouldn't have been killed, murdered. Yeah, I think Ta-Nehisi Coates would have, come out and, he would have been even more incensed about this than the Charlie Kirk thing. Like how, why are you running cover for David Duke and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that Ezra Klein would write a think piece if David Duke was assassinated.
I don't know. I would be more inclined to think he wouldn't. I mean, part of it's also because David Duke is not really important to the conversation politically at the moment.
Right. Well, that would be the perfect excuse for him not to write one.
No, I just mean like if David Duke was like shot, I mean, I guess people would talk, like, especially if it was very visibly public. Is David Duke still alive?
Yes, David Duke is alive.
Like it just seems like it would completely hit very differently than Charlie Kirk. Like, wouldn't it be some sort of watershed moment where people would be like, this is the turning point in America, or feel like it could be some kind of turning point, right?
The turning point for me, and I think Shu laid this out perfectly in Shu's video, the turning point for her as well is that they think standard milquetoast Republicans are David Duke.
Right.
So that's like the big black pill for me. They think you're David Duke, Sitch.
Well,
they think I'm David Duke.
Right.
They think I'm David Duke because I contemplated voting for Trump.
So if you had someone, I don't know, I think if you had someone like if it was like Jack Posobiec that was assassinated instead of Charlie Kirk, and all the reactions were the same. And I think Jack Posobiec's way more on the far right of things than Charlie Kirk was. I still think Ezra Klein probably would have written the same publication. He might have worded it a little bit differently. I think he would have worded it a little bit differently because Jack Posobiec wasn't really like the one doing the whole like going on college campuses and talking about people. But I still think it would have been a very similar piece about the increasing of political violence in America and how this is going to spill out and to affect everyone. It's not just something that's going to be contained on one side.
Well, the reason it is more likely to spill out and affect everyone is because of the fact that they think everyone is David Duke. I think that's what's likely to make it more ubiquitous. I think that's what's
Well, no,
fueling
yeah,
the conflict.
it's fueled by people thinking the worst of their political opponents, and then once the fear is once the violence starts to spread on one side, the other side says, "Well, we can't be cucks, so we have to fight back through political violence," and then you get this sort of like tit for tat political violence attacks, which is what a lot of people are scared of breaking out.
Yeah.
Kids who have to grow up knowing that
Did you see Hassan ditched out of TwitchCon? He's not going to TwitchCon.
I did see that. Yes.
No public appearances. What do you think that's all about?
Well, it's funny because someone said they had some picture of him going on vacation with some streamer girls and like posting pictures about it, and then like going around public, and they're like, "Oh, what a hypocrite! He's so scared to go to TwitchCon, but he's gonna like blast everyone where he's like publicly, going on vacation and vlogging it."
That's
like
completely different. Those people are
Yeah.
retarded. Obviously,
Right.
someone would have to be a crime of opportunity. TwitchCon, they have plenty of time to prepare. It's night and day to post some random.
So you think it was more? Okay, so you think it was so it's
Yeah,
legitimate
Twitch.
to be,
Twitch.
okay.
If he's going to TwitchCon, that gives them weeks in advance to plan. They know where it
Right.
is. They know the situation. If he
Mm.
just decides I'm going to go to some club now and post a picture, nobody has set up time to plan for that. I mean, someone could, obviously, because they'd be like, "Oh, he's here now." But even the guy who killed Charlie Kirk, and he had a week and a half to plan because
Right.
he knew he
So
was
you-
going to be there.
So you think it was? So you
Oh,
think
it's
it's
definitely
justified
it's
for
no, it's
Hassan to be okay, maybe.
he's
Maybe.
definitely not going because he knows he's like,
No,
"Oh
I
shit,
mean-
I'm the Charlie Kirk of the left here."
Right.
He has a big target on his back, and he knows it. He's fucking scared, which is fucked up, completely fucked
Right.
up.
Oh, that's why political violence is bad.
Yes.
is a thing that exists in the world. You know what I mean?
And I'll go one step further on this. One thing I wrote about in that piece that I do worry about is I worry we are already in a cycle of political violence, of mimetic violence. I think about Pelosi. I think about Shapiro. I think about the near assassination on Trump. I think about when after that happened, I thought about me.
Look at that. He totally primes him. He's like, I got to give him the 2 right-wing ones first so he doesn't get so triggered. I don't want to make him cry right in front of me.
Right.
If I say Trump, if I say 2 Trump assassination attempts in front of him first, obviously there's going to be tears. He's going to walk off the set.
I mean, I believe the Governor Shapiro one was very firmly a far lefty, wasn't there?
Yes,
Someone
yeah,
there like
totally.
a pro-Palestinian person.
But he doesn't know that.
Right.
Ta-Nehisi Coates doesn't know that, so he just knows Josh Shapiro's on his team. I mean, he looks like looks like he's on the verge of tears anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I checked out after the hate comment when I was watching before, so I haven't seen this.
I thought about you. I thought about all kinds of people I know, right? So I do think there's just something about when violence takes hold that like that there's something about it that it begins to breach all lines.
Yeah. So anyway, I guess
that was part of my reaction too.
I think all of that is understandable, but I guess was silence not an option?
That's such a crazy question. He's like, I understand your entire position about political violence, but couldn't you just shut the fuck up and not talk about it? How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Yeah, he's talking about Ezra Klein not writing the article.
Yes.
What a fucker.
I know you have all these thoughts and feelings about political violence that I say I agree with, but could you not write about it? That's such an interesting. Like, well, then why? If you agree, then why would you say not to write about it?
This is why I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy with every fiber of my being, Sitch. This guy's Coates is such a. He's such a fake. He's such a fraud.
Coates is, it's unfortunate. Coates is a person who at a very young age was completely radicalized to believe a bunch of socialist gobbledygook. And he's never been able to break free of that frame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Silence to me was not grieving with people. I felt it was important as someone who is liberal, as someone who's a voice, that there are moments like that. Like I really do feel, and it's funny because you said something like this in your,
And also, I mean, that would be so cowardly. Like he's basically saying, why are you not a fucking coward?
I know. Yeah. To his
Right.
face on his podcast after he invited him on. Yeah.
And I do think it was important for people who are on the left to come out and very strongly denounce the murder. Yeah,
It was
I think
their
that's incredibly
obligation.
important. Yes.
Yeah. But what did they do? Most of them came out and said, oh, it's a right winger. As a right winger, it wasn't one of our guys. It was the violent guys. Remember the
Right.
violent stereotype?
Right.
Yeah, no. I'm so black pilled on all of this. That's why
piece, but it was a little bit more off.
the amount of misbehavior I've seen
Mhm.
is just insane. Crazy. But look, I see Ta-Nehisi Coates as a complete lost cause, okay? Like I said, once these stereotypes get inside these people, they're inescapable. It's like when the wine cork gets pushed down into the bottle. Ta-Nehisi Coates is never going to see any moderate milquetoast Republican as anything different than a fucking racist.
Mm-hmm.
Than a someone who would show up at a lynching with mashed potatoes. That's what he sees you as.
Handed. The political violence like that is an attack on us all.
Right.
And that in that moment, it creates, for me, even if it's very temporary, that it's important in a moment like that to sort of, come together, to try to see other people in their grief, to try to cool things down just a little bit. I guess, given everything you read.
Ezra Klein knows. It's like, oh my God, we're 7 minutes in. This is like an uphill climb. Right. He just told me to shut the fuck up, and we're in the very beginning of this thing.
That Charlie Kirk said. And we probably don't have very different views on the value of the things he said.
Oh God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why would you say something as dumb as that? That's fucking retarded.
Oh, I was reading something.
I'm so fucking pissed off.
I missed it. What did he say? I missed
well,
it.
Look, every horrible thing that Ta-Nehisi Coates has in his head about Charlie Kirk, Ezra Klein just signed off on. He said,
hold on, let me
I would basically have the same critiques of Charlie Kirk that you have, which is fucking bullshit. Totally
like
bullshit.
To sort of, come together to try to see other people in their grief, to try to cool things down just a little bit. I guess, given everything you read that Charlie Kirk said, and we probably don't have very different views on the value of the things he said.
There you go.
Why do you think he was winning?
The value.
We don't have very different views on the values of what he said right there. So he signed off on all the fucking terrible things that Ta-Nehisi Coates believes. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
It's interesting. He worded it. He did a ContraPoints. He worded something in a very nebulously, weaselly way in order to be like, to try to move past the issue. So he said the value of the things he said. Right. Which you're like, what does that mean? They're not really saying, oh, well, I think he's one thing or the other. You're saying, well, I think what he was saying was not valuable.
Yeah, valueless.
Right. Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Or hateful.
I think he was trying to move past it. But even as I said, even if you
coward.
I don't it's difficult to say because on one hand, I listen to some people. I personally, when I listen to people who are more in the Bill Maher camp, and it's more rare that just say like, fuck the far left, like very openly. I'm like, yes, preach, brother, right? When they're going off on all this stuff. I don't know if that persuades anyone though. That's unclear to me. I think it, here would be my intuition on this. And I think Ezra's intuition on this is wrong. My guess would be that he's trying to come at this from the sort of like, I have to softly walk the left, the moderate left, into a position of, getting away from sort of the far left. It's kind of how I'm like intuiting the way that he's framing everything. I don't think that works, unfortunately, because I don't think people are convinced of anything that way. I think, unfortunately, the majority of the way people are convinced is if there's a lot of people on, quote, their side saying something, that's what convinces people. Because they're like, oh, I don't want to be left out. Like, if everyone on my side is saying this, I don't want to be left out. And so, while I would understand, you say, okay, well, the Bill Maher argument, the Bill Maher position of just saying, fuck these people, wouldn't be very persuasive to a lot of people on the left, which is probably true. If everyone or a huge majority of people on the left had that position, I think that would be persuasive. I think it's just a numbers game.
Yeah, he's trying to. Yeah, I understand what he's trying to do. I just. He's attacking a different problem. You understand the problem that I perceive and the problem that people were talking about 25 years ago, right? Nazis should be able to speak, and we need to have wide latitude in our public discourse. We need.
Yeah, it wasn't even. I remember there was the whole punch a Nazi thing. That was
right.
Was that 10 years ago?
Exactly.
9 years ago?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's having that conversation.
Yes.
I think.
Right.
And I think we need to move on to the conversation about how the left thinks everybody's a Nazi. And
I agree.
This is not that
conversation.
conversation.
Yes,
this is not that conversation. After 10 years of promoting the idea of hate speech, now all of a sudden they're going to be free speech warriors. Now they want to have the conversation about how we need to expand freedom of speech, right, and avoid the conversation about how everyone on the left thinks everyone is a Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's a good strategy?
I don't think it's a good strategy overall for the movement. I don't know what's going on in this conversation because, and you've experienced this, this literally what happened in the beginning of the stream, is when you're talking to someone, especially in one of these conversations, if someone throws out something and you're like, well, I don't agree with the framing, but there's some other point you really want to talk about, it's very easy to get sidetracked into a 30 to 40-minute conversation about the sidetrack, which you don't really even want to focus on. You just want to focus on this other point. And I've made this thought process consciously. I'm sure you've made it, this thought process consciously when we're debating people or even we're debating each other on the stream, where we're like, okay, I want to talk about something specifically different. I don't want to get bogged down in this. So we're going to like kind of move. Well, I'm going to just accept something. I'm just going to move on into a different.
Yeah, that's accurate in this one exchange on this one podcast.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
But you got to admit, the entire conversation on the left is really about free speech. No one is having the conversation about, oh, maybe we think too many people are Nazis. The conversation that they're having is, why can't we call people who are Nazis Nazis? That's the conversation they're having.
Yeah, it would be good. I agree.
The conversation I'm talking about, nobody's having. Well, right. You and I are having it here, obviously. But and I do think on the right, people are having it. People are saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be incentivizing people to call everyone fascist. Let's play a little bit, and I'll be right back. I got to go do something.
You go do something.
That's not really hard for me to understand. If I could just back up for a second, I want to say two things. I published a book 10 years ago, Between the World and Me. And one of the constant reactions to that was that it was overly pessimistic about this country. It was overly pessimistic about the future. Why are you so dark, Ta-Nehisi? Why can't you give us any sense of hope? And the reason I would always say is because any sort of sober examination of the history of this country says that those of us who believe in equality, those of us who believe in respecting the humanity of our neighbors and of everyone, that we're up against some really, really powerful forces of history and powerful narratives. And the implication of that is however good we felt in 2013, 14, 15, 2008, there will be backlash. You know, people, you know, those of us who were crying in 2008 watching Obama, you know what I mean, give that speech, you know.
So he just is completely bought into this narrative. And it's kind of fascinating because in one breath, earlier in this conversation, Ezra basically makes the empathy argument where he says, you know, someone was killed. I'm going to put myself in a position of empathizing with their family and friends. And then Ta-Nehisi Coates says, well, you should just shut up about that. And then a moment later, he's like, oh, well, like the left is the side of empathy and caring about other people. And we're pushing back against the side of hatred. And it's interesting that he doesn't even perceive that he just like jumped right over that in, you know, 2 seconds in the conversation, that he just flips instantly.
Those of us who were so moved by watching him and Michelle and step outside the car and felt so much fear for him, and then when nothing happened, felt so great about that. Those of us who believed that seeing a Black family in the White House mirroring what, you know, some of us felt the best of us was, the best that we had to offer, there are other people watching that too. You know what I mean? And I don't take any joy in saying this, but we sometimes soothe ourselves by pointing out that love, acceptance, warmth, that these are powerful forces. I believe they are. I also believe hate is a powerful force. I believe it's a powerful, powerful unifying force. And I think
the irony. Oh
I
my
know.
God.
I know.
The irony.
He can't break free of that frame that just in his mind, the other side is just the side of hatred and he's on the side of love. And he just cannot possibly see the other version of that.
Even though so many people were like, I thought MAGA was full of hate, and I went to some Trump rallies and everyone was so nice to me that I became full MAGA.
Right.
No, they're the side of hate. They just hate Black people and gay people and trans people. They're buying their own hype. They're buying their own bullshit.
Charlie Kirk was a hate monger. You know,
seeing that, oh God, it kills me. Do you think Charlie Kirk was a hate monger?
No, I think he was like a right-wing pundit, like any other right-wing pundit that's like pushing for their political cause. But I wouldn't say that makes you a hate monger. To me, a hate monger is someone who's just very, I don't know. To me, a hate monger is very like strong rhetoric on par with like a bigoted extremist.
Sure, yeah.
So
someone that hates people. Yeah, someone who's prejudiced.
Really need to say this over and over again. I have a politic that rejects violence, that rejects political violence. I take no joy in the killing of anyone, no matter what they said. But if you ask me what the truth of is,
there's always a but. You notice that? Always a but. He couldn't say a couple sentences and then come in later. He's got to throw the but right in there. So you know exactly how he feels about it.
Well, it's not like, you know, I read the Ezra piece. It's not like if he had come out and said Charlie Kirk was a paradigm of pushing progressive politics, right?
Well, that wouldn't be true, obviously.
Well, then it'd be like, that's where you come and say, what the fuck? You're like, that's not what happened. What are you talking about? But he didn't really cover in the piece. He didn't really cover the politics at all, except to say that, you know, he was on the right and, you know, was trying to whip votes for Donald Trump. He didn't really go into any of the politics, just saying political violence is wrong and is bad. So the whole but thing just doesn't, like, it does. Like, I understand people always have this, you know, whenever someone famous dies, people always, you know, kind of hold them up on a pedestal for a while. And if you don't like that person, you might be like, I don't like this. But I think generally it's fine to just shut up about it. It doesn't really harm you if you just shut the fuck up about it and move on. Let people kind of grieve the way that they need to grieve.
Well, this is a strange situation because it's a political assassination. So
right.
Obviously if someone if Nancy Pelosi dies of natural causes, a bunch of people are going to dance on her grave because they didn't like her. She's a left winger. They think she did a bunch wrong, right? But it's different if she's assassinated.
Well, I'm trying to think of like if I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe it is based on what is like the what is the rubric that we use devoid of the politics? Because if Hassan was, killed, and then all these people tried to, hoist him up as like some sort of, moderate lefty, obviously I'd be very bad, like pissed off by that, right? I'm like, what are you talking about? He was like very, very extreme in his rhetoric. Um, but is it worth it to like really go on and be like, oh, I'm gonna make this like a crusade to talk about that? Because at the end of the day, it's like I don't think anyone should kill him. I'm not in favor of political violence either way. Like, does it really matter at that movement?
Yeah, look, I think the right move is just to like let it go
Yeah.
in that situation, even though we are factually correct.
Yes.
The thing that I am super pissed off about here is that a bunch of people are coming out and saying a bunch of shit that's factually incorrect. They're bringing up all of the things that they tried to cancel Charlie Kirk over when he was alive that were lies.
Yeah. I think the way that these people view it, which I don't think is even really true, is they're like, oh, well, he died and people are holding him up. And if we don't correct the record, that's going to like push people to his side or something in the aftermath, which I don't even think really even happens. I think what can push people to the other side is seeing people on the left act insane about it.
Yeah.
Not even lie, but just act insane about it, like in terms of cheering it on, which I guess is part of the lying, but like cheering it on and like that, people look at that and they're like, holy shit, like, is this like, that's what really changes people's mind. Unless, maybe here's the thought process. Now, this is like a lot of mind reading. Okay. But maybe here's a thought process is that people like Coates and all these other people, they see, Charlie Kirk dies and they go, oh, that's horrible. And then they see a bunch of people on the left cheering it on. And then they see a bunch of people go, oh my God, the less reaction to this is unhinged. I'm going to like move away from the left. And then they're like in this weird position where they don't want to call out their own side. And so the way they're like, well, what if I instead fixate on the fact that I don't agree with him being killed, but if I fixate on the fact that he said a bunch of horrible things, maybe that will softly justify some people on my side, finger quote my side, justifying his death. Like maybe there's like this sort of like weird calculation going on here.
I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense. They're staying on the left in that scenario, or they're...
So you have someone... This could be way too complicated for people to think about this, though I think it's actually intuitively what could be going on is that someone like Coates sees a lot of people on the left celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder.
Right, which he is celebrating too. There's probably a party at his house.
Well, let's just, for the sake of argument, give him charity to say he's not celebrating it. Okay. It's not really important to the point I'm trying to make. He sees people on the left celebrating it, and then he sees people who are more in the center reacting to that and saying, oh, I don't like that the people on the left are celebrating this. I'm going to move towards the right, which he wants to stop because he wants people to be on the left. And so he's thinking, or maybe this is all intuitive, there's like this feeling of like, well, how do I stop people moving to that side? I don't want to call out the left because that's scary and I'll get attacked and I don't want to attack my own side. So the only way to try to prevent people from moving to the right is to sort of frame Charlie Kirk as, the horrible bigot. Because say, well, listen, because if he frames him as a horrible bigot, even if you say, oh, I don't think he should be killed, you are sort of creating a more palatable environment to explain away why people are justifying his murder.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're saying he deserved to die because he was a horrible bigot and you should stay on the left. The left is right and always has been right. Yeah, no, that's what's going on. I think the problem is people are going, oh, wow, I never heard of this guy. Everyone's saying he's the new David Duke. Let's look at his stuff. And they're going, where's the racist stuff? They're doing the same exact thing they went with Jordan Peterson. And when they did that with Jordan Peterson, it made Jordan Peterson famous. Right?
Right.
So that this is exactly what happened with Jordan Peterson is going on now, and except the guy is no longer here, and he's got a beautiful wife and 2 young kids, and they're going, "Wow, this is insane."
Well, it
And
also is kind
no
of
no amount of gaslighting that Ta-Nehisi Coates does, because look, I believe he believes this stuff. He's not
right,
trying to lie to people. He's fallen for the bullshit.
right.
He's a purveyor of the bullshit and believes the bullshit. So, and he's not going to look in any deeper. He's not going to look in deep enough to say, "Oh my God, I was wrong. I helped get an innocent man killed." He's not going to do that. He's not going to do any self-reflection.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to me. Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of crazy to me that Ta-Nehisi Coates didn't know who Charlie Kirk was before this.
Oh my God, you're great. He's going off of who Charlie Kirk was from Brianna Wu's tweets. Holy
Right, like
shit. What a fucking moron.
That's what's kind of crazy to me too.
Oh, this is your intellectual genius here. New York Times, here he is.
Like, how could you? I understand, like, an average person, no, they wouldn't know who Charlie Kirk is, sure. But someone who's like very involved in the political realm, not knowing, what Turning Points USA is and like, the big figures. So I don't know. That just seems strange to me that you would have you never heard of Charlie Kirk. You would know who he is. That's weird. That's weird to me.
Very weird. Look, I didn't know a lot about Charlie Kirk either. I have been looking into him because everybody comes out with all these crazy accusations, right? Brianna Wu claims he advocated for lynching trans people. I'm like, oh my God, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look into this claim. Where did this claim come from? Well, they tried to get him canceled over something he said inarticulately 2 years ago and clarified later on. Right. Yeah, exactly. So there's absolutely no charity on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just going to continue to do this. Look, I know people love to both sides. There is a contingent of people on the right that have absolutely no charity for the left as well. I fucking hate those people too. I fucking hate partisans. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say that I don't know if we talked about it on a stream, because I know that we talked about it a couple weeks ago about the whole, the Brianna Wu kind of interpreting his comment about people, what was it, like that people in the men in the 1950s wouldn't have let this happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And whether that was an advocation for violence. And when I heard the clip, I also interpreted like that sounds kind of like an advocation for violence. And then I don't know if we talked about it on stream, but after that stream, I went and I found the clip, and there was people that called in afterwards. I think it was in the same stream, or maybe it was a different stream. There's kind of like a clip compilation of this, of people asking him what he meant by that. And he said that he didn't mean violence. He meant, people changing the laws and things of that nature in a totally, within the system framework. And I think that you have to, if people say things inarticulate, or even if they say things emotional on a live stream, because God knows we do very long live streams, and, very often we can say things in not the best way. And if you're asked to clarify and you clarify, I think you have to, or I think you should take the clarification, especially if it's not like if, and I think you said this and I agree with this, if there was like a pattern of Charlie Kirk saying things that were like sounding like they were advocations of violence, and then later being like, I didn't mean that, then I would be like, okay, you could like raise an eyebrow, that'd be suspect. But he doesn't have that, at least that I've seen. I haven't seen that. And so if he says this one thing and you can kind of interpret it because it's vague, but then he clarifies, says, no, I'm not talking about violence. I do think you should, in good faith, take that clarification and be like, no, then he obviously didn't mean the violent interpretation of the statement.
Yeah, I did say that. We had the interaction in DMs, and I said, if this was a pattern, if this was like the fifth time this had happened,
yeah,
I'd be inclined to think he's dog whistling here. But this is the only thing I've ever seen. He doesn't seem to be advocating for violence anywhere. So, and that's not the only claim I've looked into. I mean, we have AI now. So every time someone makes one of these crazy claims, I ask AI, and AI does a book report with links to all the different clips and tweets that he's made that people are accusing him of stuff. Mm-hmm. And you've got to be in the far leftist wackadoodle bubble to see what he's saying in this light.
Well, I wonder, because like we had that whole, or really I had the whole argument with Soy Pill about the Charlie Kirk comments about DEI and stuff. And I don't know if some of it's just like once someone accepts the argument or the idea, especially if they're having it publicly, they don't ever want to admit that they're wrong publicly because that's very like emotionally not great feeling, I guess, for people.
Right.
And so I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, so it's always hard to tell like how much of it is that feeling. But I mean, even the comment, like, because I'm thinking, like, if we talk to Coates, and I'm sure Coates has seen the same quotes about like Charlie Kirk making the comment about the black pilots or the Jackson on Supreme Court, those other things. I'm sure that he would interpret those all as like racist things. And if you kind of go through and say, well, it's not really racist, or he made this comment afterwards, like I don't know if I don't think any of that would be
No,
persuasive.
it wouldn't be convincing at all. And he probably never saw the original quotes. He probably heard Brianna Joy Gray on her podcast bitching about it. He probably
Yeah,
never even saw the original quote.
she was going off pretty wild on this whole situation. So.
They all are. They're
Yeah.
in a fucking echo chamber, and all they do is whinge, whinge and
Right.
complain. It's just it's insane to me. You can't break the echo chamber. So maybe Ezra Klein is correct. Since they think everyone is a Nazi, we just have to push up. Well, the Nazis get to live and speak too, but I mean, wouldn't it be great if we lived in a society where people had accurate Nazi detectors? I mean, we might need those sometime, right?
It would be nice. It would be nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Life was, and the truth of his public life, I would have to tell you it's hate. I would tell you I'd have to tell you it is the usage of hate and the harnessing of hate towards political ends.
Then let me flip that question actually a bit. Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me express what I mean.
You're losing because you offer nothing aside from calling the other side's haters.
Right.
That's why. You have absolutely nothing to offer. All you offer is representation. That's all you offer. And people want prices to go down. People want affordable housing. They don't give a fuck if a gay person is president of the United States, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That might have been fine when people had plenty of money and the economy was good and housing was ubiquitous, right? People were buying homes in their 20s. That might have been the thing, but now it's no longer the thing. And look, and turning to Ta-Nehisi Coates for why you're losing, that's a big part of why you're losing.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I was listening to, Sam Cedar was really triggered by this conversation.
Oh, nice.
Destiny,
but
Destiny was
because
really
he loves
by this
Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? Because Ta-Nehisi Coates is right. He's triggered because Ezra Klein is such a meanie.
Yeah, they're and Brianna Greyjoy, they're all triggered because they view Ezra Klein as like the milquetoast liberal, pushing back against the correct, alt left socialist.
God, I can't. I wish the midterms were tomorrow, man. I can't fucking wait for the midterms.
But this question is in the way that it's kind of come out is interesting because to me it shows me that people like Coates and Brianna Greyjoy and Sam Cedar and all these people, I don't think they actually believe in democracy.
No, they don't.
A big part of democracy, and I think this comes up not in this conversation, but in the other conversation with Matt and Glacius. I don't remember who says it. A big part of democracy is that, and I think a fundamental belief system of democracy is there's going to be a lot of people in the country that you have some very strong ideological disagreements with, but you have to live with those people in a peaceful coexistence.
Yeah,
that's kind of like a big point. Yeah, that's a big point of democracy. And if you want to win elections, you have to build a winning coalition of people, and you have to have a sort of self-reflection moment when you lose to say, okay, what are we doing that is turning people off from this moment? What's going on right now? It's interesting because Ezra is looking at it, and they get very mad about this, that Ezra's even daring to look at things from the perspective of like winning and losing elections. It's funny. Sam Cedar had this whole thing about how bad it was that Ezra like cares about winning elections like it's a game
It's a
or
moral
something.
crusade they're
Right.
on, Sitch. That's a
Right.
perfect example of it.
Exactly. And it's like, well, if you can't build a winning coalition of voters, not only does that mean that you're not going to win elections, but I think it means you're out of touch with like whatever the moral consideration is of the American public. And
Yes.
that's the question he's asking Ta-Nehisi Coates is, well, why is the left keep losing in this battle time and time again, or it feels like it's losing? And for Ta-Nehisi Coates to just kind of hand wave it away of like, well, sometimes you lose in like the grand history of things. It is very fatal. It's completely like, no, just keep charging forward with the ultra progressivism. Don't look back because we're morally correct. There can be no self-reflection. Just
Yeah.
charge, 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 charge.
The morally correct position is keep on the representation train, okay? Until we have a wheelchair bound trans lesbian in the White House, we have not succeeded. That's what America needs.
Well, yeah, 100%. And I think, and Ezra's still like too much in the, I think Ezra's still too much in the, he thinks that these people can be won with pragmatic arguments camp. And I don't know if he'll learn the truth or figure out the truth, which is that these people cannot be won with any
No.
pragmatic arguments. They're
No.
not pragmatic people. They don't care about pragmatism. They don't care about winning elections. They have been completely captured by a virtue signaling, purity spiraling ideology.
Yes, yeah, exactly right. They can't be won over. They don't even know how to meme correctly. Oh my God. They think the JD Vance memes are like hurting his chances of reelection.
Right.
I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm the writer. I'm the individual, right? But I am part of something larger, and I've always felt myself as part of something larger. I have a tradition. I have ancestry. I have heritage. What that means is that I do whatever I do within the time that I have in my life, whatever time I'm gifted with. And much of what I do is built on what other people did before then. And then after that, I leave the struggle where I leave it. And then hopefully it's in a better place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going.
What is the struggle, you dumbass? Fucking dumbass? Where are you at in that struggle? What is a tangible goal that you're trying to achieve? Where was it when you picked up the baton? Where is it now? We just talked for a minute and a half and said absolutely nothing, Sitch.
Well,
this guy's a fucking empty suit.
It to me, it feels very reminiscent of sort of the story that Derek Bell tells, where he, like Ta-Nehisi Coates, was kind of raised in a sort of like radicalized black nationalistic view of America and the world. And there's an interesting story Derek Bell tells where he's talking to a judge, a black federal judge. And this is like, I think in the 80s or something, or the late 70s. And the black judge is telling him, like, Derek Bell, you should like quit doing all this race stuff because we already won all the big fights. We have the civil rights legislation, we have equal rights under the law and equal protection under the law. Things are not like the way they used to be in the Jim Crow South. Like, there are no more battles for you to wage. Like, you should move on to do something else. And that like triggered the ultra fuck out of Derek Bell. That he's like, no, I am Don Quixote. I must tilt at like all the windmills that exist forever on this issue. I can never let it go. And that's kind of the same vibe I get when Ta-Nehisi Coates is talking about this, like, oh, sometimes being a fighter for justice is realizing that you might die before justice is enacted and you have to pass it down to your children.
They fucking wish. They fucking wish. They're terrified that the battle will be won and they'll all be out of jobs.
Yes.
I am descended from people who in their lifetime fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it. They never saw it. In my personal belief system, they died in, defeat, in darkness, and so.
Okay, this is so.
Isn't that crazy? This is so crazy.
This is
To try
torture.
to
This is
associate this
torture.
to anything that's happening at the moment
Yeah.
is pretty insane.
And me, I had to wait 15 seconds for my Starbucks this morning.
Right.
What the fuck?
I know. It's
It's painful. It's so painful. It's so painful.
But
The
this
woe
is
is me mentality.
well, and this is what's crazy is that there are so many. Well, I guess not crazy. It makes sense that so many of like the alt left pundits watch this conversation and they hear what Ta-Nehisi's coach is saying. They're just like preach, preach, preach. They completely buy into all this stuff.
They do?
Yeah. Eagle Shock, thanks so much for $20. Says everyone should check out Coleman Hughes debating David Smith on Israel. I haven't finished it yet, but it seems like Hughes pushes back well. Smith seems to start with the assumption that foreign intervention is ontologically evil. Yeah, we're probably gonna watch that next Sunday. It's a long conversation, like 3 hours, but it's a very, very interesting conversation. And I think Coleman Hughes does a very good job attacking a lot of the sort of common talking points that we hear from kind of like Dave Smith and sort of that argumentation.
Do you know this story? I can't remember where I heard it, but I'm sure it's a famous story where there's a Nazi prison guard that wants forgiveness for his sins. So that he goes to a Jewish guy who I guess is in the hospital or something. Does this ring any bells at all?
No, I don't think so.
So he goes to the Jewish guy and, basically confesses all of his sins. And he's like, I'm a terrible person. I've killed a bunch of Jewish people. And I want absolution. I want forgiveness from you, a Jewish person.
Mm-hmm.
So I can move on, so I can be free of my guilt. Right.
Right.
And the Jewish guy tells him, I would love to do that, but I really can't. Like, just because I'm Jewish doesn't mean I can absolve you for all of the things that you've done. These people obviously have families, maybe they're not willing to forgive you. Just because I'm Jewish doesn't mean I can't. The kind of opposite thing is going on here with Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? He's like, I'm going to pick up their hatred and I'm going to continue to use it against you. What the fuck gives him the right to do that?
Well, it's interesting too that
he didn't live through this time just because he's like,
I know
the appropriation.
That is funny. He's basically appropriating the
suffering of these other people. Maybe they want to forgive us. Maybe they don't. But for you coming out and speaking on it, it's just fucking evil.
We gotta figure out like a good phrase for that, like appropriation struggle. Because that's a great concept. That's definitely what's going on here.
When I first heard that story, I thought the Jewish guy's kind of a dick. I mean, just forgive the guy and move on, right? But after thinking about after thinking about it for a while, it really is like, how is it my place to step in and be judge, arbiter for all these things you did to someone else that I wasn't even there for? It's the ultimate rejection of collectivism.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I see this stuff and it sickens me to the core. He asked him a very straightforward question about where we're at politically. And immediately his go-to is, well, let me bring up all the people who looked like me in the past who were tortured by society. What gives him the fucking right to do that?
Because he's trying to create the justification for why
he is a hateful fucking bigot.
No. Well, he doesn't perceive himself as that, obviously.
Well, he is a hateful fucking bigot.
He's trying to create the justification for why his brand of politics is so not persuasive and failing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, sometimes the good guys just lose, Ezra. And here's
that is a great point.
My ancestors, they lost the fight against getting rid of slavery.
This is the ultimate cope, though, because ultimately they did win.
Right.
Yeah.
But they didn't win originally, so you got to keep fighting at them.
When are you? I mean, what do you? Because, I mean, I guess it's just where you set the clock in history. So he's like, this was a low point right here. We're at that low point. I think ultimately the trans stuff is going to be the big They've been telling themselves for years that the progressives are always on the right side of history. I mean, I think if you went back and looked at, well, I always go to prohibition because the progressives were the ones who were in favor of prohibition, and obviously we're on the wrong side of history there. I haven't gone back to look into lobotomies, but I think if I do, it's probably progressives that are the ones pushing lobotomies as well, and we're on the wrong side of history there.
Well, I think, yeah, you're probably correct. But
Progressives
also,
are always on the wrong side of history because they're always the ones that are pushing for something new. Sometimes that something new is great. Sometimes it's not.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think there's a lot of survivor's bias where the th- the things that are pushed, I guess it's not survivor's bias, but the things that are pushed for that fail are not remembered.
No.
And the things that are pushed for and succeed are. So it kind of creates a faulty illusion of like, oh, well, obviously they're always, pushing the right thing. It's like, well, no, you just forgot all the times they're pushing for stuff that was stupid. I'm
Well,
sure there was 10 tons of things that was pushed for the 1960s by the far left that were retarded and were not adopted.
they've rewritten prohibition to think that it was the conservatives that were in favor of prohibition because so many of the conservatives are evangelical now, so they just think, oh, well, they must have been evangelical then.
Right. Well, also, I mean, it does get a little bit complicated because the political lines were different in the past. Like you could
Yes.
have very religious, what we would consider conservative people back in those days, supporting like the progressive women's rights movement because they had like different like the conservative would be like, oh, you shouldn't drink alcohol because it's like a sin, and then the progressive would be like, women are getting beaten by alcoholic husbands. Like they have a completely different reason for it, but they'll come together to align on an issue. So
Yeah.
the Mongolian Leprechaun Server Man from Saturn for $20 says, Sitch, I don't recommend you play System Shock 2 because the last part of the game is body horror times 1,000. One of the devs of the game used his colonoscopy to make the level so
Oh
disturbing
my
and
God.
unnerving for players. That
Oh,
is
why?
wow. So you play a level that's like inside
That you
someone's
go
colon.
through the guy's
That's-
colon.
Sounds pretty fucking disgusting. Well, thank you for letting me know. I will not. I will not engage in that. That's pretty gross.
That's horrible.
Yes. Brian, for $20, thank you so much. Or for $50, thank you, Brian. Says, I would say Trump brought in more left-wing sentiment when it comes to talking to people who normally wouldn't think they could be part of the Republican Party, especially when it comes to gay people and how politicians talk about abortion. Yeah, I think it goes to what I was saying where I don't think Trump fits along a clear left-right line of ideology. And that's why he's able to see and kind of pick up the things that he thinks are better for his chances. And abortion, I think, is a good example of that because he's kind of trying to play both sides where he tells people on the right, hey, I put the Supreme Court justices in place that like kicked it back to the states, which is kind of what they want to hear. But it's not like the more extreme version is like, we want a federal law banning abortion, which he's doesn't really want to do because he knows that'd be so disastrous for the Republican Party.
He had some conversation, Trump did, where he was talking about they need to soften their stance on abortion if they want to win elections. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Do
I
you,
don't know if it was a public conversation or was it like a private conversation that was reported.
I can't remember either, but has there been any equivalent conversation from any prominent Democrats on the trans issue?
There's been a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people arguing about it, saying that we should drop. They keep bringing up the whole Kamala Harris they them ad, right? And they kind of go back and forth on whether they should abandon that issue or not.
Who is the prominent? I mean, I haven't seen.
Off the top of my head, but
I
I know we've
seen
covered
a
it.
similar exchange.
I don't know if we've seen the exchange publicly by a politician that would be like the leader of the party. I don't know.
Yeah,
if we've
that's
seen
what I'm
that
saying.
yet.
I'm saying I haven't seen AOC. I haven't seen Kamala Harris. I haven't seen Gavin Newsom. Like Gavin Newsom, he talks about the trans stuff in the same terms that he was talking about it 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't seen him come out and make that forceful declaration with the left that, look, we're going to lose elections.
We've seen more pundits talk about it. I don't know if we've seen any politicians, I can't think of offhand, talk about that.
Well, I'm waiting for it because that was a big turning point, I thought, for Trump when Trump was just like, yeah, this abortion thing, we're going to lose elections if you keep gunning for nationwide ban on abortion.
Right.
So if some prominent Democrat, I mean, this is the time to do it. They're all running for president now.
Mm-hmm.
But will they? Will they come out and say, listen? Will they come out and say, listen? The American people are afraid that some do-gooder kindergarten teacher is going to inadvertently catch their child up in some social contagion where the kid thinks that they're transgender when really they're autistic. I mean, that's a
Right.
good way to put it. So it's nice. I'll be interested to see if Gavin Newsom does it. I don't think he will.
I don't think Newsom will, and I guess we're gonna really, I mean, we'll see how the midterms and then more, the election turns out, and what kind of issues are really brought forward. Because they're gonna, I mean, most people just for their own pragmatism are gonna try to, ignore anything that could be considered controversial or divisive till the very end, until they feel like they need to push the issue.
The electorate response on the left is going to be, they don't care about their kids. They hate trans people. That's what the response is going to be. No, you're wrong, Gavin. You're wrong.
Mm-hmm. J-Mac, I got far. Thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the $50. Says, my advice for people to save their sanity, stop focusing so much on national, federal politics and focus and work with your local politics. Quit bitching about Trump or Biden and find out what your mayor and state representatives believe.
Yes.
That's true. There is sort of there is an issue in terms of the coverage. I mean, obviously we're doing the same thing here too, is that so much of coverage of politics is national, and it's done that way because you're trying to catch sort of the most, the largest audience size of people to, watch your content, to care about whatever you're covering. Like, where if you hyper fixate on a lot of local things, that's only going to appeal to people in your area. But in terms of actually manifesting change in your life, that's probably much better to do that. So,
yeah, obviously, I think you should be focused on local politics as well. If you live in Los Angeles, though, it's not going to be good for your sanity.
That's a good point.
If I'm in my position, I love you, J
point.
Mac, but look, every time I listen to any sort of local politics or I look at the candidates for city council or any of that kind of stuff, I think,
right,
we're fucked.
Right.
we're totally fucked. It's like you're choosing from the woke and the woker and the wokest. It's just all a spectrum of wokeness.
Right.
I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the honor that I draw out of this, is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make. The fact of the matter is, as horrifying as, that the killing of Charlie Kirk was, and as horrifying as the feeling is, this moment that we are in, an era of political violence, and I don't want to sound flip here, political violence is the norm for the Black experience in this country. It just is. I don't even mean like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King variety of it, right? Which is the norm too. You would be hard pressed to have a conversation with a Black person in this country that is a descendant of slavery and not have them be able to reach maybe right here or to tell you themselves, look, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they lived in a small town in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Alabama. They got into some sort of dispute with a white man, and either they were lynched or we had to run. Political violence runs through us. It is our.
This is so much. That's why I'm saying I like that concept of the struggle appropriation. The idea that you're like, well, if you're Black today, you face political violence because your great grandfather
Yeah, in Mississippi
was lynched in the South,
yeah
3 to 4 generations ago. Is like, come on, let's okay. Let's join the current times now, please. All right.
It's bonkers. It's bonkers. Completely bonkers. And how are we ever supposed to get past it when we're going to constantly do that?
Right.
Heritage.
I mean,
Is that good?
he gains political points for it. That's why he's doing it. So we need to focus on a political system that doesn't reward this fucking bullshit.
Yes.
This fucking bullshit. Yeah.
No. Do we valorize it? Absolutely not. Do we minimize it? Absolutely not. but a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Oh my God.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't, and maybe he brings it up. I'm surprised he didn't try to like wrap up George Floyd or anything else as like political violence. Because I've heard some people try to make that, comparison.
The George Floyd thing.
Yeah, that to make it like every time a police officer interacts with a black person, it's some form of political violence.
I saw a tweet where someone said that they read Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, and he had one exchange with a white lady who was mean to him, and that's the only sort of political violence he's ever encountered. It wasn't even violence.
I think I said that. I'm trying to remember he says when I read.
Did you read his book? Okay, so
I read the Israel one. Yeah, I forget. He had something about some white person was like did like a microaggression against him or something when he was younger. And like that was his number. That was the big moment for him. I was like, okay.
yeah. Oh, the things I'm saying on this podcast probably are just horrendous to him.
Right.
Because
sometimes
because he's got no spine whatsoever.
think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic.
That's a nice way of saying
get over it.
That's a very nice way of saying get the fuck over it, please.
It is, isn't it?
It's so funny. That's
Isn't
like it's such a like a polite way of being like grow the fuck up.
It's so true.
That's
It's so true.
So to me, I look at the last, 8, 12 years. And what I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in, the things I believe in, lost ground. And people determinedly worked to make that so. Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that when he began going to college campuses and putting out a sign at a table, what he was eventually going to build was not obvious, right? I think he worked. I think he was a successful political actor. And I think...
Look at him sipping his coffee.
I know.
I hope you don't expect me to do any of that hard work. I hope you're not looking at me about going out and actually debating college kids on the road.
Book. Okay, he's written books, Adam. That's his work towards the movement.
I hope you're not talking about me actually doing some sort of political engagement. All I'm here to do is wag my finger at you, Whitey. That's my job.
I
think that from when in 2016, we lost to Donald Trump the first time, very narrowly, won the popular vote, right? And then in 2020, we almost lost to him and began seeing we were losing a bunch of voters we thought we were fighting for, right? Losing more working class voters, losing non-white voters, right? Something was changing, but we won, so okay. And then in 2024, we really got our asses handed to us. And we let a much more dangerous form of politics fully erupt. And I think that reflects strategic decisions they made. I think it reflects decisions we made. So I think for me, it's not enough to say we lost, there are backlashes, sometimes you lose. I think it requires like a very fundamental rethinking, like a disciplined strategic rethinking of what have we been doing? Why are people preferring this to us? And I do think that is like, it opens up into something more that I think that there is a practice of politics here that in a narrow sense, I was talking about Kirk, but in a broad sense reflects to something that I thought was going to be an argument stretching across this show for like a year, right? I think more of it came out in this than I had intended probably. But I think in many ways we've stopped doing politics. We've written a lot of people off. And in writing them off, we are losing and we are unable to protect ourselves, unable to protect them, just unable to make good change in the world.
Can you say more about that writing them off, please?
Is this an interesting argument that he's making? I find it super compelling and I'm glad he's making it. Even in the representation realm, I mean, would you want to be represented by Ta-Nehisi Coates?
Fuck
Let's get fucking real here.
Right.
Even in the one realm that they're technically working on, They've totally fucked up. Think of it. Ta-Nehisi Coates. Who's the other guy, the big grifter that they gave billions of dollars to and he completely lost all the money?
Oh,
The anti-racist baby guy.
blanking on the name. Oh,
Yeah.
Ibram X. Kendi.
Ibram X. Kendi.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris. I mean, Obama is the only one that they got it right with.
Right.
Fucking failure. Failure of failures. Now they're trying to push Pete Buttigieg. What the fuck?
Yeah. Why don't we start it here if we want to talk about writing off? I've been obsessing recently for a piece I've been writing about the Hillary Clinton deplorables comment, and I want to play it.
You know, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. Right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up. He has given voice to their websites that used to only have 11,000 people, now have 11 million. He tweets and retweets. They're offensive, hateful, mean-spirited rhetoric. Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable, but thankfully they are not American.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
Do you think it's true?
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, you know what I mean? There are things that I would say, you know?
What the fuck? Oh my God, it's so obvious he thinks it is true.
I know. It's
He
funny.
totally thinks it's true. It's interesting that I didn't realize someone wrote that speech out. She's reading it off a teleprompter.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
It's
Yeah.
crazy, yeah. And it gets a huge laugh line, which just adds to the incendiary nature of it.
Mhm.
That's all those high-minded, empathetic Democrats just laughing in your face and calling
Listen.
you racist, sexist, and homophobic.
It's only half, okay?
Mhm.
Only half of Trump supporters,
Right, yeah.
right?
But you
Some
don't
of
know-
them
but you don't
are
know
good
which
people,
half.
okay? Some
But
of them are good people, Adam.
The problem is you don't know which half, right? That's like
true.
walking into a party and saying, hey, half of you are assholes.
Half of you are murderers. Good luck.
I'm not going to tell you which
Yeah.
half, but
Right.
you just said fuck all of you. So
Mhm.
people are instantly wondering, well, am I in the half that she's
Right.
talking about? So insane.
I probably would say what I said earlier, you know, in the interview about the force of, and I mean, as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking,
Yeah.
you know, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States. You know what I mean? And my expectations for the rhetoric of writers, intellectuals, journalists, etc., is very, very different than what the expectation should be for people who expect to hold office.
Yeah. So I agree with, right? I think
This is the problem with America. Our intellectuals are the most stupid people out there. They have no intellectual curiosity anymore. They're just partisan hacks.
that there are different jobs in all this. But when I say we began writing people off, I think that's something that happened. And I think something I saw in this debate, but kind of like underneath it, was that the work of politics, of bridging over a lot of profound, fundamental, morals, I think became somewhat demeaned, diminished. It began to seem like, in many cases, a betrayal to people. The tent shrunk. The people I feel more comfortable with wielding power shrunk. And I think what Clinton was saying there came from somewhere. It came from, the sort of culture that had emerged. It got worse over time. And then I think it really contributed to us losing. And meanwhile, this is why when I say, like in that initial piece, there was something that I respected in what Kirk was doing, like going in, having debates, using them opportunistically. A lot of people have thrown back at me that, oh, he wasn't debating to find truth. Of course he wasn't debating to find the truth. He was doing politics. He was trying to persuade people. And I've watched on our side, not opportunistic engagement, but a lot of, I would say, counterproductive disengagement.
Would you
Dude, that's so beautiful. I can't look. Ezra's winning me over, Sitch.
There you
He
go.
is.
See, he was kind of saying kind of what you were asking about at the beginning. Does Ezra sort of believe that there's, good in the other side?
He still, to this moment, he just could be giving a pep talk to his side
Right.
and thinking the right is just completely irredeemable. I don't know that he's come to my level where I think both sides have some sort of redeeming quality.
Hmm.
But he is making some good points for pep talking these radicals on the left that really need a wake up call.
Yes.
Well, the disengagement is the proper course of action when you control everything and are fucking autocrats. That's exactly what autocrats do. They're like, we have all the power. Just shut the fuck up.
Hmm.
And that's what the left has been doing. But look, maybe a change is on the horizon now that the right has gained some modicum of power and has decided, oh, yeah, cancel culture is kind of cool.
Right.
I can't remember if I sent you the podcast with Megyn Kelly where she's making the argument that we really have to go after these people on the left. Megyn Kelly's saying we have to go after the people on the left and give them a black eye. Not physical violence, but go after them legally and with every means we have within the law. Otherwise, they're going to continue to do the shit they do.
Mm-hmm.
She's totally against the turn the other cheek model.
Right.
And I kept thinking, I wonder what Sitch thinks of this. Maybe we'll watch it during the week.
I don't think I saw that. Yeah. If you sent it to me, I didn't watch it. So.
Okay. Yeah. She's basically saying that if they don't go after some Biden people with lawfare and whatnot, they're not going to get the message. And as soon as they're in power, they're going to continue to do it. She's like, you gotta give them a taste of their own medicine. Otherwise they'll never back down.
It's when it comes to like, I don't know. And this could be my own bias here, because I think that argument is more applicable to like the cancellation stuff. And I don't know if it's just because I'm more in favor of it in terms of like, I don't really have a problem with people who are teachers or in positions of power over other people getting fired
losing
or
their
getting
jobs,
in trouble for praising Charlie Kirk's murder. And, I do think I hope that will help people be like, oh, okay, we should not, we shouldn't be just like massively canceling people, right? I'm hoping this will help people wake up to some of that issue. I don't know if that works with the lawfare stuff, unless it's actually predicated on something legitimate. I think if it's predicated on something not legitimate, I don't know if that just reads a kind of tit for tat retaliation forever.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously they're saying the thing that they're doing to James Comey was exactly the same thing that they did to Roger Stone. And she's just saying, look, if we don't give them a taste of their own medicine, they're going to continue to do. They're going to continue to do shit like that.
I guess I go back to the Ben Shapiro quote, which is, if you want to maintain the standard, then you can't whataboutism. You actually have to maintain the standard. You can point out that some other side is being hypocritical, but you have to maintain the standard. If there was something like legitimate to go after Comey or any of these people for doing something legitimately wrong or bad that was corrupt, like, okay, I'm totally in favor of them doing it. It's just if it's a bullshit legal claim, and then if it's just through the perception of like, okay, well, we're just trying to dig up any dirt against our political opponents because we don't like them, we don't really care about what they did, we just don't like them, then it's going to, I think, just create the forever tit for tat argument. Because it's interesting that you said that, because who I listened to a clip of someone who made the exact same argument, and it was Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And Destiny was saying that the Democrats basically let the Republicans run wild, and he was bringing up the example of the Clinton impeachment and how there was no retaliation for that. And he was sort of claiming that he thinks that kind of let the Republicans walk all over the Democrats for the next, 15
Bill
years or
Clinton,
so.
the Bill
Yeah,
Clinton impeachment.
the Bill Clinton impeachment.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It is. I mean, I assume you would agree that the Bill Clinton impeachment was a completely like bullshit, insane thing. It wasn't like a real. It wasn't real. For all the talk of like people attacking the Trump impeachments or going after Trump with lawfare stuff, that the Bill Clinton thing was just like peak example of that. You had the Republicans accusing them of doing some sort of like tax evasion scheme, which they were never able to prove. They go on a fishing expedition where they try to like dig into all their property taxes and all this other stuff. They can't find anything actually illegal that they can get them on. And instead, what they find in this fishing expedition is doing a perjury trap, which is funny because they always used to hear about them complaining about the left wing perjury trap. They do a perjury trap on Bill Clinton because he doesn't want to publicly admit that he cheated on his wife. And that's the basis of the impeachment. And it's like completely ridiculous. Like now it's so funny because especially with Trump, like the idea that we would impeach a president because they lied about cheating on their wife seems like insane in 2025.
Yeah, I mean it's funny considering I just all the whinging about Trump and grab him by the pussy in a
Right.
situation where Clinton literally got a blowjob. A married man got a blowjob in the Oval Office from one of his interns. Talk about power
And it led
differential.
to his impeachment. Yeah. It really shows you like
Right.
how different sort of like maybe the prudeness of America was. And now like just people don't give a fuck whatsoever about these sort of indiscretions.
it's I think the two situations are night and day. Some
Really?
guy bragging about to some guy on a
Oh,
bus
oh,
about grab him by the pussy,
oh.
and a
Uh-huh.
guy actually who is married having his intern suck his dick in the Oval Office, I think are categorically
Well, would it
different.
be more well, first of all, I wasn't really making those comparisons. I was talking about in terms of like the
Well,
whole
you're saying that you're putting them on the same level by saying that we're dismissing them both.
no. I wasn't comparing it to the grandma the pussy thing. I was saying when Trump was being impeached and when all the lawfare stuff was going against him, there was all the same, like all the arguments that they were making, that the right was making to defend Trump, saying this is all bullshit, this is all fishing expedition, this is all like bullshit lawfare. All that stuff could 100% be applied to everything that's happening to Clinton.
Right. I think I think people by their very nature cheat a little bit, and that it's very easy for someone to go in and find a place where the person has cheated a little bit and make a big stink about it. And I
Of
think that's
course.
what's going on with the lawfare stuff. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
when they're bringing it up, a lot of people obviously if they're in favor of the person they admit, oh well, this is no big deal, everybody does it. And then if they're against the person, they're like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. They're totally lying on their
Of course.
taxes, or they're totally
Right.
lying about their relationship on owning this property or whatever it is. So
Right.
I
Right.
just, in the previous norm was we're not going to go after our political rivals because it looks bad, right? We don't want to get in this kind of tit for tat retribution struggle over a
Mm-hmm.
little nonsense, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's when they look the other way though, they wouldn't make because it sounds bad, right? It sounds like, okay, well, you're letting them get away with breaking the law, and the little guy is never going to get away with breaking the law. So you have to go after them for any indiscretion. And I'm sympathetic to that. Yeah, I think you're sympathetic to that as well because you're saying someone who's in public office should be squeaky clean. They shouldn't cheat on their taxes or do anything like that. But there's a trade-off there, obviously, right?
Right.
If you can find some sort of indiscretion that the person has done and want to go after them, you can. And I just
Sure.
in the current atmosphere that we're in, that's going to happen.
Right.
So
But my point, I guess the reason I even brought that up was this is why I don't I don't agree with I don't think I agree with Megan Kelly's position, like broadly. Again, if they did something that was actually like severe, go after them. But I don't broadly, and that sounds like what you're saying too. Like, everyone does something a little wrong that maybe you can catch them on,
yeah, you can go
right?
after anyone. Yes.
Right. You can go after anyone. Yeah. Was it show me the person and I'll show you the crime? Right.
Right.
So yeah, I mean,
legitimate stuff though. You can go after them
yes,
with legitimate
completely, yes.
stuff. Everybody's
Legitimate stuff,
broken
right.
some legitimate law. You just got to
Right.
figure out what it is, right?
But I caution that when Megyn Kelly says I haven't heard the statement, but the way you're describing it sounds like she's just kind of saying tit for tat, just go after everyone because of, they
Well,
went after us.
she's saying Democrats are the ones that broke the norm
Right. So she's saying in response, the Republicans should go after all the little things now too.
to give them a
And
black eye and then back off
right.
to say,
And I'm
listen,
saying,
this is
I
where
think
this
that
leads.
just
Let's not go down that path. And if
right.
you don't do that, then
Right.
Democrats are going to continue to do it, and you're going to be stuck sitting on your hands.
It's unclear to me that would actually solve anything.
Me
That
too.
would create
Yes.
some sort of detente between the two sides, as opposed to just the forever escalation of, well, you did this, well, you did this, well, you did this, well, you did this. Because as I said, you can always go back to everything. That's why Destiny was going back to Bill Clinton. He went back to the Al Gore election one. He went back to the Obama losing, having a Supreme Court seat basically stolen by the Republicans. Like there's always something you can forever point back to create the tit for tat snowball that never ends. And
Right.
there always has to be, that's why I think you always have to kind of side on the position of like, well, you have to do what is morally right and you have to be sort of the model of creating the goodness in the world that you want. That doesn't mean that you let people, like a lot of people wrongly conflate that with, well, you let people take advantage of you. I'm not saying you turn the other cheek. I'm not saying you let people take advantage of you, but you don't get dragged down into the mud for the tit for tat, because then you're just perpetuating the cycle to continue forward.
Is Destiny framing this as the way to end the struggle?
He is framing it the exact same way Megyn Kelly is, as the way to fight. And then if you don't fight this way, then you're just giving up to the other side.
No. Megyn Kelly is framing this as the way to end the struggle.
I guess so he's framing it more pessimistically. I don't know. When I heard him talking about this, he wasn't talking about more in the, like, there's an end to this. It seemed like more like this was just what you have to do in this moment.
Megyn Kelly is saying this all started with Trump.
Right, I understand.
They did all the lawfare with Trump. Right. That was unprecedented. No one has ever gone after a president after they left office.
Right.
She's saying that was the first salvo. And if they don't respond in kind and say, this is how we're going to continue to respond if you do this shit again, it's going to continue. So I don't know how Destiny just wants it to continue.
As I said, he's framing it more pessimistically, like not that there is an end in sight. You just have to fight back. He's framing it more like the Republicans are evil and will never stop doing this. And so you have to fight back the same way.
Megyn Kelly is framing it more like the dog pissed on the couch.
I understand. You have to wave the pee. You have to take the pee and push it in their face to get them to stop. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
She's not on the level of pessimism that Destiny's at. Yeah.
You have to get the newspaper out and you got to smack that bitch.
I don't,
right,
yeah.
Right on the nose.
Agree.
No.
Right. They have different worldviews. They're both advocating for the same thing. I don't think the end result is going to align with either of them. I don't see why it ever would.
The question really is, are the Democrats a good dog?
Nobody's
are they going to knock it off? Are the Democrats going to knock it off? Or are they going to be a good dog? Or are they not going to be?
It's hard. Like if we go through 4 years of Trump trying to arrest Democrats, it's weird. I heard Ben Shapiro said that the True Social post, that was Trump telling Pam Bondi to, go after Biden and Obama. Ben Shapiro said that was supposed to be a direct message that was accidentally sent out.
No. Holy shit.
I don't know. And I heard
Holy fucking shit. You're kidding me.
I had heard other people say that, and I never really looked into it.
Oh,
because I don't know if it's some way that you can make a determination. But I thought it was interesting that Ben Shapiro said that he thought that was a direct message too, which is fascinating.
Holy shit.
So I don't know what's worse, if it's a public message or a direct message. They're both pretty bad. But if Trump spends the next 4 years going after all these Democrats, first of all, I don't think it's going to be good for him politically. I think it's very stupid politically. People generally, unless it's something like a there, I don't think people generally react well to this. Them even we'll go look at them going after Trump. There was a there, but it was so complicated. People just don't understand a lot of the issues, I think, generally. And I think it really probably helped Trump. I don't think it hurt Trump. I think it's going to be the same thing if he goes after Obama or Biden or these Democrats. It's just going to look bad. And it's hard for me to imagine if Trump spends the next 4 years going after all these Democrats, that once, like, if the next Republican loses and a Democrat becomes president, it's hard for me to be like, well, you spent 4 years trying to like arrest Obama and Biden and a bunch of Democrats in the Senate. Like, bygones be bygones. Like, it's hard for me to imagine like that's the outcome of that response, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I am not sure. I mean, if they
Because
take Comey and find something legitimate, they're not making stuff up. They're not planting stuff. If they legitimately find that he perjured himself and they throw his ass in jail for 10 years, I think maybe they do think about going after another Republican. Think, oh my God, I don't want to end up like Comey. Shit.
well,
Maybe I'll lay off this.
Comey's an interesting situation because nobody really likes Comey. The left blames, like, they might
Yeah, they
defend him
blame
just
him
'cause-
for Clinton.
right. They might defend him just because like Trump's attacking him. So there will be the left defending him. But like deeper into like the movement, they still blame him for Hillary losing in the first place. So there's not a lot of like love lost there, other than just we want to use it as an example of why Trump bad.
Well, if they go
So-
after Adam Schiff and get Adam Schiff in jail for 5 years.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think that there would be a lot more if it's just like if they just go after Comey for perjury and they find some issue of perjury, people will complain about it. But if that's it, then I don't think it will recreate any sort of retaliation. But if it's like Comey's just the beginning of going after other people, then I do think it'll create a retaliation. Because you have to think about it from this perspective. Politicians are reacting to their audience. Politicians are audience captured. They are reacting to what their audience does. And if you see like the reaction from the right is to say, don't be a cuck. They went after you. Now you go after them. Why would you expect that the left-wing audience, if they win, is not going to have the exact same emotional reaction? They say, well, they went after us. Don't be a cuck. You have to go after them.
They are going to say that, but the politicians
my
are going to
point,
be
yeah.
like, well, they are cucks. So they're like, well, I don't want to go to jail.
Yeah, but they're going to cuck. Yeah, but if they're in power, it's
Let
more
their
likely they're going to
audience
cuck out
complain.
to their electors or they're the people that elect them. Then they're going to cuck out to some sort of potential future where they're worried about Republicans going after them.
I do think there's a chance that they will think twice about it if politicians start getting thrown in jail.
Okay, I don't think so,
Okay.
but I guess we'll find out.
I mean, there's
Would you like
definitely
to see-
it adds a whole new level to the conflict. Like
Sure.
there are real stakes in this conflict now. It's not just the next election.
Sure. I was to say, Nate the lawyer I don't know if you saw, he had a very good video about the perjury charges against Comey. If you want to check it out.
Okay.
One of us put up a sign outside of, say, some white evangelical church in Alabama, debate me on abortion, and then use that content to say such and such smashes, church parishioner here, such and such owns church
I would
parishioner.
like to
And
see.
Would you like
I would like
to
to
see a
see
version of
people on
that?
our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places that feel unfriendly, have conversations, and look. I put things up on YouTube. They're fairly successful, not the best of the business, and I don't use capital letters destroys in them. I think you can do
Adam.
That's funny because I do think Ezra Klein did totally destroy Ta-Nehisi Coates, but
Right. There you go.
just this whole idea that the political discourse is too coarse for me. The guy who wants to run around and claim the slavery points from ancestors that have been dead for 2 generations. He's the one that's going to lecture us about the discourse, the coarseness of the discourse.
Mm-hmm.
more aligned to hopefully our value structure, our political approach, our political aesthetic, or at least the one that I believe in. I shouldn't overuse the term "our" here. But we weren't doing that either.
I don't know that we weren't. I know, for instance, I have. Like I know for instance, I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go up there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about what it meant to have at that time Confederate memorials up there and to, talk about, a Confederate, I can't remember, what the motto is exactly, but basically it's an argument against lying and what it meant, to have that there and have those grand historical lies. I mean, we had a really, really great interaction. I don't know that, I know everybody didn't agree with me. It would never occur to me, and I think it actually insults the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns West Point cadets.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
I missed it. I was reading the chat for a second. Hold on.
Or just
the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns West Point cadets.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
Say more. No,
it's just so fucking out of it.
I like this sort of. It is annoying. This happens, I feel like, a lot of conversations where you're trying to get at a point and you kind of sense that the other person understands the point, but there's sort of this like willful ignorance and like moving it away to a slightly different point because they don't want to address it.
You really want me to engage in these clickbait style debates?
Right.
Yeah. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you mean?
I think there really was a move towards the sort of approach Clinton is offering here. I think we began to pull back. I really do.
But maybe it would help if you define the we.
I will define the we,
like,
right? Because I actually think this is a very hard thing about talking about political parties,
right,
because they're diffuse.
Right.
Right? It's a lot of people doing a lot of things all at once. But I think of the huge backlash to Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's show because Rogan was transphobic, right? Such a big backlash that when I defended him, I became myself a Twitter trending topic.
Right.
To Elizabeth Warren for going on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher's Islamophobic. Right. There were protests at Netflix when they brought on Dave Chappelle. Right. I think there was a politics of content moderation that took hold that was more about enforcing boundaries of what, were and were not ideas we should be engaged with, than about engaging with them, again, even if opportunistically. And when I go back to something I was saying to you a minute ago, I am in a process right now of thinking we failed, right? We lost. The loss is having terrible consequences. What do we need to rethink? How do we become competitive again in places where we're not? And I think there is something in here.
The platforming strategy is super fascinating because that's exactly what they tried. They were like, look, we don't want to bring these people onto our platforms because we don't want their ideas to spread on our platforms. But in that strategy, they never realized that, well, other platforms would emerge and they would spread those ideas on other platforms and you'd just be creating an information bubble. And sooner or later, there would be more of them that believe those things and they'd never encountered counter arguments that you made. And they, at the same time, weakened their effectiveness at even creating counter arguments because they weren't hearing the arguments that the people that they weren't platforming were making. So it's just a giant failure of a strategy.
It's interesting because this whole idea of like, we will not allow people to talk about an idea so that it doesn't grow. I think that only works in two situations. It works if you have an authoritarian government that can basically just try to control everything. And even then it can still grow, right? But it's going to be a lot more effective than in our society where you have free speech. So
can go, open society.
Yeah, right. And then the other way is that I think it only works if the idea is so distasteful.
Right.
And then like, the pro pedo people or something, right? If some very distasteful idea, and the mainstream idea is like still not crazy. And I think this is where so much of like the issue that you're talking about happened, where like a lot of the mainstream like pushed out anything that was anti-woke, and then the anti-woke spaces sort of just grew and grew, is because at its core, the woke stuff was so unhinged and insane that it was so obvious to so many people of how inappropriate it was for so many to say, you have to swallow this new idea and you're not allowed to argue, you're not allowed to discuss it. It's like everyone knew it. And there was so many people that were just cowards about it. They just kept their mouth shut. They just turned the other way. They just, didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, the ideas that they were trying to shut out by not platforming were the ideas that there's a difference between men and women, right? Biological sex differences, which just that's insane. You're not gonna just not talk about that and win a debate over that kind of
Right.
something that's
Or,
just so mainstream
yes,
and people just
intuitive.
believe. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Or it's okay to be racist against white people
Yes, another
because
good
we're
one. Yeah.
redefining the word in some fucking stupid way.
Right.
Yes.
So if you're just not going to have those debates because it's already settled, people are going to go, what?
There was an interesting comment. It's not in this conversation, the other conversation. I forget who says it, that they were saying there were so many people that were like middle aged and up that, they had identified on the left, but they looked around at sort of like the hyper woke shit and they were like, I don't recognize my country anymore. And I feel like I don't fit in the country anymore. And that idea, obviously that idea is going to get people to vote against all that stuff.
Yeah, I saw a lot of videos like that. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of people were like, just what happened? What
Yes.
happened?
People feel like even if they disagree with us on some things, that they have a place with us. And my experience going around the country, talking to people, I've been on a lot of, right of center podcasts lately, is that, rightly or wrongly, like what they took and something that really empowered Trump in the last election was a sense that they didn't. And like we were against them. And if so, they were going to be against us. And I think that's in the end doing politics badly.
So I think two things. I think about how much you argued that like Biden shouldn't run again. What if he doesn't earlier and you have a Democrat who wins the presidency? Like there are other big explainers that I can see for it. You know what I mean? That don't feel so.
This is why I don't think the Ezra Klein pragmatic argument is going to be ultimately persuasive, because there's always a million different factors people can point to. And I think even if you do persuade people on the pragmatic argument, that just still kicks the can down the road for the sort of woke ideology to go dormant and then come back in a few years. I do think there needs to be an actual ideological assessment of who these people are, what they stand for, how it's different from liberalism, how it's post-liberalism, it's anti-liberalism, and a very explicit denouncement of everything they stand for. I don't think you can win on this sort of like vague, pragmatic argument.
Yeah, I mean, you call me idealistic. Jeez.
I don't know if that's going to happen. Look, listen, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it needs to happen. It should happen.
Yeah, it's confirmation bias. They're constantly going to be able to find something else. You can see Ezra Klein is visibly distraught over the ease that he just pivots to, what if we won the election, though? We're doing everything right.
Yes. Exactly.
What if it was just the fact that Biden stayed in and fucked us, but really we did everything right in the election?
Right.
I mean, even that. I mean, the general consensus is that Kamala lost because she was too close to Biden, that she didn't denounce him at all and vigorously enough.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea that,
well, I think he's saying if Biden dropped out earlier, so there could have been like,
an
actual primary process or something.
Right. Yeah.
Which is funny because that's basically him saying, that's him acknowledging that Kamala sucked. And yet later in this conversation, I think he talks about how like, oh, so many black women were energized by Kamala Harris or something.
I tell you, all they have is representation. That's all
I'm just
they
saying, yeah,
have.
it seems contradictory to this position.
They
So
are the real racists. They are, because their whole idea is that we will give you someone that looks like you. Vote for them. Vote for them because they look like you.
yeah,
It's so ridiculous.
Diffuse. The other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but you know, when you say fatalism, like I take that to mean that what's the point of fighting? But I think that misapprehends the philosophy here. It's not that you know what's going to happen. It's not that you know Donald Trump is going, it's that you don't underestimate what you are up against. It's actually kind of the opposite. I mean, man, you yourself wrote these articles about how high the level of racial resentment was. That this country, or some segment of it, was so, as the term was used at the time, racially resentful. I call it racist, but racist, that it flooded down to Barack Obama's dog, Bo. Mm-hmm. That's not a small amount of power. Like, that's not a small force. And so, just really quickly getting back to Charlie Kirk, like, I would watch those clips of him saying those things, man, and I would see how people would cheer and get charged by it. People get activated by hate. It's a very, very, very strong force. And so I don't think it requires you to feel that you will eventually lose. On the contrary, I think it requires you to feel that even if you do lose, you have this kind of steadfastness, you know what I mean, to keep going.
In today's
Ow. It's hard because I feel myself being very activated by hatred right now.
it's funny because I didn't know what he was talking about in terms of the dog thing. I was like, what's he talking about? There's this study from 2012, okay, where essentially they somehow rated people on some level of like racial resentment, which I'm kind of curious what questions they ask people to make a determination about racial resentment.
Oh,
But
that's got
they
to be rich, doesn't it?
but they somehow charted people on a poll or a study on like how they would be scored for racial resentment. And then afterwards they showed them a picture of Obama's dog and Kennedy's dog. And they would tell them like sometimes they would tell them like, oh, Obama's dog was Obama's dog, and sometimes they'd tell them that Obama's dog was really Kennedy's dog. And they were saying that, well, according to their research, the more racial resentment the person scored, the lower they would score their favorability of Obama's dog.
What
Which
the
is just,
fuck?
which is such a weird study. Like I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's kind of
Is that
funny.
supposed to be telling of where we're at?
But it's not. It's not. The interesting thing is, it's not really telling of anything. It's not telling of like how racist people are overall. It's just saying like, well, if there are people that are racist, they're going to project their racist on everything related to Obama, I guess. But that doesn't show anything in terms of like, well, how many of those racist people are that you're talking about. So I don't even know why. Well, I mean, I know why, but it's completely irrelevant for Ta-Nehisi Coates to bring it up in the current conversation.
Well, he wants to bring it up because he wants to say that's all Trump voters. That's 50% of America.
Yeah, well,
Be afraid.
the argument that always comes up is that the reason there was sort of this shift to things being more racist in America, they always want to say it's because all the racists got activated by Obama, which that doesn't make sense to me because you would think if that was the case, you should see in terms of like things getting more racist, you should see a steady line of like Obama's elected in 2008, and then there's a steady increase of like people becoming more and more and more and more racist, right? But that's not really what happens. You sort of see like Obama's elected. I don't believe there's really much movement towards people becoming more racist. And you only start to see the spike up start in like the 2014 era, where suddenly you start to see things going up. And I say, well, why are you pointing at Obama? That's sort of when wokeness started to rear its ugly head publicly. So that would make more sense to me that that's when you start to see, the thing rise up. And I guess maybe even 2012. And I think that's sort of like when the original echoes of, or not echoes, but the original voice of BLM and all that stuff kind of start get going too.
Right. You saw the left being openly racist and suffering no downside from it.
Well, just the sort of the framing of like, it makes sense to me that racial resentment is going to increase when the framing begins of we live in this horrible racist country and white people are intrinsically racist.
Right.
It
When
makes
people are
sense to me
pushing
that
that narrative, it's going to,
right, that's going to make people more divided. That's going to make people more defensive in terms of how they orient things. What is this? What am I seeing on? What are you moving on the screen?
I'm just doing
I
a
don't
little
know.
light graphic design.
Oh, okay.
What?
The Oceanist, thank you so much for the $50. Says Ta-Nehisi Coates, is everything wrong with collectivism? You are not your ancestors' success or failures. You can only own your own success or failures. His type of thinking is cancerous and cringe. He wants people to blame the shortcomings on other people. Yes. Madney
Unfortunately.
85 for $20 says, my brother's best friend was killed by a black man. Should he pass on that hatred to his kids the way Coates would? Of course not. The fact that he's a prominent left-wing intellectual is why I want nothing to do with the left. It's just, it is so, it is really depressing. It is really depressing just how blind a lot of the racialized identity politics has hooked into people's frame. They just can't move past it.
Yeah. And the irony to call their opposition hateful.
Right.
Fucking ironic. I mean, Charlie Kirk's wife came out and said she forgave the assassin, for heaven's sake.
I know. Which is just incredible.
Yeah.
So. The Mongolian leprechaun Superman from Saturn, thanks so much for the $50. Says, I have one more question. Sitch and Adam, have you guys ever thought about getting Leaflet on your channel to talk about politics? She's a Japanese American VTuber who is center right leaning. I think you guys might get along. Yeah, maybe. I'm not familiar with any of their content, but sure.
I mean, we'll invite anyone on. So if you want to reach out to her.
Anyone. But
okay.
Yeah. Most people. We'll invite most people on, including Leaflet. Austin Unruh for $20. Thanks so much. As the problem with the eye for an eye politics is that one tribe will never see the transgression of their own tribe. So the tit for tat will be perpetual. The only answer is to stay true to your moral system. 100%. 100%.
Which is the worse from your perspective, my perspective, the other side gets, the more people want their reaction to sort of be, and their strategy to be emotionally consonant with how they're feeling about it. Because these people are so bad, there can be no quarter, right? I had somebody we both know, I'll say an eminent academic of one form or another, emailed me after these pieces and just say to me, like, we are not on the same side anymore, right? The what I was doing, it was too far, right? Like, we are just not on the same side. If
Can you imagine that? I wish he would have named them. Who is this prominent lefty academic?
Noam Chomsky.
Emailed. Noam Chomsky's like too old to know how to work email. Okay, he's out of it.
He had his assistant do it.
Right. Who's like emailing Ezra like, you've gone too far.
It was Noam. I know it for a fact.
Okay.
Noam Chomsky, that fucker.
Right.
I can say these things. I have a feeling right now that we are closer to genuine national rupture. Certainly we've been in my lifetime, right? The idea that this experiment, that America could topple into something else, into something much worse, into some kind of new extended regime, feels very real to me, right? I remember when I was on the Why We're Polarized book tour.
I interviewed you for it.
You did, yeah. The end of that book is this recitation of what happened in the 1960s, the political assassinations, the violence in the streets, like what the state was doing, what was happening. But on the book tour, what I would say is my nightmare scenario is that level of violence and fracture with these kinds of parties, where politics is not for all of its flaws, a calming force, because like the views are diffuse across the two parties, but an accelerant. And I think we're much more now in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what does some kind of de-escalation before you get to rupture look like? But the other is that there are a lot of people who live in places we used to win not that long ago. So I've been thinking about Obamacare. When Obamacare passes, there are Democratic senators in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in West Virginia, in Missouri, in Indiana, in North Carolina, in South Dakota, in North Dakota. And I've been thinking that I think for a lot of us, to twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri or Arkansas. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah. So I think a couple things about that. First of all, I just want to bring in the historical perspective. Not that long ago, I can remember when Obama won. And I believe you would remember this too. And there were all of these pieces about the end of conservatism and the end of the Republican Party. You don't know how it's going to go. Nobody really, it doesn't mean you shouldn't think about how it's going to go. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but no one really, I mean, again,
And in 2005, there were all these pieces about the end of the Democratic Party.
Yes, it was.
Right? Democrats had lost touch with the heartland.
Yeah.
Right? They were never going to get it back.
That's right. And so I think it's always like important to keep that in the background. Look, I have, just in terms of bridging gaps and everything.
The Republicans were shut out of power for 40 years with FDR. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that a political party can be locked out of power for a long fucking time.
Well,
so this whole idea that, it's going to be back and forth from here to eternity is just wishful thinking. Very wishful thinking.
There were Republican presidents after FDR. So, like, what do you mean when you say they were shut out of power?
The Democrats controlled the House and the Senate for 40 years. The Republicans gained control of one of them for like some 2-year stint, but they had a lock on power.
I'm trying to remember. I have to check. I think they had a lot of control over the House. I think the Senate went back and forth still, but I'm not 100%
look it up.
on that. Okay.
Look it up.
Right.
The idea that, this is just complete wishful thinking. We're at a completely different place right now. Someone is going to win this culture war and lock the other party out for a long period of time. And I find it impossible to believe that the Democrats are even competitive when they can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman.
Yeah.
They are fucking not competitive. They are not competitive. They're ridiculously out of touch. When they we had Dev on our Tuesday stream and he's parroting the Democratic line that, it's no big deal. People don't even think about it. Just don't even think about it. No, Americans care. They don't want to live in an environment where there's a bunch of crazy people running around that can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman.
Right.
Yeah, and it's not transphobic to say so, and they're tired of being called transphobic for pointing that out, for pointing out that there's a biological reality the Democrats used to be in favor of. Democrats were the ones that were scared to death that Republicans were going to put intelligent design into grade school and convince their children there was a God. Now they want to tell your kid that they can pick their own biological sex. What the fuck? Parents are not going to put up with this.
No.
And look, they're not competitive. Look, and this interview completely lays it out. Ta-Nehisi Coates is not talking about this shit. Ezra Klein is not talking about this shit. They're talking about fucking stuff that is inconsequential to the actual electoral politics. Neither one of them are talking about what do voters want. They're talking about how do we as Democrats stop pissing people off. And they're not even talking about that in terms where they could actually achieve that goal. And look, they love pissing people off. The whole plan of the Democratic Party is trigger right wingers. They love doing this. That's what they love to do. Did you look up the political parties?
Yes.
Go ahead. I've looked it up many times.
Oh yeah, I'm counting. Okay, so
ask your favorite AI. They'll give you a little.
Well, no, I just brought
on
it. The chat.
Okay.
I've been getting a lot of sus answers from AI, so I'm sometimes I like to check. But so in the House, it is pretty crazy. Once FDR was elected, up until 1995.
Yes, 95.
Right. So from 1933 to 1995, the Republicans only won the House twice.
Yes.
which is pretty crazy, right? It's
Yeah.
very crazy.
That's the power of a consensus, a
Right.
political consensus across the country.
Right. And this is, I guess, where you get, Nixon saying we're all Keynesian now, right?
Yeah,
That
I
definitely
guess.
changed the environment. For the Senate, we have one, two, three, four, five. So only five. So more, but not that much more. So only five times the Senate. So there you go. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There was a huge consensus. Now it's interesting.
The fourth turning is here.
Now it's very interesting because in 95, it like completely shifts. In 95, the next one, two, three, four, five, 6 terms were all just Republican control.
Yeah,
So I guess that was when the big switch like really manifested
the
itself.
Republicans figured it out.
Right.
They came up with a contract for America, and they
Mhm.
decided that they were going to give people what they thought they wanted, or give
Well,
people what they actually wanted.
it's interesting because Reagan won by such massive margins that even with Reagan, the Democrats still held on control of the House, and the Republicans only got control of the Senate under Reagan, which is kind of interesting.
The left today does not realize how bad they've fucked up. I really don't think they have any concept of it. And Ta-Nehisi Coates coming out here in the very beginning and saying, look, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I don't think Ta-Nehisi Coates knows that Republicans were shut out of power for 40 years.
Well, the parties back then were more mixed in terms of their alignment, right? I mean, you had all the Dixiecrats and everything. That's what's kind of interesting. That's what Ezra was talking about when he said, even with Obama, and part of why it was difficult to get healthcare passed for him was there's all these Democrats in red states that he went through the list. There's all these Democrats in red states that you had to appease in order to get that passed, and that's not really the environment. It doesn't seem like anymore.
Right. Well, and if Democrats are completely controlling Congress, you probably had a lot of conservatives that were like, join the Democratic Party just so that they could get into Congress.
Maybe I think if I don't remember, it was a long time ago, but I think most of those like the Blue Dogs they said I think they were more like they had been Democrats forever. I don't think they just changed to win the election, but because the margin was really narrow in Obama. The Democrats only controlled the House, I think, by like
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
like one or two
super
votes
narrow.
or
Yeah.
something. Yeah,
I
have a big.
or maybe it was the Senate that they controlled by one or two votes. But
I'm watching very closely to these future elections because I do think we're definitely at a turning point.
yeah,
A tipping point, may I say.
we're at the turning point.
We are definitely at the turning point. I just it's so weird because no Democrat is going to do any sort of mea culpa. None of them are going to be like, oh yeah, we've been pushing a bunch of shit that's just patently insane.
Yeah, it will be interesting because it's hard for me to see that happening. And maybe this is wishful thinking, but I also think there's a possibility if it does happen in 2028 that it will be like the oh my God, thank you moment. It's kind of like when Trump came out against the war in Iraq
Mm-hmm.
and people on the right were like, oh my God, finally we can voice our real opinions about Iraq, right?
That would be super.
Yeah, now that someone on the right is against it, we could actually agree. I wonder if there's some candidate on the left that could kind of do the same thing for woke shit.
I was listening to some podcast and the woman framed it perfectly. She was a left-wing liberal, and she talked about how she was introduced to trans rights. And basically, she thought of it as gay rights. She's like, oh, yeah, we've been through the gay rights thing. Trans rights is just gay rights. We're doing it over again, standing up to the bigots, all of that. And then she's like, but then now I realize it's nothing like gay rights. It's completely different. Like women end up sacrificing their rights. There's this huge social contagion component that's dangerous for children. It's not gay rights at all. It's completely different. And I was sold a bill of goods that I was going along with that as soon as I realized I was going along with something insane, I turned it around. And I think a lot of people are having that same realization. You still hear people say, oh, it's exactly the same as gay rights. It's just gay rights. It's just, they said the same thing about gay people. It's just exactly like the gay rights movement. So
Right.
there are still people stuck in that cognitive mode, right? They've got the cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias keeping them going in the same direction. So those people might just be lost to time. But I do think enough people are turning around and realizing this is crazy shit, that it's going to give the Republicans a distinct advantage going forward that a lot of Democrats don't even seem to realize.
I think a lot of people are just cowardly. A lot of people are against this stuff. They were either always against it or they turned against it. And they need a leader to voice that opinion, to tell them it's safe to also voice that opinion.
Yeah, the Iraq analogy with Trump is a perfect analogy. Yeah. They want someone to stand up and say, oh, this shit's insane.
Right.
They want Josh Shapiro to stand up and say, trans rights is not the same as gay rights.
Right.
There are all these dangers that we should be aware of and be working against. We still have to stand up for the trans community. There are legitimately people who have gender dysphoria that we need to be caring and compassionate about. But we can't trans all of the children in the meantime.
Yes.
We can't let their benefits come at the cost of other people. Right?
Right.
Yeah. But are they going to do that? Probably not.
Basic level of respect that I accord to everybody. You know what I mean? I want to say what I have to say. I don't want to shrink back from it. You know what I mean? But I do think on a basic level, there's a respect that has to be had for people that I disagree with, right? At the same time, I recognize that part of my audience, and I would say an important part of my audience, is people who have never enjoyed that respect. You know what I mean? People who, in fact, are subjects of the kind of hate that Charlie Kirk was harvesting.
See, this is fucking horrible. I can't stand this guy. He's basically saying that Charlie Kirk is constantly disrespecting his audience, which I just think is a lie, is a total lie, fabrication, fake news, made up so that people will believe that. And if he did any digging whatsoever, he could dispel those facts with his audience. But no, he profits off of it.
It's funny because Ezra literally just said that part of the problem is that as the disagreement grows, the audience that consumes political content becomes more disagreeable and angry, and they want the rhetoric and the politicians to match that level.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what Coates is saying, is that he's like, well, my audience, is being victimized by Kirk. So how can I turn around and, say anything nice about him? He's like, he's saying the exact thing that Klein just said.
Yeah, it sucks. It totally sucks. I mean, sooner or later you have to look and say, what are the true facts on the ground, right? And obviously both sides are going to disagree on the facts, but I think cooler heads can discern what is actually true. And in that discernment, I think Ta-Nehisi Coates is wrong, completely incorrect, especially about Charlie Kirk. Just from so many of the things that I've seen, he doesn't have any characteristics of the kind of racist that they've tried to turn him into. I mean, there were Black Americans ubiquitous in the Turning Points USA movement. Why would that be the case if he was a fucking
Uncle
racist?
Tom's at him.
I know. Look, I know the left will constantly say, "Oh, don't you understand? He just moved him in kind of a slave role. They were there to do the hard work that the white people didn't want to do." That's such bullshit. That's such a massive cope.
And I can't ever contribute to making them feel like they've been abandoned. And B, I can't ever stand by and watch somebody do that. And in the name of unity or whatever, act like that's not happening because there are real consequences. And so it's like, when I read his words towards trans people, Jesus, when I read, you know what I mean, the language towards Haitians specifically, which was very, very, Haitians will become your masters if you don't elect Trump. I mean, this is very, very familiar to me. You know, it's this idea of Haitians coming into the country or immigrants raping your daughters. I mean, this was really, really.
Did he say Haitians will become your masters?
Now I'm curious. I accidentally quit the Watch Together because I tried to open a new tab.
I know. See,
I was like,
all these claims, these
right.
wild fucking claims come out. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk. Haitians would become your masters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the incendiary stuff he said about trans people. He wanted to lynch those trans people. Did you hear that? You know, that's the one he's talking about the trans people.
Charlie Kirk has used, I don't know about this Haitian thing. He's used incendiary rhetoric that, like, you know, calling Biden, you know, treasonous and a terrorist regime. And I mean, he's used like, you know, a lot of this sort of rhetoric. So I don't think you could just say like, oh yes, he was like an innocent,
just not around
angel.
Race, right?
Right. But I don't know if but this comment is very interesting. So this will become, Haitian migrants will become your masters comment.
He knows. He's like, I got to stay away from the rhetoric around race because the people are crazy. Right. But I can use heavy incendiary rhetoric around politics.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's more latitude there.
Right.
That would be what I would think, but I don't know. Are you fact checking him?
I'm trying to find the quote, yeah.
I'll play some more.
Really dark stuff is at the core of this country. And so I feel like for Haitian immigrants that are in, you know, Ohio who are living under the weight of this, for trans kids who, you know what I mean, are dealing with, you know, being, I don't even want to use the term bullied, beaten up, attacked, threatened. You know what I mean? It's very, very important to me, given the post I have, to say, I see you, but also this dude was wrong. And I'm all for unifying. I'm all for bridging gaps, but not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. I just can't.
I think
just so one-sided. For the women being up by trans women. Oh, fuck them. Fuck them. It bugs me when people say trans kids too.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, we got another retard here. Great. I hope he keeps talking. I hope he actually canvasses for somebody I hope he canvasses for AOC when AOC is running for president. Ta-Nehisi Coates, everyone.
The thing we go to there, right? Not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. Because I've gotten a lot of that in email, right? Like, how am I supposed to talk to these people? How am I supposed to deal with these people who are denying my humanity?
I'm not against talking to him about it. I'll talk to you very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
I guess the place where I'm not even 100% sure if we disagree, if you just like sort of see your role differently, right? I think that in losing as badly as we have imperiled trans people terribly.
Yes.
Politics is for power.
Joe Biden did that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I really wish he would have asked him, what do you mean Joe Biden did that?
He's going to blame it on Joe Biden after
pretty crazy.
After he took the staunch stance that he just did on trans people. What are you talking about? Because you just said what you did, you fucking idiot. You're endangering them.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden is gone. You're still here and still being a fucking idiot.
Well, also just, I don't know what position Joe Biden took that you would say like, oh, he threw trans people under the bus. Like, I don't, what are you even talking about?
Yeah. Ta-Nehisi Coates still continuing to throw trans people under the bus in the guise of saving them. Good job.
Politics is for power. And so I think that the question I am just genuinely struggling with isn't how to have like a great kumbaya moment, But I think it is taking seriously that something we're doing is not working. I mean, I had Sarah McBride, who's the first trans member of Congress on the show. And, we were talking about every single survey you can offer on like trans rights has gone in the wrong direction the past couple of years, right? We've just begun to lose that argument terribly. And that has put people in real danger. So I take your point when you say, look, I want people to feel seen in my writing. And I want people to feel seen in my writing and my podcasting. But I think the place I'm trying to push towards is I think that there is a diminishment of the political coalition building that we now need to do, because we have come to the view that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
like, that's not, so when you ask me about that Hillary Clinton, that's what, like, I would never say it like that.
That's great. I think it's good that you wouldn't.
It's so obvious so that he thinks it.
It's funny the way I would never say it like that. It's like, okay.
Yeah. He's saying, I completely sign off on this idea, but that's a very poor way to word it.
Right.
Which just means, I mean, that's bad. That's bad. You're looking for the right words to lie to people is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
Say it like that, but and I'm not saying.
I don't even think that, by the way. Like, right. I don't even focus on.
Look, he realized what he had said. He's, oh shit. I just said the quiet part out loud, Sitch. I better back the truck up. Boop. I fucked up.
People that look, I am at war with certain ideologies and ideas, and I want them expunged. I want to turn them into phrenology. That's what I want. But I don't want the people, you know what I mean, out. Like when you start talking about who people are and their bones, like that.
Phrenology. It's interesting that he brings up phrenology. I wonder how he does feel about your biological sex being assigned at birth rather than observed at birth or detected at birth.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder where he would put that on the phrenology scale. I wonder. What do you think, Sitch? You're busy reading. Did you find?
I'm trying to find.
Have you dug in? Have you found the truth?
I found
yet?
a clip, but I want to find. Unfortunately, I don't think the actual.
It's clipped out of context. It's AI. Oh shit!
Well, no.
I don't. An AI clip.
Because I think a lot of the Charlie Kirk podcast, a lot of it was on Rumble, and not YouTube.
Oh
and
wow!
The little program that I use to kind of go through YouTube transcripts to find the right videos, I don't think that
doesn't
works
work on Rumble.
I think it only works on.
He got
YouTube.
deplatformed on YouTube, or
no, I don't think he got deplatformed. I think they just did a lot of stuff on Rumble. They probably had some agreement or something.
Okay. Rumble is a little sus. I've only been invited on Rumble once, and it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a friendly engagement, so.
Well, because I did find a clip. It's not very good. It's not a great clip.
Okay.
But
you're like, I need the context.
Well, I want to, everyone always says, oh, you got to make.
I know. We want to make
sure. I agree.
We want to make sure that we're correct.
I want to make sure it's the correct.
We don't want to
context.
say anything unless we're 100% certain.
Right.
That we're on the right side of history.
So, I mean, I could send, unfortunately, it's a blue sky video.
Mm-hmm. No, don't send it.
You're going to have to
it could be AI. No.
You're gonna have to send, no, it's a real video. I found a different clip, I think, on YouTube. I think it has a little bit less context.
No, let's look into this later.
Well,
we'll let it go.
Just bring it up.
What was the accusation again?
I sent you a link. It was about.
Sky? I don't have a Blue Sky account though.
You don't need a Blue Sky account. I don't have a Blue Sky account.
Okay.
You just click on it. It's just a video. You just open it like an X window, like when we do the 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Oh my God, this is the first time I've ever been on Blue Sky.
I know, right?
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's 1 minute and 19 seconds.
Yep.
I guess we're doing a 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, go.
The Harris-Biden regime, they are stuffing foreigners in the reddest communities across the country, in small town red America. I think partially as revenge. Blake might not agree with this, but I think that they get like off on this sinister, like, we're going to go send the Haitians into red America.
Maybe a bit of that.
I think there's an element there. You can't convince me. I have no evidence of that, but it's just gut instinct. I'm not going to get into what states can do to resist this yet, because I want to win the election and do this properly through the federal government. If we lose in November, it's going to get very, very messy. I'm just going to be honest. Like, it's going to get messy of states being...
Especially if they start packing the courts. Then you really have to start thinking like, okay, what are we going to do about like this truly out of control, wants it all?
Do we have a country at that point? I don't want to get there yet, Emily. But Emily, just so we're clear, the Haitians that are in Huntsville that are raping your women and hunting you down at night, it's only going to get worse unless Donald Trump wins. A new report from Fox News that 2 million plus of them. Thank you for being a member. And stay safe in Alabama, and pray Trump wins, or else things are going to get really bad. They're going to get even worse. There will be hundreds of thousands of Haitians brought into Alabama, and they will become your masters.
Okay, that is not good. Obviously, we saw several cuts there.
There was one jump cut. We said,
yeah. We did not hear the context of the caller.
Right.
So
I'm assuming that whatever that's from is on Rumble. I can't find the actual full clip on YouTube. Just people reacting to it.
Right.
But yeah, that's not a great comment. It's definitely pretty spicy.
Pretty incendiary. Yeah.
Pretty incendiary, not very unifying.
Very fear-mongering.
Yes.
Get to the polls, vote for Donald Trump, otherwise
the Democrats are revenge stuffing black rapists into your community.
Right. Oh man.
So you know what? I hadn't heard that clip before. I will say that's a completely fine point to bring up to criticize Charlie Kirk on in the conversation. Obviously doesn't justify political violence. We're cheering him on, but to criticize him, 100% acceptable. Very crazy comment.
Right.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So we know one of these reposts is definitely Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? Over on Blue Sky.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm sure it is. You know he reposted that.
But this is why I say kind of the way that I look at it is more aligned. Yeah, Charlie Kirk is going to say a lot of shit that you're going to find very distasteful or even racist. People on the right are going to listen to a lot of stuff Ta-Nehisi Coates says. That's incredibly distasteful or racist. But the metric can't be then that either justifies political violence either explicitly or sort of hand waves it away.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they say things that you find distasteful or bigoted.
So in a way, I'm not sure. I mean, in a way, I think we're saying something not too dissimilar here. Mm-hmm. I guess the place where I felt a lot of pushback, and maybe this was not your pushback, right? Was, the first piece I can just sort of, like, I accept that there's a disagreement on, like, what to do in the 24 hours after a death. Like, you feel like I was whitewashing the guy, and I felt like I was sort of...
do.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
It's very upsetting.
I know you do. The second piece I did, which I think you saw, was more about this question of, what are we going to do living here in sort of two types of disagreement, right? One with a right where Charlie Kirk has become sort of the center of it, right? He's not unusual for the MAGA coalition. He's a sort of uniting force within it, and the kind of things he believed and the way he did his politics. And then two, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to be here with people who are like halfway there, right? What does it mean to be in this political community together? What do you think about that question?
About how to live together?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth. You know what I mean? I think it's it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, there's no real choice about this. I'm not renouncing my American citizenship. they're not renouncing their American citizenship. So this then, as far as I'm concerned, is a contest of ideas and narratives. Again, all I can go to is my role as a writer. And my role as a writer is to state things as clearly as I possibly can, to make them in such a way that they haunt, to state truths, and to reinforce probably the animating notion of my politics. And that is that all humanity is equal and is worthy of that, And I actually think all of the sort of political and policy positions are, that I probably find myself in sympathy with, are attempting to affect that, in the real world. And again, I'm putting aside your piece, but I'm just thinking about the moment we're in.
First, I don't think he's clear in his speech or his writing at all. And second of all, I just fundamentally disagree that like all humanity is equal. I think there are fucking pieces of shit out there who are murderous scum, and that we need to fucking take care of business on those people and separate them from society so that the people who are good and should be treated as equal can thrive. So this idea that we can't have some tough love in our lives just completely infuriates me. So our society thrives because we take this caustic element out of society.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you have to be aware of that. You can't be Pollyanna about it. So
right.
When I hear or see people who are honored and commemorated in such a way so that they almost become a national religious figure, and then I see their content, and I see that their content is actively destructive to humanity, I have to draw a line there. Like I think like, for me, like the bigger question is where are the lines? You know what I mean? And I think there's no problem with saying, listen, you can't hurl epithets at people. You're out if you do that. I'm sorry. Look, you want to have a debate about whether we should have affirmative action, in colleges? I'm here for it. You want to have a debate?
What does it mean to be on the other side of the line?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
What is it? So once somebody's on the other side of the line,
right?
What does that mean for you?
For instance, once you think it's okay.
No.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to make this concrete.
Yeah, no, I am too.
Yes.
Once, for whatever the definition of the line is.
Right.
This is hilarious. He's like, my goal is to be crystal clear here. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Isn't that hilarious?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean for you for somebody to be on the other side of it? Right? Not somebody who just died.
Right.
But somebody still living.
Right. If you think it is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
Am I allowed to dehumanize them if they're murderous scumbags?
Well,
come on, tell me.
Yeah. Yes, obviously. But it's annoying because in this, it's always the blindness to your own tribe's transgressions.
Oh, of course.
Because if this is the argument, well, if you dehumanize a person, then they're out, right? And they're going to say, okay, Charlie Kirk has made comments that dehumanize people, which I think you can definitely make the argument for that. I don't see why or how that's not going to apply to all the people that we've covered on the left who diminish someone's opinion or say you're not allowed to talk about something because you're a man or you're white or whatever.
Oh,
these
of
are all
course.
dehumanizing things. That's why I think it is important to say, yes, there are people on the left that are very big. There are people on the right that are very big. They're going to say things that you're going to view as dehumanizing. They're going to say things that you find incredibly offensive. And we have to live with it. We have to live with this in the political framework of speech and not, murdering each other over these words. I think if a person, I mean, my line is, if there is a person who's advocating for violence against other people and advocating for violent revolution or the violent overthrow of government, whether they're sort of doing it with a wink and a nod or they're saying explicitly, I'm not going to call for them to be killed or anything like that. I don't think that it's good, but I'm not really going to shed a tear on it. That's my line. Where I say I don't really care at that point, because then it's like, well, if you're not even going to, like, if you're not going to defend the standards of free speech, then, you know, they need shit, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's on you then at
basically.
that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly.
Right. Yeah. I'll be
And
right
so
back.
what do you do with the fact that so many
Thanks.
people
I'm
think that
letting
is
you know.
okay?
I think what you try to do is, again, this is the difference, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the crystal ball to say that in this time, I'm going to be able to convince a majority of people that, for instance, let's just take the thing that's hot right now. Trans folks are human beings and deserve humanity. Although I think,
Oh my God, I cannot believe this. I think this video came out like 4 days ago. And Ta-Nehisi Coates, huge person on the left, is saying, let me just take the thing that's hot right now, the thing that's so fucking hot that everyone on the left is talking about day and night, the hot thing, that trans people are human beings and that we need to fight for trans rights in the next election. When we just had that live stream where Dev was saying, oh, it's no big deal. Why is anyone talking about it? It's just the right trying to make this seem like it's a wedge issue. They don't know. Nobody cares about this. You guys are crazy. The hot thing.
most people know that you shouldn't say what he said. Like, that shit is rude. It's just rude to talk to people like that. And I think most people know.
Oh, it's just rude. Oh my God, he's so rude. How dare he? Political assassination is one thing, but let's not be rude.
That. So as I'm thinking my way through the question, I actually think that's not a hard line to draw.
Yeah, that's a thing that drives me crazy because, hey, don't introduce this strange ideology that claims that my child can pick what their biological sex is at their whim to my child when they're 5 years old, when they're 6 years old, 7 years old, when they're just trying to figure out who they are. They're coming to grips with their identity. Let's not introduce this strange fucking ideology to them. And they are claiming that is the hatred of trans people. What world are we living in? They do not even understand the very basics of raising children. They do not even understand the very basics of identity formation. They do not understand the very basics of human psychology. Why would you trust these people with any power in your life whatsoever? It's insane.
What I miss?
Oh, you missed some great stuff.
Oh, okay.
You missed Ta-Nehisi Coates talking about, let's just talk about the thing that's super hot right now, trans issues, which I was talking about how Dev told me it's not hot at all and no one is talking about it.
Right. That's funny.
It is. It's hilarious. It's so weird that they cannot see this from a parent's perspective at all. They just see it as like some civil rights thing that they're fighting against the homophobes. They think the right doesn't have a leg to stand on in this, and they're all just big old bigots. It's fucking hysterical to me.
I think not calling people out of their name, I think that's actually a basic value that most people have. And I think people who think it's not, who are pushing that, are actually themselves on the other side of the line.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
from policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand it's different than policy.
You use the wrong pronouns, you deserve to be assassinated. Look, that's what he believes. Okay, he's taking a strong stance here. It doesn't matter what you believe. Okay, if you don't believe in that ideology and you don't want to use people's pronouns, that doesn't matter to him. You're being rude and deserve to be assassinated.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who in his comportment as a human being on the public stage, I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Right.
And then he won in 16, lost sort of narrowly in 20 and then won in 2024. And I think the thing that has led to for me is recognizing that I don't get to draw the line. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have one in my own heart, but I think that is the thing that I am struggling with. Which
that's so fucking beautiful right there, because that's exactly right. You don't get to draw the line, and you have to have some sort of humility and some respect, dare I say, for democracy to be able to say that. And so many of the people, and it bugs the shit out of me because they stand under the banner of Democrats. You have to have respect for democracy, okay? You don't get to draw the line. We draw the line together as a culture through elections.
Right.
Which is, not only is he clearly, for most people, or a lot of people, plurality of the voters in the last election, not somehow way over the line, but like, that means it's a lot of people who are willing to accept things that I thought we would have found unacceptable. Like, if you had told me, like, I would have thought that the way he acts in public is unacceptable, and it's not. And so I think for me, and this goes back to maybe the culture that you feel didn't exist, but I feel did, that there was a view that we could sort of work with politics with drawing these lines, that there were people going to be inside them and outside them, and we could work that way. And I think that I am like working with the question of what happens if you don't believe that, if you don't control the line. What I see is any line that existed at all collapsing. So I'm watching like Holocaust revisionism on like the biggest right-wing podcasts, right? I'm watching Tucker Carlson like turn into, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant force on the right, like bigger than he ever was in his, smarmy libertarian phase. And this stuff is real.
All because we wanted to teach 5-year-olds that they could pick their biological sex. What a fucking trade-off. What a fucking stupid trade-off. No, look, I don't like any of that far right shit. I don't like any of that far right nonsense. But they're gaining ground because the Democratic Party has become so insane. Fucking insane. Do you disagree, Sitch?
I agree.
Yeah. They need to, all because they're like, we're going to be obstinate on this one issue that Republicans actually have some points on, some prudent points. We're going to completely make ourselves not even viable.
Yep.
It's fucking retarded.
Appeal, like, as you said, right? That's not a surprise on some level. It's just something you have to deal with. And so that's where this question of the line drawing, like, I have lines what I think should and should not be acceptable, but those lines clearly have no relationship to my country, to politics. And I think I've been asking the question without really having an answer. I want to be honest about this. Of what follows from that?
I think you do have a line. I think
I'm sure I do.
I think there are things, for instance, that I could say that would make you say it's no point in Ta-Nehisi coming up on and being on this podcast. And likewise, there are things you could say, obviously, that I would say it's no point in me talking to Ezra.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm saying what happens if 35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that? Does that change anything? Or no, like the line just holds?
No, I mean, welcome to Black America. That's our history. The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. That's just been what it is, And
I fucking hate this guy. I can't, like, the more he talks, the more I hate him. So everything is just a cop-out, a total cop-out. He's talking about ideology and he can't help himself. He has to make it about race.
Yeah.
He's like, well, let's just theoretically say that there are no races in existence. We're just talking strictly ideologies here.
Well,
what do you do then?
The irony is he's doing all the same things that, what has led the left to this position where he's like, Ezra says, he asks this real question about, I can't be the judge of where the line is because I've been shown that where I think the line is not where the rest of the country thinks was where the line is.
Yeah.
And we need to contend with that. And the response to that, and the response to everything that he asks, it's a difficult question, is for Ta-Nehisi Coates to say, well, this is the Black experience. Welcome to the Black experience.
Yeah, we have no power.
Right. Just to keep saying this is the Black experience again and again and again and again. It's like, oh, okay, well.
Which is totally stupid, because obviously they do have power. They do have the vote. They have all sorts of institutions that have political power, NAACP, all these different, the Congressional Black Caucus. They have all of these different organizations of power around race.
Right.
But look, he's just like, nah, we can't do anything. He makes it sound like Congress there's no black people in Congress. It's just, this is the Black experience.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even allowed to be on television.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. He's sitting here at a table talking to someone who writes for the New York Times. How is he not able to actually participate in politics? I mean, he's basically asking him, how do we have a say in where the line is if we're just going to make our politics so insane that we're not even close to the line? That's kind of what he's asking him.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. He's like, nah, fuck it. Who cares where the line is?
Mm-hmm.
At the times that it's been majoritarian politics, people have done things and, fiddled with government or done, extremely violent things to make it not so,
How do you deal in that answer? Like, how do you deal with Trump really substantially increasing his share of the black vote?
Actually, I think where he is about where actually Republicans tended to be before Barack Obama. So I'm a little less. I mean, there's a conservative portion of our community that's always voted Republican. And I think, obviously, I think sexism is a very, very real force.
Oh, no.
I don't think it's.
Basically, this guy's woke as can be. I don't know how they do this. They turn someone that I would think of, because I usually think gender comes before race. I think a black guy and a white guy have more in common than like a white woman and a white man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so you agree with that assessment.
Yeah, I agree.
So how do they take a brother and turn him into a white woman? That's always my question.
Well, I guess that's kind of what he's saying. He's saying, well, the black people are just racist, right?
No, he's saying they're sexist.
I mean, I'm sorry, sexist.
Yes.
They're saying they're sexist. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, tell us about it.
It's funny.
Tell us about it, champ. I can't wait to hear.
Completely explanatory, but
look, if Kamala Harris, I'm trying to think of a celebrity. What's a celebrity? Because all of our celebrities are fucking idiots now. But I'm trying to think of a woman who's obviously like a smart, intelligent, articulate woman.
Impossible.
No, no, come on. There's lots of them. That's like at the same kind of level as Kamala Harris that we could point to and say, okay, well, if America voted no to her, then I would say, okay, maybe you got a point. Maybe it actually is misogyny. Maybe it's.
Well, I think, I don't know if you have to look to like a woman that people like. I mean, you can even just look at Hillary Clinton, someone that people hated.
Oh, she won the popular vote. What the fuck?
I know. She won the popular vote. But even though the right fucking hated Hillary Clinton, and they've hated her for a long time, their argument against her was not that she was stupid.
No.
They just thought they just hated her. They hated her. They didn't like her politics. They didn't like her personality. But there wasn't a lot of people running around saying, Hillary Clinton seemed like the DEI dumb down. That was not really an argument that people were throwing out there at the time.
Not at all, yeah. Oh. But people made that argument about Kamala for good reason, because
she seemed like a fucking retard. Yeah.
He wasn't near as smart as Hillary Clinton, that's for sure.
No. Or if she is, I mean, it's just the thing with, I just don't know. I am very curious to see a hidden camera of Kamala Harris talking to someone when she doesn't think she's on camera to be like, what is actually going on here? Like, who is this person? I don't know. I still don't know who Kamala Harris is. I don't know anything about her.
It's got to be hilarious.
Well, that's the
I
question. Is
think
this
it's
all
like
just like
Veep.
a show?
Have you seen the show Veep?
Yes.
It's Veep all the way. It's
Maybe.
totally Veep.
Maybe that's what's going on here.
In the show Veep, the vice president is a complete dingbat.
Right.
Yeah. Julian Dreyfus plays the dingbat, and she's amazing at it. That show's actually pretty good.
I could believe it. I could definitely
But
believe
that's what it is. Kamala Harris is just an airhead.
Idea that there is, say, 20% of black men who are fundamentally conservative, that doesn't really surprise me too much.
But I guess let's take, because I think this is a hard case.
He's like, look, Obama just got massive numbers because most black people are racist. They voted for Obama.
Right.
That's basically what he's saying, but
right.
Which is not a good thing to say. You shouldn't say that.
I think from your perspective and from my perspective, we probably don't believe hugely different things.
Mm-hmm.
A huge amount of the country, right? A majority of the country believes things about trans people, about what policy should be towards trans people, about what language is acceptable to trans people, that like we would see as fundamentally and morally wrong.
Right.
And what politically, not in a column or something, but politically, should our relationship with those people be? Do we win them over? Do we compromise with them? Like, this feels like a very salient question. The Republican Party is going to make sure this is a relentlessly salient question.
Right.
So,
God, I love that he's drilling in on this because it's so fucking pertinent. It is so pertinent. But look, he's got no incentive to come to terms with it because he's just some political pundit. He's trying to hang on to his audience. He doesn't really give a fuck about the country. So he's just going to morally grandstand and say, oh, yeah, we should dig our heels in.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't care about the outcome.
I agree with that.
Where does the approach leave us? Right? Where do we go on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Look, I think a couple things. I think, again, look, my tradition is the only thing I have a reference point for, so I'm sorry to keep going back to this. But when I look at the times that we have lost, if I think specifically about the Black tradition, for instance, it's hard for me to say politically they did something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, Reconstruction falls. What was the thing that should have been done? On the contrary, I see, a kind of courage that I wish we had today in a lot of people. You know what I mean? I see people willing to die and take bullets all the time. You know what I mean? What more could Ida B. Wells have done, to get the anti-lynching bill passed? I mean, here is somebody that, was banished from Tennessee on threat of being killed after she saw her friends, murdered and lynched. And one of the things...
This guy doesn't get it. This guy doesn't get fucking anything.
No.
This is hilarious. Just these situations are completely different. With the trans situation, the rights of trans people are coming at a cost for women's rights. Okay. The equivalent would be if not freeing black people from slavery, but enslaving white people. That would be the alternative policy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you're having a completely different conversation here. And it's ridiculous to keep equating it to that. This is what's infuriating. Not only that, it doesn't take the whole social contagion aspect into account, right? You can't be teaching this to young children without knowing that you're going to get a number of false positives out of them. And you're going to have people who think they have gender dysphoria who don't have gender dysphoria and are probably going to screw up their entire lives thinking that they do. So until like talking about the Black experience is great. Maybe that's all you know, but you're not equipped to talk about this issue intelligently if you're going to keep going back to an example that's completely non-applicable. This isn't the gay rights movement, okay?
It's all historical whataboutism.
Yeah,
sort of.
no gay people ended up sterile because they kissed a boy, okay? It's infuriating that they can't understand just the basics. The basics. Like if they just had a conversation with somebody, maybe they'd be able to figure it out. But I don't know. It's insane to me.
I
They have
it's
absolutely no care for anybody's children. These people
no.
don't care one fucking bit.
Well, they've completely bought into this narrative that all these therapists and psychologists
Yeah,
are
are on
these
their side.
experts.
Yeah.
Yeah, are these experts
Just like
in,
lobotomies.
right, and that they're weeding out the correct people. What I think would be very useful for this, not this data doesn't exist, but I think it'd be very useful if maybe, I don't know, if the Republican states would sort of mandate this, would be fascinating, would be for anyone that's involved in some kind of therapy for children regarding transgender or gender dysphoria. And then they could remove the names, so it's not anything personal, right? I would just be curious, like, what are
Oh,
the numbers
yes.
of like people that come into the clinic that are diagnosed as having gender dysphoria or diagnosed of deserving of transgender treatment versus the people that come to the clinic and the doctor or the therapist says they're not and they shouldn't get it.
Yeah.
Just to see
It's
what
got
that
to
is.
be zero.
Right, because if you're getting like 95% positive hit rates, then you're like, whoa, obviously these doctors or therapists are not doing their job at diagnosing this correctly.
Yeah, I would like to see transcripts of the exchanges too, if you could anonymize them. That would be super fascinating, right?
Right. Well, that
Because
would
it's
be
probably just
another, right, a huge step. To do
you'd
that.
probably be like, "What the fuck? These people
Right.
are idiots." Yeah.
Right. But just having that number would be very fascinating to show and say, well, how is it possible that you think that these people are doing correct diagnosing if it's like 99% of the people that walk in the office walk away with the diagnosis that, what other diagnosis does this exist for in our society?
These people have a desire to structure society in a way that is dangerous, and they are completely unaware of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what scares me. And not only that, they see it completely opposite. They see they think the Republicans want to structure society in a way that's completely dangerous. They think Republicans want fascism. They want to see black people put back in chains.
Right.
So that's why I see Democrats as a far more dangerous threat, because I see them as feeling like a cornered animal, and a cornered animal is obviously more dangerous, right?
Well, it's interesting because that's kind of the way, I don't know if the Republican Party feels that way, but it's definitely the way the Republican internet pundit base feels.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Especially
yeah.
after Charlie Kirk being killed. It's like, this is war, And that's kind of the way it's
if we
interesting. In that clip that we just played, Charlie Kirk, he was kind of framing it the same way. If Trump doesn't win, he's like basically Fed posting. If Trump doesn't win,
if
what's gonna happen?
yeah, definitely. If
Right.
both the sides get in that cornered animal phase, I mean,
That's
it's
not
just
good.
like, yeah, we're hiding out. Let's
Right.
hunker down,
Get in the
hunker
bunker.
down until everyone gets his work.
Right. Right.
I'm looking at 2033. Okay.
Already.
I've already got a date on the calendar. I think 2033, everything will be worked out. I think it could happen sooner, but 2033 is the latest. And at 2033, one of these parties will be in complete control for the next 40 years. So it's important. And it's either going to be trans all the kids, or it's going to be the revival and God and Jesus and a lot of talk about salvation. So,
well, Jesus was supposedly 33 when he died, Adam.
Yeah, I know.
But
which
right.
can you live with? Which is the less bad option? I mean,
but
I might
also,
have to pretend that I'm not an atheist anymore. But.
Right. But also, 33 is a magical number in Jewish Kabbalah. So
is it really?
Yes. So I think that you have exposed yourself as actually a secret Jew who's trying to usher in the demonic end times through AI.
Oh no, it's me.
It's you. Yes.
It's my fault. I did it.
It's your fault. Yes.
Oopsie. Okay.
I do like whenever it cuts back. Now, I don't know, because we've watched a couple of these Ezra interviews. I haven't really hyper paid attention to his facial expression in
Oh,
other interviews,
he's like,
right?
this is not going well.
In this interview, yes, I don't know if I'm just reading into too much, but this interview, it's so funny. Every time the camera cuts to Ezra, he just has this look on his face where he's like, to me, like, is he rethinking his entire friendship or his entire like view of Ta-Nehisi Coates as like an intelligent person? Like every time it cuts to him, he just looks like he's like, this guy doesn't fucking get it.
He's thinking right now, I wonder if he is a DEI hire.
Yeah,
It's like, I never really thought that was the case until now.
right. He's like, what? He's like, what's happening here? Who is this guy? What am I doing?
It's funny that we watched that clip of Brianna Joy Gray getting all pissed off about, what was it? What was she getting pissed off about?
The comment about the black airline pilots.
Oh, yeah,
Black
yeah.
airline
The
pilots.
DEI stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure she faces that all the time. But it's so obvious that Brianna Joy Gray is like 10 times smarter than Ta-Nehisi Coates. Like if they had a debate, I think Brianna Joy Gray would just eviscerate Ta-Nehisi Coates. Like he wouldn't even. This is why Brianna Joy Gray probably is super upset about all the DEI stuff,
Right.
because she's like,
Right.
I am fucking smart, and I don't like people saying I'm not, or saying I'm a DEI hire.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's because, we've covered a lot of her content. I'm sure you've called her stupid, but, I
Well,
definitely.
stupid because we disagree with her, but
Right,
I don't
right.
honestly
Yeah.
think she is stupid.
No, I think it's very clear that she's, I think that she's ideologically captured completely and like hyper biased and racist and all these other things. But when you listen to her speak, I mean, she's not low IQ.
No.
It's very clearly that she's not low IQ. So I do agree. She definitely seems a lot smarter than Ta-Nehisi Coates and Kamala Harris and a lot of these other people.
Oh yeah.
So.
Kamala Harris is not as smart as Ta-Nehisi Coates. Let's be clear here.
Yeah, God, that is so fast. That is endlessly fascinating to me.
Super bottom.
I really desperately see this is what we need. What's his name? Who's the guy that does all the undercover camera stuff?
Yeah, what is his name?
I
can't
Project
remember.
Veritas guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what we need. James O'Keefe. Yeah, we need James O'Keefe. Okay. To hot, usually James O'Keefe, he hires some like hot babe to find some lonely male working in the government to like, coax information. We need James O'Keefe to hire some like hot hunk, right, to sort of seduce Kamala Harris, just so we can actually have a fucking video of what the fuck she actually talks about in person. I'm so curious.
Oh yeah.
We can like, who is this person? Is
it's
she
gotta
a retard?
It's gotta be ridiculous.
Is it all just super guarded? Does she have such low confidence in herself? Everything has to be like, the committee, or she just Veep? She's just really stupid. I don't know. I want to know so bad.
I will say is when I look back at that long tradition and I look back in the times that people have won and the places they've won, it's often not been their heroism that was the decisive factor ultimately. It's often not been their strategy that was the decisive factor. Folks look back at the civil rights movement, for instance, and they talk about how brilliant it was to do the sit-ins and, use mass media in the way that Martin Luther King used mass media, the appearance. All of that's true. But if we don't have World War II, and the planet does not get a view of how horrific it can be when you decide you're going to eliminate people based on their traits. Civil rights movement happened? I don't know. I think windows open and close. And so I think some of this is up to the decisions that politicians make. I think some of it is also up to what is happening in the broader mass culture.
I've never heard the claim that if the Holocaust didn't happen to Jewish people, that it would have happened to black people in the South. That's kind of a bizarre way of framing things.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if that's what he meant. I've heard the argument that, and I think it's sort of true, because I remember looking into this when I was trying to find like the origin of P plus P equals R. Because the question is like, when did the term racism become an insult, right? Because obviously, if you're talking about, like, you go back to slavery days and you say, oh, you're racist, people are gonna be like, yeah, because they
Right.
are inferior. Like, it's not an insult. It's supposedly a lot of the term racist gained prominence as an insult in relation to Nazism and kind of
Really?
viewing, yeah, kind of viewing the
Interesting.
Nazis like looking at Jews and other white races that were less desirable in their eyes as worthy of like murder or death. That's when they were like, well, you don't want to be like the Nazis, right? You don't want to be racist like the Nazis. And so I don't know, but it's possible that that feeling of like racism being bad could then be utilized to push the civil rights movement 10, 20 years later. I would hope that even without World War II and the Holocaust and all that stuff, that still in the 60s, Americans would have been like, yes, we should not have segregation. I would hope that was the case. So,
Yeah, definitely. I don't want that.
Culture at the time. I think all this kind of, works together. I'm not against, this kind of strategizing. That I think that has to happen. But I think you also have to recognize like how broad the world is when you say politics.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge goes to those who push.
The edge goes
the
to those.
edge. It's weird to see like a T-Mobile ad
Mm-hmm.
for the New York Times, but okay, whatever.
What? They're capitalists still.
I guess
Barely, right?
you do it.
You have actually, I think, been a very prime mover in this. I think there's been a period, particularly on the left, in which the Civil War, pre it, post it, the writings of that time, the people of that time, have become a sort of a rooting period, a place where we sort of go back and look and think about who are we, what was revealed about us. I'm taking nothing away from that.
Right.
But that's obviously a period where politics ultimately fails. I actually think, and I've thought about this a lot in reaction I have read in the last couple of weeks, I've thought a lot about how many people believe we are already in a cold civil war, that we are in a time that we are dealing with divisions and questions. I see it on the right, for sure. I hear it on the left. I have a lot of email that's like, we need a national divorce. How that's going to be effectuated, never exactly clear.
Do people
They do use that.
Do people you respect say that to you?
Well, yes, actually, I will say that. But I'm not going to, people say things to me that are off the record and I shouldn't say it. But you don't believe that though, right? You don't believe we are at a point. I think this is really important.
It's interesting. He's like, so questioning that. Ezra said that there was a guy that he was friends with that was an academic who said he wasn't going to be friends with Ezra anymore because of his milquetoast Charlie Kirk op-ed. He's like, maybe here's the thing. I don't know. It's possible that people like Coates, because he didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was. I think there's a lot of these people who are from an older school of things, a pre-social media day of things, who grew up in sort of the ivory halls of academia and all the sort of fart sniffing. And they could just be completely detached from the entire conversation, have literally no fucking clue what's going on social media or the current political conversation. And they're just able to sort of, people don't realize that, especially if they just say a bunch of woke shit, because they're like, oh, well, they must be tuned in. They're saying all the same shit that the kids are saying. It's like, well, no, they're just saying this stuff that has been kind of circling these, fart sniffing, high-minded critical theory classes for decades, right? They have no clue what's actually going on in the conversation.
Yeah, they're in their ivory tower.
Yeah.
And they don't know the facts on the ground. They're like, oh, the people are at war down there. Interesting.
Right. Like, it's just, really? There's people on the left saying that we should have a national divorce? What? Huh, my monocle's popped out of my eye. What are you talking about?
So strange.
Curious what you would say to this question. You don't believe we are at a point where the next 10, 20, 30 years can't be shaped by decisions we would understand as within normal politics, within elections and legislation and organizing and so on.
No.
Good. I think that's great.
I mean, look, that could happen.
Yeah.
That could happen. But I guess the broader thing I am thinking about is how much does this era stand out in a long sweep of American history?
Yeah.
It's bad.
Well, so this is actually...
But it wouldn't make my list for the worst.
No, I agree with you. I'm where you are on this, to just be super clear.
Okay.
But I actually think one reason then the amount we focus on the Civil War period is tricky is because that's a period when it didn't work like that, right? You actually had to go over the cliff of that and have the war. I've been thinking a lot about, because I've been reading a lot about McCarthyism. So I've been thinking about that whole period. And you just sort of brought up the World War II as, sort of a generator of the politics that allows us to have the Great Society, the Civil Rights Act, et cetera. I think another way of sort of glossing that is you have the rise of Red Scare politics, which predate McCarthy. You have Joseph McCarthy, who is just for a period an unbelievably dominant force.
It's insane.
Everybody who challenges him loses.
That's right.
He becomes a complete kingmaker. He's eventually boxed out and beaten by Dwight Eisenhower, a sort of center-right, very, very anti-communist politician, but who can sort of take the center from McCarthy. But then it's like, what happens next? Nixon, who is the genteel red baiter to McCarthy's non-genteel red baiter, runs in the next election. He's beaten by JFK, who's a very center-left, very anti-communist, sort of runs to Nixon's right on communism. And he does it with Lyndon Johnson, on the bottom of the ticket, sort of representing Southern politics in the Democratic Party. It's a very, very, in a way, checkered series of moves that are accepting huge amounts of McCarthyism at that time. And yet it does sort of lead to political power that is then wielded in a very, very different way within fairly short order.
Like the civil rights movement, maybe?
That's what we need our JFK, right? The guy who's going to run to the right on anti-communism than even the right-wing candidate.
You haven't got that guy?
We don't have that guy, no.
It's not Donald Trump?
No, the Democrat who's going to run to the right.
Oh.
The JFK Democrat, yes.
I take from this, I've been thinking about this because I think we're sort of in a new McCarthyism, some lessons on how politics can work and like the give and the take of it. We've been sort of brought up the Civil War a bunch, but what do you take from this period?
I take something that we've kind of been circling for this entire conversation, which is that the role of politicians and the role of writers, intellectuals, et cetera, is very, very different.
Not my fight. Not my fight, bitch.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what he's saying. Not my fight.
Politicians do things that I wouldn't do. I don't, for instance, I don't hold JFK or RFK up, you know what I mean, as the people.
Me neither.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of JFK Camelot revisionism.
But I guess
it's not a very good president.
That's like a separate thing from whether, you know what I mean, why politics happens the way they do. Let me give you an instance that often also comes up. That's not the Civil War, and that's the New Deal, right? Like, I think there is a pretty strong argument that the New Deal not a strong argument, but it's pretty clear that the New Deal did quite a bit to create the social safety net, expand, create an American middle class, right? That's true. Did FDR want to, in his heart, exclude Black folks in the way that they were excluded from it? No. That was the price of getting the thing done. I understand that as politics. But were I there in that time, it would be incumbent on me to yell at FDR to not do that. And I just think that's really, 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 really important. We don't all have the same role. When I wrote Case for Reparations, it was not my expectation, nor did I even think it would be politically intelligent.
That's a very interesting insight. So he's acknowledging that a policy that he thinks was fundamentally transformational and fantastic for America could only have passed if you excluded Black people because, people were a lot more racist in 1940 America or 1930, whenever this was passed in America. And even acknowledging that, he's still saying if he was around back then, his role would be to yell at FDR. Like he sees himself as sort of this like forever cheerleader who's supposed to, even if they understand the logistics or the pragmatism of politics, maybe I should say, is going to forever cheerlead to push things, in this, what he believes is the right direction. Which to me is kind of like a noble casting of yourself, when in reality it's fucking stupid. Because maybe 1930s, like, that role would have made sense or whatever. But in 2025 America, our politicians are all hyper fixated, hyper pushed in the direction that social media seems to be pushing them. At least they're very sensitive to it as of yet. And so if maybe 1930s, Ta-Nehisi Coates screaming at FDR to, not be racist, maybe would have zero effect. But in 2025, Ta-Nehisi Coates and everyone else like him screaming at the Democrat candidate to not be racist, and then bogging down that legislation or that procedure with all the sort of race-based things they want, does have an effect. And this was part of the big point of Ezra Klein's fucking book on abundance, was that every time there was some Democrat local government that was trying to do some project, or even the Biden administration trying to do some project like give everyone a high-speed internet, right? It would get bogged down with all, like, every fucking Democrat special interest group would come in and they'd be like, well, you got to make sure hits every environmental regulation. You got to make sure that every Black non-binary crippled person has access to this program. Every single one would just like tack on like the million fucking things, and nothing would ever pass or get done.
Yep. And he's basically saying, it's my job. I'm the scorpion.
That's my role.
I gotta sting you, motherfucker. That's my role.
Yes.
You want to get across the river? I'm sorry. I'm the fucking scorpion.
Right. His role is to see the guy carrying the load, the load weight. Okay, use the word load anymore. Carrying the weight of whatever.
Yeah, the policy, exactly. Yeah, the housing policy or whatever.
Right. And as the guy is carrying it along the road, Ta-Nehisi Coates is standing there, and there's like 20 different onlookers. And as the guy walks by, they all throw on another 20 pounds on top. Like, well, here's my 20 pounds. Here's my 20 pounds. Here's my 20 pounds. Right. And by the time he gets to the end of the road, the guy's going to collapse because there's just too much.
Yeah. But he's like, that's my role. What am I supposed to do? Actually use my brain?
Yeah, it is strange to look at it like it's weird. It's like this. It's funny because Ezra said he said that you're very fatalistic, and this is very fatalistic. This feels like something that I don't really see in a lot of Western content. It's something I see in a lot of anime. Well, there'll be a character. Sometimes they're a good guy, sometimes they're a bad guy, who's like, they're so set in their ways that they just have like one function that they just have to do forever. And you just have to deal with it. Like, they will not change who they are. Like, this is my role in the planet, in the universe, is to fulfill this function, even if it doesn't make sense anymore. And if the world has no place for me, then I will die doing my role. Like, it's right. Weird to hear someone in kind of like a Western environment make this argument.
Yeah, he's unpersuadable. He can't help himself.
For like Barack Obama to go up and yell, I'm for reparations. You know what I mean? But that's different than, you know what I mean? My role.
Yeah. I guess the substructure of a bunch of what I am saying, which may or may not be in argument with you. It's just right. When I texted you to come on, I was like, I've been thinking about what the underlying arguments are here. Mm-hmm, so you're kind of getting this spilling out of my brain. Mm-hmm. I think that there is a work of politics that for a bunch of different reasons has become demeaned. And I think, and this does not speak well of the people, so to speak, in power doing it, but I think that they are not doing it well. I think the culture around them, I think politicians are not always leaders. I think they're often followers. And I think that the idea that that kind of political coalition building across these gigantic differences, building across public opinion, both not just as you wish it existed, but as it exists, has become, seen and like treated as often betrayal, cowardice, moral fallibility. It's not, I think it's fine to say people got different roles. And in fact, it's good for intellectuals to criticize the politicians. But my view is that the political practice became too weak. I don't think that was true for Obama. I went back preparing to talk to you and I read your piece, My President Was Black.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you.
And it's very much in this tension, right? Where you say quite a bit, like, it would have been a bad idea for Barack Obama to say the things I am saying here.
Yeah.
To do the things in some ways I wish he had done. It would have been, that politics wouldn't have worked. There would have been no Obama presidency and his presidency would not have been successful. And I think I've been thinking about that line, right? In my own work and just in the political culture as I see it, that line between the sort of intellectual, analytical work and the actual like work of politics, the how do we live here with each other work, right? Which I think is actually honorable work. And I think feels right now to me like morally urgent and necessary. And not just over disagreement, just the whole thing being done in a strategic and disciplined sense. I think one of the things I've thought about is the need to actually raise the status of just like old-fashioned politics. And I think I've been surprised to find myself feeling that way. But I think one way...
I mean, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, Sitch. I don't know how you're taking
100%.
it, but look, there is a respectability to kind of trying to chill people out and make people realize that we do need to ultimately cooperate in this great nation of ours. So, and I don't like, one of the things that I hate is I hate the bomb throwers like Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's basically saying, yeah, I'm the guy that throws grenades. What are you going to do? That's my role. I'm a grenade thrower. So, and I do think there needs to be more respect for the people who are like, hey, maybe we should just not call everyone Nazis. Maybe we should just not call everyone groomers, right? Maybe we should just all chill out. Smoke some bong rips and get along.
Yeah, no, 100%. There was an argument that, I forget who it was, someone made this argument a while ago. And when I first heard it, I was very opposed to this position. And it was, someone had said, they were claiming that a lot of the partisanship where the country sort of became so hyper divided, they were looking at some timeline and they were saying that there was some piece of legislation, I forget what year they're talking about, that kind of came into effect. And it made it so like before this, there wasn't necessarily like a record that you as a person could look up that would show show what your represented person in government voted, yay or nay on. And then that, once it had to be by law mandated that you saw how everyone voted, and then once that got kind of proliferated via the internet, they're saying this sort of allowed all the special interest groups to start ranking everyone. So, you have like, the Sierra Club, which is like the big environmentalist group. They can look at every vote on anyone and they'll send it out to all their members and say, oh, look, here are all the Democrats. They didn't get a perfect 100% score on like, whatever the environment is. So you should, vote against them. Or, the right-wing version, you have the NRA is like, oh, here are all the candidates that didn't get a perfect 100% score on voting against every piece of gun regulation or something.
Fascinating.
And that this sort of ecosystem made it, because like before we had this sense of, politicians would kind of argue, they would fight for their sides, and then they go to some kind of room and they would grind some sausage.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There was some sort of secret ballot inside Congress is kind of where you're going.
Right. Is that they'd have to basically, if you want to compromise, you have to give up something to gain something.
Right. You have to make
right
an
now,
uncomfortable vote.
Yes. And right now, we're in a position, and this is why Congress, this is the cold, hard reality that everyone that complains about Congress doesn't want to acknowledge. The reason nothing can get done in Congress is because no one in Congress is ever willing to actually give up anything, to ever compromise. Because if they do, they get labeled either by the media or by one of these organizations
A
as like
sellout.
sellout, a traitor, bad person. And so this person's basically their argument was that we should bring back in America a secret ballot for representatives and senators. And when I first heard that, I said,
Yeah,
that's a horrible idea.
I have mixed
like,
feelings
right.
about this.
I was very uncomfortable with that because my argument was like, well, these are people that you're electing to represent you, and I want to make sure they're actually representing me. I don't want
you
them
want accountability.
right. I don't want to vote for someone and then they go into Congress and it turns out they're the exact opposite, right? They're just fucking lying in order to get into the position of power. Um, so that's why I'm not comfortable with that. But on the other token, I understand that because of that, that is why no one can compromise. So I don't know if I am not, I don't think I am on board with the secret ballot, but it is something to consider. I do think we need to do something. I'm not sure what it is, but I do think we need to do something to allow our politicians to actually make compromises again.
Yeah, I have the same sort of mixed feelings about that as well, because we do need some level of accountability, but maybe the level of accountability has become too granular.
Yeah.
So people are punishing someone for some vote they made before it actually plays out and turns out to be like a good vote, right?
Right.
Because,
Right.
if you don't see the day-to-day votes, you're forced to vote in the 2-year elections, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they make this vote, but things turn out great and continue to be great. So you're punishing them for something that you think is some sort of indiscretion, but really turned out to be fine for
Right.
where we
Or
are.
a compromise you'd be willing to take. They got you some sort of infrastructure that you like and you had to sacrifice
Right.
something else that you would have liked to.
Something that you wouldn't have been comfortable sacrificing had you not known that it was
Right.
sacrificed in your stead when you were unaware of it.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it.
The second Trump term has changed me is I don't, and maybe you always believe this, right? I'm not putting this on you. I think what got built for all of its flaws in the back half of the 20th century was much more fragile than I'd understood. Not just like the legislation or any of that, but the actual sense of like what you could and could not do, what we would and would not accept. And I've just like the sense that we could just tumble all the way back has become much more real to me. And so the work that people did to begin to build those guardrails and like how hard that actually was, and the disappointment we eventually felt. I feel like we began to take something actually quite beautiful for granted, or only see what wasn't there as opposed to what was. And it's forced a little bit of, for me, like, how did they do it? How did they get out of the last one of these?
I'll just say, and I think I'm speaking for a broader community here. We are not happy, but we are not surprised, man. And again, the reason why we go back to Reconstruction and the Civil War is because it is, before the 1960s, the only glimpse at the possibility of a real democracy in this country. And it happened. And in some places, it was actually quite successful. You have people who, had been enslaved, who are written off as illiterate fools, who are, serving in legislatures. And actually, with the standard of the time, actually, it's such a hopeful, incredible story. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And it was violently destroyed. Once you see that, and once you have that in your heritage, once you understand that, once you understand that Martin Luther King could be standing up, telling his own people, we do not embrace violence at all. It is morally repugnant. We embrace love. And that could get you shot. Not burn it down. Love can get you shot.
The irony is just too much for me here.
Isn't it? It's so he doesn't even completely
He doesn't get it.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? It's interesting.
I mean, wasn't Charlie Kirk preaching a message of love and forgiveness? The
Well, that's
message
the
of
difference. He
Jesus
doesn't,
Christ?
right. He doesn't see it that way at all.
He
So,
doesn't. No,
right.
exactly.
But,
Yeah.
right. And then, and I would, I mean, I would agree that I don't think Charlie Kirk and MLK should be on the same level. But in terms of someone who's, preaching a political message and is not advocating for violence, then yeah, sure. And it is interesting that he doesn't see that that's the same sort of argument that's being made here. And to me, it's like, it's also ridiculous that it's like, how long are we going to hold on to this forever? Right. Something that happened in the 60s. Okay. When do we say, okay, we can move past what a person did in the 60s, right? And it was some crazy person that did that. It wasn't, a group of people. I don't know. Maybe he thinks the FBI was involved or something. I don't know. But when can we move beyond?
Well, it's only been 65 years. Maybe
Okay.
check back in with me at 100 years.
Right. Right. All right. Maybe. I mean, we're still doing land acknowledgements, so maybe we can move. Maybe it takes,
Oh my God.
300 plus years before we can move past it.
That's another thing people are sick of is the land acknowledgments. That's another thing that makes a Democrat just laughable.
Right.
Freaking laughable. Land
You just have a
acknowledgments.
different view of your country. It is not, I emphasize this over and over again, it is not a fatalistic view. It is not, it is written in stone that we will ultimately lose, but you understand that losing is a possibility.
But so then what does that, there's a Buddhist meditation I like. This is a weird place to go. But it goes like this. I'm of the nature to grow sick. I'm of the nature to grow old. Mm-hmm. I'm of the nature to lose the people I love. I'm of the nature to die. How then shall I live? And
love that.
Yeah, I do it because sometimes you need the reminder. Yeah. What I hear you saying in a way is we are of the nature too.
Yeah.
And I think the place I'm trying to push is then, how then shall we live? Because in this distinction you're making between, like, you would have been there correctly yelling at FDR. And I'm not like asking you, but like me, right? Like my work, my role.
Can you answer that? Can you say what I think it's a good point. Would you define for me how you see, like, what your role is?
I don't know what my role is anymore. I'll be totally honest with you, man. I feel very conflicted about that question. The role I want to have is a person curiously exploring his political and intellectual interests in political peacetime. And
he wants to be the person on the left that makes intelligent arguments that persuade people and make them follow his political prescriptions, right? But what he's realizing is he's an intelligent person on the left that makes intelligent arguments that the left completely shuns and dismisses out of hand because they're all insane.
Yeah.
That's why he's uncomfortable talking about what his political role is, because he's like, listen, I keep trying to make these reasonable arguments here and everyone keeps shooting me down.
Yeah. Well,
what am I supposed to do?
I think, yes. I think I agree with that exact thing. He's looking at, like, I want to be on the left and make arguments that persuades people to the left, to a left that he thinks is reasonable. And now he's like looking to the left and he's like, wait a minute.
These people are not reasonable.
These people are not reasonable. Do I need to start making arguments pushing people to the right now? Something that would have been inconceivable to him, a few years ago.
Right. Oh, man. And some of the arguments that you would have been making to persuade people to the left are now considered taken over by the right, like free speech.
Right. Right.
Although they did a quick turnaround on the freedom of speech stuff. They're turning around faster.
Is it? Yeah. Talk about really giving up the branding there, because it's so funny, because the free speech issue was like a championing issue, I think, for a lot of young people to push them more to the right, and then that's all going to go out the window, and it is going out the window. I'm assuming you saw the what was it, that X post, or I guess it was a True Social post, where Donald Trump is like, I'm calling on ICE. I don't know why ICE, but I'm calling on ICE And the military.
to arrest people for flag burning. Is that
Yeah,
what
he
you're
also
talking
said the
about?
police, but yeah, but it's where they include ICE and military to
Does
arrest
that work
people.
that way?
It does not work
you,
that
when
way.
you arrest
No.
someone, can you bring up the president's tweet from Truth Social and say, "Oh yeah, here it is"? Tweet
I don't
number.
know. I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure this is not how it works.
I don't think that's first of all, I don't know why he was including ICE in the military. They don't have the
Was this supposed to be a DM?
I could be wrong. I don't think ICE has the jurisdiction to arrest people for non-immigration related issues unless they're directly, engaging with the ICE officer, right?
Did somebody hack the president's account? Okay.
It was a really interesting.
This was a real tweet.
This was a real tweet. And arrest them for up to 1 year or for 1 year, I think. Not even up to
Incarcerate
1 year,
them for 1 year. Yeah.
Right.
I have not seen the tweet. I heard tell of it, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
You didn't see it?
Well, when we do super chats, we'll have to bring it up.
Okay, we'll bring it. It's pretty interesting. Yes.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yes.
What would ever inspire you to tweet something like that, to post something like that?
I don't know. I don't know why
Where's the win?
I don't know why it's so, the whole flag burning thing. I don't know why it's like so an issue that he's so strong on. Like, I don't like flag burning either, but
look, since it's been is there a big coalition of people on, first of all, is there a big coalition of people who are burning flags? And is there a big coalition on the right of people who want to stop it from going on? This is the opposite of free money.
Yes, it is. I guess the question
is a big old pile of shit, and I'm going to go jump in it. I'm going to go dance in it.
Go dance in the big pile of shit. I guess the question is he actually genuinely super hyper motivated by the flag burning thing, or is it an excuse that would be an easy way to arrest like lefty protesters? Because they're the ones obviously burning the flags, right? So it'd just be an easy excuse.
This is happening outside of the ICE facilities?
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised, right?
If he was smart, he would post, "This flag burning is very dangerous and against all sorts of local ordinances. I think the fire marshal should step in and arrest the people
right
for causing dangerous havoc."
Right.
That would be good, because then it'd be like, oh yeah, they're getting arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Those fire starters, how dare they endanger people's homes and livelihoods?
You're right. He needs to connect it. He needs to connect the dots a lot more so people can see where, the intention is, right? Then they'll be more on board with it.
I mean, it would be subversive, but it would be more intelligent than just coming out and saying, "Hey, we got to arrest the flag burners."
Right.
It's illegal. It is legal to burn a flag, especially if you own that flag. If you're burning someone else's flag, that's probably,
yes.
That's illegal.
You can't vote. You can't other people, but you can do your own. Yeah.
And if the flag is on someone else's property and they own it, then obviously arson is a bad thing. Yeah, I'm interested to see it. I can't wait to bring it up. Sounds like a real horrible thing.
Real banger.
Trump did a wrong thing.
There you go.
Shocking. A terrible, terrible thing. Not as bad as fascism, but
the role I somehow have is sometimes that. But I am in the business. I'm a political opinion writer and podcaster and so on. And I'm in the business of political persuasion. And I feel like me and the people who believe what I believe, not narrowly speaking, but, like the whole broad coalition, have failed in a really consequential way. And
this is so interesting because there really is these two camps. There are the people who are the Charlie Kirks or the Ezra Kleins that are going to go out there and be persuaders. And there are the people who are only going to preach to the choir. They are the preachers. They are the ones that are going to go out to the fervent believers, and they're not going to convert anyone. Mm-hmm. And that's the difference between these two, because Coates is he's a preacher. He's not there to convert people. He's there to make the people who already believe feel good and righteous in their belief.
And I think it is.
You feel like you failed in your work.
I think there are places I failed. I mean, I think there are things I got right too. Like, I think we shouldn't have run Joe Biden again. I think I was right about that.
Hell yeah,
I've
you
gotten
were.
a lot right. But I think I've gotten definitely things wrong. But I think we are here now, right? That's what I would really say. And it is forcing me to rethink things I would prefer not to rethink. I will give you an example because people are mad at me on this one right now.
Please.
I said in a podcast with my colleague, Russ Douth, he was pushing me on left radicalism. I was saying, I don't care about left-wing radicalism. I don't think it's some great threat. I don't think it's a huge political problem. I worry about left-wing pessimism, fatalism, that we are losing and don't want to change anything. And I said that the question for me is, how do we win Senate seats in places like Kansas and Missouri and Ohio? I said, I would like to see us doing things like in red states, and here I meant redder than those, running pro-life candidates. People got real upset about that, and I get why. But in 2010, when the Affordable Care Act passed, there were 40 House Democrats who were pro-life at some level. You had to do this whole negotiation with this guy, Bart Stupak.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And on the bright side, you don't have to have those negotiations now. And on the downside, you can't pass the Affordable Care Act. And the point is not that issue, right? That one issue, although things like, the example, say, Susan Collins, where she's in theory pro-choice, but she votes for Mitch McConnell and John Thune as leader. Right. Like, that's how you build power on some level, right? If you have those, Joe Manchin, like, I wish he were still a senator from West Virginia, as much as I have deep disagreements with him. I think that I am a person, I think you are a person, whether you admit it or not, who is one of the people with a, voice in shaping what our political culture is. And I believe at some level that political strategy is downstream from political culture. I think it means exploring things that are uncomfortable and being pretty disciplined in a way maybe I haven't been, about separating the question of what I believe from what I believe will win power. Because I currently think that the cost of losing power is horrifying and dangerous, and we can't keep doing it. So that's where my head is.
Can we start with that exactly? Because immediate thing, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the immediate thing that springs to mind for me in that question is not who you're abandoning, but how do you square the fact that, in fact, reproductive rights has proven to be pretty popular in red states. And I'm thinking about referendums that have been passed such that they've had to, change the rules. Like, how do you separate that?
I sort of said this in glancingly.
Like, there are people who didn't vote for Kamala, but give me my reproductive rights.
I think that I was using first pro-life as an illustrative example. Okay. But there are many red districts in this country. And there are states that we do not even think about competing in anymore, right? I'm not talking about Ohio here. I think you have to try things. By the way, not only moderation kind of things. You could try going much harder on economic populism, which some people are trying. I think you might need to combine those two strategies, right? Which is sort of the Dan Osborne in Nebraska approach. I think that I think even before the question of what your policies are, and I believe this very deeply, there's a question of whether or not people feel like you respect them and like them, even if they disagree with you. Before I think people will give you power, they don't even ask, do they like you? They ask whether you like them. And I think a lot of the country feels we don't like them. Not only do I believe that, I know that. I've seen the focus groups. I've seen the survey data. I've talked to the people who work on this. And that's going to require, changing that is going to require making moves that somehow send a loud enough signal that people begin to think we have changed it at some level. Sherrod Brown should be able to win in Ohio.
Yes.
The reason he cannot win in Ohio is the Democratic Party itself is a millstone around his neck that drags him down. So what do you do about I'm not here to tell you I got the answer.
Yeah.
What I would feel much better about is if I felt there was like a strategic discipline about finding it.
So I just
it's interesting because the narrative around the left has been Well, I shouldn't say the left, the Democratic Party for a long time has been the Democratic Party is like a broad tent. And that's why there's a lot of like infighting. That's why there isn't a lot of like coalescing around, people, blah, 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 right? And maybe that was true at some point. The irony is, I don't think that's true anymore whatsoever. It's that the tent has been shrunk. And this is what Ezra is talking about. The range of acceptable opinions on the left now has shrunk to microscopic.
Yep.
And of course, that's why you have a person who's running in Ohio, which, used to be a very purple area. And it's like, well, now the Democrat Party is weighing him down. The stone against is too great because the view of acceptable opinions within the Democratic Party is so narrow. And then this kind of gets into a broader political problem, which is since the focus of everything is so nationalized, like the move right now is to point to AOC or Ilhan Omar or a crazy person on Blue Sky and be like, this is the Democrat Party, right? This person is indicative of everyone else in the Democrats,
Yep.
right? And the Democrats do the same thing. They'll, find some racist person or someone saying something crazy on the right, and they'll say, this is everyone in the Republican Party. And yeah, I mean, it creates this situation where there's just such a narrow scope of acceptability. It's kind of interesting because I think right now with the Republican Party, it's like as long as you support Trump, there is like a much wider berth of acceptable opinion as long as you support Trump.
Are there pro-choice Republicans? There probably are, aren't there?
Yeah, I think abortion is a bad example because that one is pretty divisive. I would imagine there's pro-choice Republicans. I don't know if there's any pro-life Democrats.
Well, I think Tommy Loren came out as pro-choice, and a lot of people scoffed at her, but I think she's still in the Republican Party.
I think that's one of the issues that is still a lot stickier than most. It doesn't apply to this sort of thing that we're talking about. But
well, I mean, it perfectly applies. He's just saying, Ezra said, can there be pro-life Democrats? And it seems like they have this ideological purity test that anyone who's pro-life cannot be in the Democratic Party, when a person could be a pro-life Democrat and get elected in some of these states where they are predominantly pro-life.
Right.
So that policy prescription that's being handed down from the ivory tower to all Democrats is holding the Democrats back. He did ask a question. I mean, he implies that Ta-Nehisi Coates can persuade his audience. I'm not sure if that's actually correct. I'm not sure that Ta-Nehisi Coates can persuade his audience. It seems like he has an audience because he is what he is. And he's never really been a persuader.
I'm not sure. You could always have a Trump-esque figure who I would say is kind of a once in a generational, maybe twice, right? A talent that can kind of enter into a situation and just sort of grab the movement by the horns and drag it in their direction, which I think it can happen, but it's more rare. I don't currently see anyone on the left anywhere near approaching that. Maybe some person will come out of fucking nowhere and do that, but we don't really see that at the moment. Putting that aside, I think the only way to change things is there has to be a critical mass of pundits on the left or the right to come out in favor of something in order to pull the opinions in that direction.
Right. Yeah. You just got to make it seem like everyone believes it already.
Exactly. Because they're all, and this is sort of the problem with a lot of online punditry or just not even online, just political punditry whatsoever, is that there is like this prisoner's dilemma going on.
Yes.
Where all the political pundits look at each other, and if they disagree with whatever the current paradigm is or the current messaging, they're like, well, if I come out against it, then my audience can be mad at me. So I can't, even if everyone's kind of against it, they're all, no one wants to be the first guy to make the move.
Yeah. What's the current opinion on goth girls? You're like, I don't want to step out of line here.
Right. Well, low the person that is against the goth girls, right? They're going to get crucified.
In the
as they
current
should,
political
rightfully.
environment, yes, of
They should get
course.
crucified for coming out against the big titty goth girlfriend, right?
Or any goth girl.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
no,
if you
you gotta. It's a team sport and a prisoner's dilemma at the same time. It's fascinating.
Yes.
I don't. It's weird because I do think the Democrats being so out to lunch on the trans issue and just copy pasting gay rights for trans rights has made Trump so viable. I'm not sure if they were out to lunch on that one topic that Trump would be as viable as he is, but here we are.
Yeah, I wonder because, and I think that would be a much better issue to point to than abortion
Oh, of
in
course.
terms of
Yeah.
like there being a lot more overlap between the two, or at least between the positions. Um,
If they
there's
had
an
a
interesting,
conversation, if Ta-Nehisi Coates and Ezra Klein had a conversation about the differences between the trans rights movement and the gay rights movement, that would be interesting.
yes,
That'd be totally
and
fascinating.
there's an interesting thing that comes out not in this conversation. I forget. I don't think Ezra's the person that says it, but it comes out in the other conversation. I think I have it in my little time codes where I think it's actually the guy who wrote Abundance with Ezra Klein brings this up, where he talks about, the commercial that everyone brings up that was very, the best commercial against Kamala was that she's not for you, she's for they, them, and all this other stuff. And how it seemed like the Democrats' position on a lot of the trans issues seemed to be so damaging to their reputation. And then a lot of people who were on the left or pro those trans issues they'd always point to, well, whenever you do opinion polling and you ask people what they care about, the trans issues like, you know, very low on the priority of things. Right? The first thing is usually like inflation, the economy, and trans issues might be very low. It's funny because he brings up the point that I've always brought up, and I think that we've always brought up, which is it's not necessarily. I mean, some people do care about that, 100%, but it's more so that really shows you like a competency crisis. Like if you look at a person and they can't even tell you that there's a difference between a man and a woman, and they kind of buy into all this other stuff, then why would you trust them to do anything else? Like if someone tries to give you some explanation of their economic policy, that shit's like complicated. People are gonna be like, I don't know what, it's all
This
gobbledygook.
is so
Right?
simple.
Like when you talk about like interest rates or price caps, or such, like most people are like, I don't know what the fuck any of this stuff is. This is like complicated, get in the weeds.
You
But
don't
if
know
you're like,
basic interest rates, Sitch? Jeez.
no, I know, right? I'm such a dum dum. But like if you're like, well, I don't know the difference between a man and a woman,
I know. You're like, what the fuck?
or
For
you're like,
real?
well, okay, I understand that, and that's pretty fucking straightforward. And if you don't even know this very basic thing, then why would I trust you on this like very complicated issue of economics?
Can you imagine the first time they're hearing someone in power saying, a woman is anyone who claims to be a woman?
Yes.
You're like, what?
Right.
What?
Right.
You're like, what? What did you just say? What was that?
Yes. Yes.
I thought women were the ones with a vagina.
No.
What's happening here?
Oh, you're such a fool. Those are the old women. Those are we need like new women with penises.
I know you're like,
Yes.
you're like, what? Women with yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. So people in the chat have also said immigration is a big issue. That's not just the trans thing that makes Trump viable, but the immigration thing. And it made me think,
Mm-hmm.
are more people affected by the immigration, tangibly affected by the immigration, or tangibly affected by the trans issue? Because I think any parent with a child in school is affected by the trans issue. I don't know that those same people are affected by immigration.
I would wager. Well, we were talking about two different things. We're talking about people's perception or whether it's actually affecting them.
I'm talking actually affecting them. Because I know you think people vote based on vibes. And I agree they do to some extent if the issue doesn't touch them tangibly. But I think a lot of these issues do touch people tangibly and they vote based on that. And if they have a kid in school, they think, oh, I'm voting Republican. Fuck these Democrats. They're insane.
Yeah. I would wager if we're not talking about perception, if we're talking about what actually affects people, I would assume that that immigration affects people's lives more than the trans issue.
Really? Huh.
It will, because there's a lot
Interesting.
more. There's a
Well,
lot
this would be
more.
someone that's like, I tried to get a job, but I couldn't because they hired a bunch of immigrants at the place
Well, I
I
don't mean
worked, or I
that
lost
directly.
my
Right.
job,
Yeah. I'm not. When I say that, I don't mean like
or
that.
the
Yeah.
entire school is full of immigrants
Right.
and my kid is like the only white person there, or I went
When
to
I
the
say impacted by immigration, I don't mean just like some level of impact, whether it be job or they feel like the culture is different or the cities change or something, like any element of it whatsoever, right? Because there's a lot more immigrants in the country, I think, just by the numbers than there are people that transition. So
Right.
I would assume it just based on that alone, it would have to be immigration.
I mean, it could be. I mean, there are cities that have huge influx of immigrants that are people are probably
Right.
like, wow, oh my God, our city's completely different. So it tangibly affects them. Those people are getting doubly fucked because not only are they transing their kids in school, now they have a huge influx of immigrants that their communities are forced to absorb.
Yes. I would be curious. I just saw a poll. I don't know where it was. I just saw a poll that I was kind of surprised because I believe prior to the election or around the time of the election that immigration was a top issue. I think it was like the second or third issue that people ranked. I believe the top was inflation when people were ranked about what was the most important issue. And I thought immigration was like number two or number three. There's some other economic issue that I think was there. And then I saw a poll people were sharing around today that showed immigration had moved way down in the priority. I don't know if that's just because like now that people are like, okay, well, Trump's in charge, they've closed the borders and reporting people like crazy. Maybe people are just like, well, I guess not an issue anymore. Like, I don't know if that's the case or if it was just a bad poll. Because I'm trying to find because that would be surprising to me that if it would drop that quickly. So
Well, I think a lot of people must have self-deported as well. So
that's possible. Yeah.
We will take this very gentle pushback.
Yeah, please.
I think
You're here for it.
I haven't seen exactly what people are saying, online in terms of this, but I do think like what immediately strikes me is if you take, I know you would just, it's not, the example necessarily that you would hold out, about reproductive rights, but I think the problem with musing about that is abandoning it is a very real possibility for people, who don't have the option necessarily to fly to another state or do X, Y, and Z. So I suspect when they hear somebody of your status, even if it's not the example you mean, putting it out in the air, like they feel, and it's not just that you're putting it out in the air, it's putting it out in the air, and actually, I don't necessarily even mean that one.
No, but
like if you're gonna say that, I think you really gotta.
I'll stand behind
you
it.
gotta put the data behind it. I think that's really, really important.
I will say, and I think this is actually the nub of it, right?
Okay.
Like I'm glad we're sort of here. I am saying the thing it sounds like I am saying.
Mm-hmm.
To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead of saying,
oh my God, you got to look at the look on his face.
Oh.
Look at the look on Tana. What look
Oh
is
my
that?
God.
What
He's
is that?
horrified. He's
Physical
disgusted.
physical disgust on
I
his face
know.
right now.
That's so funny.
He says pro-life and he thinks pro worldwide abortion ban. That's what he sees.
Well, I think one of the most toxic things that's gone on with the whole pro-life thing is the way that is being framed versus you're in favor of killing babies and you're in favor of taking women's rights away.
Yes,
Because
totally.
then it makes it so like neither side can really engage or compromise on it because why would you ever compromise on baby killing versus taking away the rights of women?
Yeah, if neither one of those you can compromise on.
Right. And so when Ezra Klein says pro-life Democrat, Ta-Nehisi Coates interprets it as like a sexist Democrat who wants to take rights away from women. Like that's why he's making that face of disgust.
Yeah. Look, you can't even have that conversation.
Yeah.
You're just a partisan hack.
that an expressive or strategic question in politics was betraying or abandoning the people we wish to protect. I wish what we said was we lost power in a way that allowed Donald Trump to drive the Supreme Court to a 6-3 Republican majority. And that majority overturned Roe v. Wade.
Right.
It overturned Roe v. Wade and actually abandoned all these people.
Right.
Actually fucked them over. Right?
Right.
It is part of, I think, when I say that like the work of politics has become diminished, it is part of how that happened, that talking about this creates this sort of counter argument. Well, even to discuss it is to abandon. In '08, as you and I both know, Barack Obama ran as a public opponent of gay marriage.
Right.
He ran opposed to it.
Right.
At a time when not only, I won't speak for you, was I not opposed to it, but most of us did not, most of us did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
Like at his heart, we did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
But he was playing politics.
Right.
That playing of politics allowed him to name Supreme Court justices, and that led to the decision that created a constitutional right to same-sex marriage. And I am saying that that kind of playing politics is needed.
I can give you an example from the other side, by the way, too.
Yeah, go for it.
Brother, you know what my position was during the election about Palestine, about Gaza. Kamala Harris was running to be the first Black woman to be president of the United States. You cannot imagine how animated Black folks were. And some would argue the base of the Democratic Party, Black women. You know what I mean? We're going to, see this thing. She was not taking a position that I thought was particularly moral. I had to talk in front of Black audiences about that. You know what I mean?
They really need to take this concept of Black women being the base of the Democratic Party and throw in the trash can. Like, I understand that there are a lot of Black women out there that will vote in droves for Democrats. And that's good for Democrats if they want to win elections. But they are a tiny minority.
Yeah, how can 6% of the population
be
the backbone of anything?
Right, a teeny tiny minority of the population. And they're like, this is the base of the party. The backbone of the party is this teeny tiny. Like, no, stop. What are you talking about?
I mean, that's going to be all of the party that's left.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
completely ridiculous.
And I had to do the other thing, which was go before Arab American audiences here, Palestinian American audiences here, and say, look, I'm with you. You can be mad at me. You probably will be mad at me. I get it. But for me, politics is the lesser of two evils. We've been fighting this battle for a long time. We have never had the luxury of electing people that represented the best of us.
This is so perfect to what I was saying earlier. He's basically saying, look, you guys get nothing you want, but we get representation. Just think of it. She's a Black woman. How cool is that?
It is weird. Yeah, because usually the line that people give on the left is, Kamala's, you don't like her on Palestine, but Trump is like way worse on that issue.
Right.
And that Trump is going to be way worse on, all the other issues and authoritarian and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's interesting that his go-to was just to go straight to the identity. Like, well, a lot of Black women were excited that she was a Black woman. Like, well, who the fuck cares?
No, they
fuck
do
you.
care. Look,
I know, but they shouldn't. This is part of the issue. We need to sort of frame this as it's just fucking racist. And I think we kind of allowed it to go with Obama because it was viewed as sort of the position of, okay, there's been all this racism against Black people. If we can finally elect a Black president, racism is over, right? So it's kind of viewed in a different light. It's viewed as like a milestone unlocked for the country.
Right. Yeah,
Like,
totally.
a country is no longer racist. But and I say, okay, that's fine. We'll move forward, right? But now that I feel like we're moved forward from that. You can't have a situation where every time there's a candidate who's Black or some minority group, you say, well, this excited that minority group. Well, fuck you, you racist scumbag. I'm not, like, it wouldn't be acceptable if the Republicans or the Democrats had some white person and like, wow, the fact that they're a white male really has galvanized the white males. That's made them real excited. Like no one would accept that as a talking point in public conversation.
Well, you can't offer it as representation. They're offering it as representation because they're saying there's never been a female president.
Yes.
There's never been a black female president. There are very few black female presidents in office. So the policy perk that they are offering is representation. Think how good you'll feel when you're represented in the highest echelons of the land. But I think it's ridiculous when you talk about Trump is going to come out and offer you, hey, you are a service worker. How about you don't get taxed on your tips? They're like, representation, no tax on tips. Let me see here.
Right.
I mean, I think I can wait on the woman president, right? I like the no tax on tips. It's not a compelling offer in a Democratic election, but they think it's at everything.
Well, it's because they're not liberals; they're leftists, and it's funny because Ezra said, people have to believe that the candidate actually likes them,
right?
And that plays into it perfectly because the post-liberal left and even the post-liberal right, they both have this framework of racial identity. People have to unify around racial identity, and that the only way you can trust a person to actually deliver to you something that is good for you and your community is if they share your racial identity.
So they're basically racist, collectivist racists.
It's just collectivist racist. Yes. And so that is kind of the argument. So that's what Coates and all these other people, when they're kind of like framing it as like, well, we're giving you a black woman. It's because they're saying like, well, if it was a white person, you wouldn't trust that they'd actually do anything for you. But since it's a black woman, you can trust that she'll actually do things for women and black people because she is herself that category.
Well, I think a lot of black people lost that illusion with Obama. So
they did. Some of them did. Right.
So I'm just, they're like, I'm going to go with Trump and get the no tax on tips and fuck the
right. Or I mean, a lot of black people
offer.
Mm-hmm. A lot of black people were very upset about the immigration issue because a lot of times, when there's an influx of immigrants, they're going to be in black areas, right? Or historically black areas, and they might, come into conflict or they might push them out of those areas.
Yeah. I want to shake Democrats when they think, I guess there is a certain part of their coalition that is only interested in representation. I mean, you got to be living pretty high on the hog to only be interested in representation, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely an elitist position.
Well, it's interesting because there was some ex post I saw. I think it was Destiny criticized. I don't even know how I saw it because Destiny's blocked me. I guess someone else retweeted it. It was Destiny criticizing what's his name? The who's that podcaster that's always in the Lex Friedman. It was Destiny criticizing Lex Friedman. Lex Friedman put out some posts that was about how the political conversation was very toxic and online, and he was going to go detach from it and touch grass and be out there in the world. And Destiny's response to this was like, "Oh, you can only say this because you have the privilege of being a white male in America."
What Destiny turns on everyone that helps him get ahead.
I was like, what the fuck?
He's so bad about it. Lex Friedman has had him on his podcast multiple times and has done more to help Destiny than anyone. It's like,
right.
What the fuck? And he's like, oh yeah, let me stab this guy in his back real quick.
Well, it's just like this whole thing about bringing it back to race and everything. Yeah, he says, my favorite thing about being a white man in America is that we always have the option to simply disconnect and chill, because at the end of the day, nothing matters anyway. We will always be A-okay. And it's funny because he's using this as to attack Lex Friedman, but I think that applies more to upper middle class white lefties who will feel some sort of virtue signal or moral pride in like, well, I helped elect a black woman, right? That's the most important because they are disconnected from all these other problems.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how Kyle Rittenhouse feels about that.
Exactly.
Who is a guy who took down the guy on the subway? I mean, I wonder how he feels about
Daniel
that,
Penny.
right? Yeah, I wonder how Daniel Penny feels about that. I bet Daniel Penny would like to go just chill out.
Well, that's what's so fucking weird, and this is I don't know what fucking downward spiral Destiny is going on because yeah, Destiny used to be a very big defender of Kyle Rittenhouse
Yep.
and seemed to understand that the reason Kyle Rittenhouse was even being arrested or any of these things was because of the fact that he was white. And it's strange that now he's turning around and he's like, oh, he's just making the woke left arguments. Oh, the white men are just so privileged in society.
Yeah, because his Destiny's subreddit has officially taken over him and shoved their hands so far up his ass, they're working his mouth like a puppet now.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious. It's hilarious. I can't wait till the Ethan Klein lawsuit unmasks all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So we can all have a good look at them. See what sort of strangeness is going on under the hood.
Did you see that I think Legal Mindset, so a lot of people were going over.
Oh yeah. I watched Legal Mindset. Yeah, of course.
There's some claim that someone that was some mod in the H3H3 Snark Reddit subreddit, who was a mod there, actually
works for them. Yes,
works
I know.
for Reddit, yeah, and admitted it on Reddit.
Look, I like drama. I fucking like drama. Are you kidding me? I follow that shit, of course.
Right.
We should devote our Tuesday streams just to this drama because
it's like really opening themselves
countdown.
up for legal liability here, Reddit. Like that's great. Well, maybe on Thursday, I don't know, because we do the media stuff on Thursday, but on Wednesday, I think is the
hearing. Yeah,
it's
I don't know if the government shutdown is going to interfere with that though.
Oh no!
Yeah,
can they not do the hearing because the government shut down? That's a good.
Democrats are so fucking scared of this 8th hearing that the government shut down.
That's the real reason
they might push it
down. They don't want to do the hearing.
Well, I don't like to be conspiratorial.
There you go.
We all know what's going on here.
Right.
So look, it might be on the 8th, and I don't know. Maybe we'll stream on Wednesday instead of Tuesday, or Wednesday instead of Thursday. I don't know. We haven't lined anything up for Thursday for media stuff anyway. So, but yes, we'll see what happens.
We'll see.
And this is why I'm voting for her. This is a really, really serious thing. And when you hear these Palestinian Americans, and when you hear these Muslim Americans, and when you hear these Arab Americans upset about this, you can't just yell at them. You have to take them seriously. These were hard, very, very difficult conversations. But when I made those conversations, look, man, I had to be buttoned up about it. I just think you take very, very seriously the need to convince people outside of the tent right now, right? About like we have to convince them to come in. I guess what I want from you is I want you to take as seriously people who are in the tent and who are vulnerable and afraid. And if you have to convince them of something that's extremely, extremely uncomfortable, or tell them that you're taking a position that is extremely uncomfortable, I just think you owe them a little more. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
man.
That's fine. I'll take it. But I want to put this on you for a minute, right? Sure. You keep sort of putting it back on me.
Yeah, I'm open. Go ahead.
You keep putting it back on me here on the Ta-Nehisi Coach Show.
Yes, right.
What then should we do? What then should be? You are one of the most influential public intellectuals in the country. I know you don't like to think of politics as a thing you do, but it is a thing you do. What, as bad as you know this can get, and given that you are not a hopeless person, or who, doesn't think you should just collapse into fatalism, what do you think should happen now?
I think that really depends on what your role is. I don't have a great overarching theory for what everybody needs to do, because I think we all have different positions. I know what my role is. And I do see myself as part of politics, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very, very important way of answering the question. I mean, I'm not going to be the person that yells at you because, you went on a bunch of right-wing podcasts. As I've said many times, in the course of this interview, I see myself as a writer. I see myself as a journalist.
Here's a problem. And this is where I would say Coates is a coward. Shouldn't he, if it's true that, they were making it sound like they were friends, like they were good friends or something. They had they have a lot of correspondence or something. What shouldn't Coates, who has a lot of pull on the online lefty crazy people, if he sees his boy Ezra here getting attacked by these people before this conversation, obviously, shouldn't he be like, yo, guys, stop, fucking attacking Ezra Klein? If he's going on a right-wing podcast, that's fine. And you can disagree with him about some elements of abundance, that's fine. But he's still, an ally. He's still a good guy. Stop attacking him. Like, where was Coates' defense of Ezra this whole time?
I don't know. Non-existent, maybe. Maybe he did defend him. Maybe that's why he's inviting him on.
I don't think he ever did.
Yeah, I don't know the interpersonal relationship. I'm aghast at the way he perceives of politics. I think of politics as very transactional, where you're trying to cobble together a set of policy prescriptions that's going to be good for the most people, the most good for the most people. And I guess it's part of the democratic philosophy to really focus more on making things okay for the marginalized, for the smallest amount of people. And it's just completely, you can't win. You can't win in a democratic environment focusing on those things. And the trans issue is like the perfect example of this, because they're like super monomaniacally focused on trans people because they're the tiniest marginalized group of people in the United States. And they're so focused on them that they can't even see that their rights are coming at the expense of a very big group of people, women, arguably the largest group of people in the United States. And that's just not going to work, especially if you're going to take this high and mighty, holier than thou position that they're constantly taking. Ta-Nehisi Coates hasn't come out and said it explicitly in this podcast, but I'd hazard a guess that he's thinking it. He would come out and talk about it explicitly if he was in the right environment, and probably wants politicians that want to forward those policies. And that's not going to work. So
I have to disavow. Okay.
Disavow me or Ta-Nehisi Coates?
Yeah. I don't think it's right to say that women are the fattest group in America. There's lots of fat men in America too, Adam. Okay.
I didn't say fat. I said largest.
So they're the largest group. Okay. There's a bunch of fat women running around, large and in charge in America.
Look, in the group of women, I would say actually the fat group is probably the most marginalized, because I think it's a few fatties out there that are eating all the Haagen-Dazs.
Well, they take up the most space. Okay.
Right.
So
you get what I'm saying, though.
I understand what you're saying.
They cannot. And look, I think this entire podcast, Ezra Klein is trying to get Ta-Nehisi Coates to come to terms with that. I cringe so hard when I see Democrats comparing the trans struggle to the black struggle. I'm like, oh, these people were slaves? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Slaves? Look, I think trans people should obviously be treated equally, but I don't think that we should put all of our children in an environment where they're exposed to a dangerous social contagion just so that we can make the environment more hospitable to trans people. They have to be aware of that, and they have to be pragmatic about it, especially if they want their rights protected.
Mm-hmm.
And so much of the last 5 years has been, no, it's not only about protecting trans people's rights. It's about protecting trans people's rights at the cost of everyone else's rights and safety.
Yeah.
Which is fucking bullshit. And look, if any group was asking that, if white men were asking for their rights to be protected at the expense of other groups, I would say, no, fuck you. Exactly the same. I wouldn't ask for my rights to be protected at the expense of other people's rights. I wouldn't.
Right.
So it is what it is. Look at, if I was trans, if I had gender dysphoria, and I would feel the exact same way. I'd be like, hey, I know how psychology works. I know how vulnerable children are. It's probably not a good idea to introduce these ideas in grade school, in elementary school. I've used the example before of cancer. Like, if you went into a group of second graders and described the symptoms of cancer, and then asked the class, how many of you think you have cancer? Half the hands would go up. Because that's what it's like to be 7 years old in second grade.
How many times not even 7 years old. If you ever look up any sort of symptom on the internet,
of course.
you're like, oh my God, I have all these things.
Yes. Yes.
Everyone becomes a hypochondriac.
And if we as a society started going in and saying, okay, half of this class that thinks they have cancer, let's treat them like they do have cancer. Give me that is insanity. Insanity, but it's exactly what we've done with the affirmative care model. Look, and liberals are waking up to this. There are a lot of moderate liberals who do like science, who do believe in psychology. As soon as they understand the reality of this situation, they're like, what the fuck? Anyway, I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Journalist.
Oh my God.
I see myself as someone for whom it's very, very important to state the truth plainly and to clarify things as best I can. I'm not a
bullshit.
I thought you were in the bathroom.
Bullshit.
Get out of here.
I heard that clarity and I couldn't help myself. I just want to state things clearly. You don't buy that, Sitch. That's total fucking bullshit. That is such bullshit. Look, after he just talked about how, oh yeah, I would go in these situations where these Palestinian people were like, why isn't she giving us our position on Palestine? And I had to lie to their faces. Oh no, I didn't lie to their faces. I just said things totally unclear so that they would believe I was in favor of their policy prescription. What is this bullshit?
Strategist for the party, and I've tried to, as you raised in that Barack Obama piece, I've tried to respect the difference.
I guess I'm not pushing you to be a political strategist, right? I think that for me, something you see me doing right here, something I think people reacting to me doing is saying, well, if the fight is this profound and we're losing the fight, then the question is to think about how we fight.
Right.
That's something about knowing that this much of the country is, on the wrong side of what my line would have been.
Right.
Knowing that what Kirk was doing, what people like him were doing was working.
Right.
That imposes a set of questions upon us that need to be answered.
Right. The thing I'm struggling with in this conversation and even in that question is the fact that there are things that you yourself have actually advocated for that had they been done, we would be having a very different conversation.
I think I wanted to not be close.
You said what?
I wanted to not be close.
You will call this my fatalism, but I am not surprised. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be close for a very, very long time. I would like for it to be less close too. But
do you think that's within our power or not really?
Listen, I have a friend, and I'm not going to out him. He's a mutual friend of ours who always says, this is the best set of white folks we have ever had in the entire history of Black America. This is the most woke. This is the least racist. This is the most aware group that we have had. You know what I mean? Like, for us.
Yeah, I feel like I walked into the middle of something here. What the heck?
Wait, let me go back a second.
Power, not really.
Listen, I am not surprised. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be close for a very, very long time. I would like for it to be less close too. But
do you think that's within our power or not really?
Listen, I have a friend, and I'm not going to out him. He's a mutual friend of ours who always says, this is the best set of white folks we have ever had in the entire history of Black America. This is the most woke. This is the least racist. This is the most aware group that we have had. You know what I mean? Like, for us, and for those of us who ground ourselves in a larger tradition, this is not close. Like, this is a, remarkable time, in terms of our freedom, as writers and journalists to speak to people, in terms of the amount of people who are.
Did you like that? We're living in the most woke time period ever. So you got to keep pushing.
It's a shame that he can say this and still think, oh yeah, this racist America.
Yeah.
It's quite the contradiction he's holding in his head there, isn't it?
I want everyone to know that Sam just came in and she made me one cookie, like the little Toll House cookies.
You have a cookie? Oh my God. What
She
I would
made me
give for
one
a
cookie
right now.
Well, it's funny because she has these like teeny tiny little plates. It's like basically a little coaster. So she makes one cookie and puts on one plate. And she came into the room and for like a minute danced in front of me trying to get me to grab the cookie.
What?
I'm trying to listen to this.
You're getting a dance over there? Oh, that's just...
She's like putting it under my nose. She's like, oh, that's
what's she wearing?
Well, let me tell you.
What does this dance entail?
Oh, well, she was wearing a bikini, right?
Oh my God.
Yes, that she did have a MAGA hat on.
Oh,
so I was kind of like attracted but repelled.
You're like conflicted,
at the same time,
aren't you? Yeah.
Right. She's got the bikini and the cookie. I'm attracted, but then she's got the MAGA hat on.
Right.
It's very repelling.
Oh!
It's very confusing. Yes.
Yeah. It's like the cross with Dracula.
Exactly.
Empowered and have some amount of privilege and could just look away and are not looking away. Wait, I'm
sorry.
It's not a
what? Hold on. I was distracted. I was distracted by dancing.
It's a remarkable time. In terms of our freedom. As writers and journalists to speak to people. In terms of the amount of people who are empowered and have some amount of privilege and could just look away and are not looking away. It's not a great time politically. You understand what I'm saying? But it's not the worst either.
No, it's not.
It's not the worst,
All right, then. I think always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
So the first book is a book called The Brothers by Stephen Kinzer, which is a joint biography of Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles, and how incredibly one was head of the State Department, the other was head of the CIA, and how they worked to overthrow multiple countries during Eisenhower's time. It's just an incredible, mind-boggling book, and it's helping me answer some questions about the role of America in the broader world. The second one is an oldie but goodie, which I've reached for before I wrote my piece, is Race and Reunion by David Blight, which I think is just essential because it shows how a country forgets, and forgets in service of a politic that I would say is problematic. The third one is our mutual friend Chris Hayes' book, Siren's Call, which I think, in fact, actually tells us a lot about the conversation that we're having today, and the influence of social media screens and distraction.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ezra. I appreciate it too.
It's fucking hilarious.
Yes.
At some point, you got to forget to move on, though.
Yeah, you do. Because, part of this, what the issue is, it's like, if you keep banging over the head, like, there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, you should learn your history. You should learn where the country was, with racism, all this other stuff. That's all fine. But if you start saying, okay, we're going to leverage power over you, both politically and culturally, because of something that you didn't do, because of something that maybe not even your parents did, something your grandparents did, right? At that point, people are just going to turn on you.
Yeah, what are you remembering for?
I'm done with this, right? Why?
What the fuck is this?
I think
this is something we might watch on Tuesday.
On Piker.
It's
getting sucked off by the New York Times again.
Not quite, actually. So I thought we might
Oh,
watch on Tuesday.
really? Oh, they pushed back a bit, huh?
It's interesting. It seems like this guy has some awareness of Hassan being pretty radical. And now I don't think, at least I
Oh.
didn't see the whole thing. I think I saw about half of it. And I don't think he's doing a very good job, but he is trying to sort of push and question on Hassan's advocacy for political violence, which is kind of interesting. So maybe we'll watch some of this on Tuesday.
I think you were putting in the other thing, but
I did, yes.
clicked on this.
I saw you saw
one.
the siren
think-
call
I think-
of the click was
I
too
wonder
much.
if I could back up. Oh,
Why do
I got there. Oh no, this is your thing.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna watch a little bit of this. I mean, we're not gonna watch like
A little
the whole
more.
thing.
Matt Iglesias.
Yeah, it's interesting what is being said in this conversation. But first, Austin Quinn, thanks so much for the $20. Says, can you do a video on Abba and Preach? He seems to be following the Destiny timeline and crashing out hard.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I should. It's funny because
And then
I know Sam watches
we have
Abba
an
and Preach.
expert, yeah. An expert in the audience. Sammy G.
Yes, and she always says that they are like hyper TDS.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I know I shouldn't say TDS. I'm quoting Sam. That's what she says.
Oh yeah, use the bad
But
word,
yeah,
the naughty
I know,
word.
I use the naughty word. But that's what in that they've been sort of crashing out really hard on. I think I listened to some of it and I agreed on some of the Charlie Kirk reaction stuff. So maybe we will cover it.
I for a second thought you were putting the Brianna Joy Gray in.
I mean, we can watch that afterwards if you want, but
No, we watch this. I don't know what it is.
J Mac, our Sega father, thanks so much, Daddy. J Mac for the $50 says there's a group of
Oh, yeah.
Republicans that are trying to primary my brother because they argue he's a rhino and not a true conservative because he's had to compromise to get certain things passed. People don't understand that compromise is essential. There you look. Exactly. That's exactly the problem I'm talking about in terms of this like horrible political ecosystem. This is why Congress doesn't do anything. This is why Congress doesn't want to do anything.
Yeah, it's true. And it's so politically effective to morally grandstand and to say, I would be morally pure. Out with the sinner. Vote for me.
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks.
Daniel Irish for $20 says, I thought representation was a joke until we got our first gamer vice president and soon to be president, JD Vance. That's true. He's a pretty big nerd. So there you go.
Yeah. He likes Magic the Gathering.
Bob.
And he's a pretty good memer.
There you go. That's true. He is. Is this our first Magic the Gathering player in the White House? I would say yes.
One day the world will meme as one.
There you go. Bob Terwilliger for $20. Thank you. Says, Sitch, the Democrats don't distinguish between illegal versus DACA or pending asylum claim. They literally say, quote, no one is illegal. Undocumented equal illegal. You've caught another bad case of Trump derangement syndrome. Well, thank you, first of all, for that at the end there.
For pointing out your illness. For diagnosing you.
As I shoved the cookie that Sam gave me in my mouth. It's really good. You should get
I should make my wife.
You should
make some cookies for me.
No, it's I'm trying to look up.
I'm
the
like
brand.
the cookie expert though, so
it's a dairy-free cookie. That's really good.
Dairy-free? Sacrilege.
Well, I can't listen. I'm a Jew with a weak stomach, okay, and no lactose naturally. It's called Sweet Lorenz. They're gluten and dairy-free. I don't care about the gluten so much, but the dairy-free. And they have these, oh my God, they're so good. They're fudgy brownie cookies.
That sounds delicious.
Now, they're good too. Like if you eat them without baking them, they're pretty good if you just pop them in your mouth cold, but they taste better if you actually cook
bacon
them.
in them?
They do not have bacon in the cookie, no.
But that would be good.
What, bacon in the cookie? How many cookies have bacon? I don't think I've ever had a cookie with bacon in them.
They should make cookies with bacon in them. That'd be delicious.
Interesting.
It does
Okay.
sound good, doesn't it? You're like, I would try that cookie.
I can't tell if that would
Let's
be a
look
good
it up.
flavor or not. A cookie with bacon in it, like a chocolate or a
Bacon.
fudge with bacon in it. I'm not
Bacon
sure.
cookies right here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Maple bacon cookies. Bacon chocolate chip cookies.
Right.
Bacon oatmeal breakfast cookies with maple glaze.
Well, I will say,
pretty popular. Peanut butter bacon.
I'm curious because I will say I really used to like, back when I eat such horrible trash, but I'm a good boy now. Is those breakfast sandwiches, the McGriddles.
Oh yeah, that's basically a bacon cookie.
It's basically a bacon cookie with egg, because it was very sweet.
Those
And
are
it had
delicious.
the egg and the sausage or the bacon. It was very tasty. So,
I'll
okay,
give it a whirl.
let's watch some of this.
What was did we respond to the DACA thing?
I was going to, but because of the TDS comment, I decided not to.
Really?
So
Okay.
we'll talk about it later. I'm sure it'll come up later, but
I think it would be good to respond, but obviously, I think the TDS
we'll talk about. As I said, we're going to talk about it later.
over the line. So
yeah, we're gonna talk about the whole. I'm sure because the whole government shutdown obviously has a lot to do with that. So
okay.
So this is kind of so the context to this, the backdrop to this is kind of funny, which is Ezra has just spoken for like 10 minutes or so, and he kind of, was very much on like the, Donald Trump is bad train, and it's kind of like Maddie Iglesias is kind of calling him out, like, look at how much prep work you have to do to criticize the left, like how much you have to say, like how much you don't like Donald Trump. Just to
that's awesome. That's awesome. Kind of yeah.
One other person will have their backs, that I am eager to be in the mix and in the dirt and throwing punches and in the shit. There's the old joke is that like a liberal is someone who's like too high-minded to take their own side in an argument. And I often feel actually that we have that on the center left, at least with regard to people who are on the further left, that even you start the thing out and you're like, oh, like Trump is bad, and you had like 4 different ways of situating that, which is true, like I agree. He is bad. But then, I read other stuff. Like there's this review, very mean-spirited review of Ezra and Derek's book in the New York Review of Books. And I'm reading it and I'm like, I don't really get this. What's going on here? And I kind of scroll to the end and I see like the author's bio, and he is just like the author of like 7 books about like why we need to end capitalism. And so like it's true, like Abundance isn't a book about like how we should be communists. And the whole review could have just been like, as a communist.
Karl Marx, though.
It does. No, but that's where I was going, which is like, is the impulse that we need to be like, we can be cool communists too, right? And like, I don't know. I want to like get people to, people who I think are like-minded with me to stand up for themselves and to show that like that is possible, that like it is just okay to say like this is in fact not the maximally left position, because I don't think the maximally left position is correct, and to like say that squarely and to like look into the eye of the beast and just be like, no, we disagree, like that's all right, because I think that I like it, and not everybody likes it, and not everybody has to be the same, but it's like, it's helpful, if I can be the hero that Gotham needs at times. And let somebody else be nice. I see Ted Nordhaus in.
It is interesting to me because
I know, I love this part.
Because Matt Iglesias, he's pretty firmly on the left. To have him say publicly, the left needs to stand up and to the far left and say no, like this, we're not in favor of this maximum left position, which is kind of, it's interesting. I will reserve judgment, but a little glimmer of optimism, maybe, maybe.
Yeah, they don't
Maybe
have to
people
couch
will
it in
learn.
this we hate Trump so you can believe this nonsense.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
the audience. And, I often hear this from other people about Ted. They'll be like, can he just be like a little bit more chill? And I'd be like, no, you can be chill because Ted is so aggro. And
Wait, can I ask you a question? So it's often, like, people often note that a lot of people on the left, they definitely act like their real enemies are liberals. Like the people they're really in a fight with are not the Trump administration or the right, but specifically Derek. Would you now say, like, the way you, I was interested by that answer, would you say that, like, the way you perceive what you're doing, like, the real debate you're in now is with the left?
I would say the distinctive debate that I'm in is with the left. Like I did a piece.
It's sad, but I think it's very human, which is people seem like they don't adjust to actually being afraid or worrying or caring about the extremists on their side until they're attacked by the extremist. And I do wonder, because Ezra said something which I think needs to be shouted from every mainstream publication, which is that the far left is more concerned with attacking liberals and the moderate left than they are with even attacking the right. And I wonder if Ezra can only perceive that now, because I don't think he perceived that some years ago. I wonder if he can only perceive that now because he was on the receiving end of it with Abundance, with the book that he wrote.
Right. That just was a turning point for him.
It seems like it's a turning point for so many people.
The revelation.
Yes, it's like, oh, well, now I'm being attacked, right? Yeah, well, they're trying to warn you about. Okay, here, let me skip ahead. This is the guy that wrote Abundance with Ezra, Derek Thompson.
Which is that persuasion doesn't exist. No one is actually persuaded of anything to the extent that they truly change their mind. And there's a theory, so there's this idea called moral foundations theory that says that fundamentally,
where have I heard that before?
If what you want to do is change someone's mind about politics, you don't tell them that they're wrong. You tell them that the degree to which they're right, that their correct opinions might lead inexorably to your political beliefs. Mm-hmm. So for example, let's say that the original study that was done on moral foundations, I think was done with gay marriage. And the idea was if you're talking to a conservative in the early 2000s about gay marriage, you don't make an argument about the degree to which they're wrong about marriage purity, meaning that marriage only exists between a man and a woman. What you unlock instead is the value that they share in family stability. And you say that given the existence of gay people in this world, don't you want them to raise children in a stable environment? And maybe by talking about an issue on which you disagree, in the values and with the language and vocabulary that they feel most comfortable in, they'll feel more comfortable not changing their mind, because that's an enormous threat to identity, but rather saying, oh, I can see how the way that I've always thought might lead somewhat to another opinion. And I found personally that that's much more likely to not only change my mind, to allow me to sort of hold on to my identity, but also change the specific ideas that my identity sort of grabs onto in the political sphere. But also I found it's very successful for changing other people's minds. And with that,
that's a great way to put it.
Yes.
You have to frame it in your values being the same, but those values leading to different conclusions.
Because that's what happens.
That's what happens. Yeah, it is.
And that is where I think so much of the disconnect comes from, is people arguing their values to someone that doesn't have their values. So they're not going to adopt their values, obviously.
Right.
You need to frame it in their, something that aligns with their values.
Right.
So, and also anyone that quotes Haidt always gets, 10 points in my book.
Oh, of course. Yeah. They get
10
it.
points for Gryffindor for that one.
I think the left shot first.
Hold on.
You're going to answer this for me.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
Progressives no longer wanted to adhere to liberal values, small L liberal values, around living in community with people who are different than you. And so these are two, I think there's ways in which they can both be true. But I'm curious, your reactions, and Matt keeps smiling, so I'm sure you're the first person who you're going to answer this for me.
Two things can be true. I think the left shot first in this, frankly, and that there was a real abandonment of liberal principles in left of center institutions, that people started raising fundamentally illiberal arguments, procedurally, total abandonment of epistemic rigor, of any kind of principles.
Well, give examples. How has that happened?
Around questions of identity. I think starting quite a ways back, I forget the name of the guy, but there was like somebody in California who had donated to the bad side of a gay marriage ballot initiative. And there was this idea that he needed to be shunned, right? Because he was on the wrong side of a political disagreement that wasn't just a political disagreement. It spoke to the fundamental humanity of people. And lots of people, myself included, honestly, just went along with that. It was we're on the right side of history, the moral arc of the universe is bending, and we're just gonna do it. And I think there was more and more impulse for that to call for these sort of second degree shunnings, right? And it reached a really high-profile and politically costly apogee when Bernie Sanders went on the Joe Rogan show, and Joe Rogan was like, "I like you, Bernie Sanders." And then people, they're running in a primary against each other, right? It's politics. You try to take down your enemies. And what was leveraged against Bernie was the idea that it was improper to have sought political support from a guy who had the transphobic view that trans women should not be in combat sports against cisgender women. That was the specific sin. And very mainstream Democrats, in part because they believed it, in part because they themselves didn't want to be bullied, and in part because they just wanted to beat Bernie Sanders in an election, were that's a great argument, guys. This makes a ton of sense. And Ezra, who as we know is strategic, chose.
That is interesting. I hadn't thought about that. It's kind of disturbing, is that a lot of more, quote, moderate Democrats, they just adopted wokeness to attack Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad. It's interesting.
Well, there's a lot of that going on, obviously.
Yeah, because they're all looking
as a
to,
weapon, yeah.
Right, to one up
I
each
am
other.
the most pure. He is not worthy.
I think if this concept that Matt Iglesias is saying right here was actually adopted mainstream, that the left shot first, that the left really was the first at sort of melting the bonds of the acceptance of individual Western democratic capitalism in these institutions, I think it would go so far in helping fix the discourse, not only in the left's ability to expel the radical actors like Hassan and all these people out, and Zoran Mamdani's and all these people, but I also think it would go a long way with, I think there needs to be some acknowledgement, because I think there's a lot of people, rightfully so, who feel like they were pushed out of the left and they want some sort of apology or some sort of acknowledgement of the insanity that took hold of the left over the last 10 years or so.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
I'm not gonna. I'm just saying it would be
saying
helpful.
It here. Yeah, look, he's saying it here, and that's a good thing. I don't know if it will even be adopted. I can feel the moderator eye rolling across the screen.
Well, I don't know if the moderator
just in this conversation.
I don't know anything about the moderator. She's dressed like she walked out of a 90s music video. So I don't know what her politics are. But yeah.
Well, I think, obviously, if you put this in front of Destiny, he's not gonna move on this.
No.
What?
There's going to be the two factions that really push back against this is going to be obviously the woke faction, and then the
don't blame us for anything faction.
Yeah, we need to unite against Donald Trump so we can't ever attack anyone to the left faction, which I guess is what Destiny's current arc is on at the moment.
Well, him pointing this out, that there's this kind of purity spiral on the left that makes it impossible for them to be competitive in general elections. I think that's going to play out. I think it's going to play out in the next election and the election after that.
Yeah, if they don't change. Yeah.
Nobody's going to be able to stand up. and do
Right.
the thing that Trump did on the abortion thing. Oh, look, if we get too crazy on abortion, we're not going to be competitive.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Kamala Harris had plenty of opportunities to do that, and we covered it. And
Well,
she
she's not gonna.
didn't.
Yeah,
She
she's a
folded
fucking
like a
loser.
cheap card table. Yeah.
Right. She's not the person to do anything.
All the times in the world to stand up.
Right. Right.
But look, Gavin Newsom, he's not going to stand up. Don't kid yourself. He's not going to do it.
I don't have confidence
He's not going to
Gavin.
do it. I don't know enough about Josh Shapiro. Maybe he's going to do it. I don't know. I know nothing about him.
Right.
AOC's not going to do it. Fuck
Well,
no.
she's a true believer. So
Yeah,
she's
look,
not gonna do
yeah,
it.
of course. She's going to
Right.
jump in with both feet and say, oh, yeah, of course.
Right.
She's not going to stand up to them. She's going to sing rah rah with them.
She's gonna say, well, she's gonna try to use it to her advantage, saying, vote for me. I'm a female Latina Latinx.
Yeah.
So.
She's going to say, look, Gavin Newsom and Josh Shapiro are not woke enough.
She's
going to begin the purity spiral that Matt Iglesias is talking about.
Right.
And then once we get to the general, there's going to be lots to pick from, lots of sound bites for the Republicans to choose from. Those are going to make all the Democrats look insane.
Yep.
Isn't it crazy? You would think they could just get together and go, hey, there's certain things we can't say. Otherwise, we're going to lose the general election. Maybe we should avoid those things.
This is a prisoner's dilemma because they think, oh, well, it will help me against my primary opponent if I, say this, right?
Yeah, but I could see the Republicans having a conversation about abortion going, look, it's not good for us to bludgeon each other with the abortion issue. Let's save it for the Democrats. Obviously, it's going to come up in the general election. Let's worry about it then.
Well, I guess it will be interesting to see what 2028, because for the last election, I think most people were looking at the Republican primary as kind of like a joke. Like everyone.
Yeah.
They knew Trump was going to win, and everyone, thought Trump had in the bag.
We were watching. It was fun.
It was fun to watch the little debates, but I don't think most people were taking them seriously. So I don't know if they even needed to have a conversation like that because no one really. They're like, okay, we'll let the kiddies at the kiddie table, throw mashed potatoes at each other because no one gives a fuck.
How dare you call Vivek a kitty?
Oh, okay.
How dare you?
Vivek
and DeSantis.
Right. Hey, I would have been a lot more happy if DeSantis won.
Yeah.
The primary.
Nikki Haley was 2 inches taller than him, though. So.
Well, that's what the big rain galoshes are for. Okay, just give him some high heels.
Remember her high heel comment about how they double as weapons?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I do now.
That was so good.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
God, I love politics.
To come down from the mountaintop and weigh in on that one. And
were any of those people beating each other up on abortion? Well, I guess they're all pro-life, so
they were. But
what the question really to beat up?
The beat up question would be: would you push for a
national ban? Yeah,
ban. And I think that got asked in the debates. I really don't remember what the answers were.
Yeah. If they started pressing each other on a national ban, who supports a national ban and who doesn't, that would be devastating.
That would be the equivalent, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they would do that, though. I think the Democrats would definitely play those games and are going to play those games.
I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting.
They're going to be like, do you think trans women should be in women's prisons? Raise your hand. Everyone on the stage, their hands are going to go up.
Yeah.
Do you think prisons should pay for criminals to transition? All their hands go up.
Right.
Those are the kind of questions they're going to be asking.
And, the reaction to...
On Bernie Sanders' side.
Yeah, on Bernie's side. And the reaction to, I think an obviously correct argument for Ezra's was still people weren't wow, even Mr. Reasonable is telling us to chill out. And it was you could tell things were really reaching a fever around then. And that was right before COVID, which then put everyone online all the time, where we are not our best selves, I think, in a lot of ways in the discourse. And George Floyd died, and it was a real crescendo. But I mean, I point to the Rogan thing because that was before COVID, right?
Yeah.
But it showed and because it was Bernie was the victim, right? It was the centrist faction of the Democratic Party was really getting in on this stuff. And
I want to push here because, I just spent the week, and I have, if anyone saw this, I'm not just carrying around a National Conservatism book for fun. This is the program that they had, and I was at the National Conservatives Conference this week, and it's interesting, it was the same week as the Abundance Conference, which is, I don't know if anyone planned that or if that was just on accident. But this idea that progressives started it is just rampant. There are two things that tied together this conference across all of these different panels, all of these different conversations that I was having, all the people I was talking to in the hallways. One was immigration, which we'll get to that. The second one was just that progressives started it. They started this woke thing, and now we have to bring the war back because they tried to eradicate us. Because they tried to eradicate the people who have ththese views on gender, these views on sexuality, whatever it is. We need to fight back. And I think that there's something here about very, very different things are trying to be done on the left versus right. I think that it's true that embodying the sense of, okay, let's have people can have reasonable disagreement about issues and we should talk about them. I do not think that people on the left, including myself, fully embodied that throughout the, I think you called it the Great Awakening is your coinage here. I don't think we fully embodied it, but I think that's very, very different than using an arm of the state to impose your view of what the good life is supposed to be like. So, yes, people did use a lot of shunning. They used the private power that they had to say, don't hire this person. We're going to tweet about how we hate them. And the argument is usually, isn't that just free speech? Isn't that people using the marketplace of ideas to push back on things they disagree with? And I'm not even sure if it's the same. It's progressives sent a paperclip at you and then you shot them with a bazooka. Is that really the same thing?
Well, I mean, I don't think that the parsing of the time.
Elections are how we decide our policy directions. So to say that, I mean, what's the point of even having elections if you're not going to change policy perspectives and that's going to be implemented by an arm of the state? So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, she's making the argument. I don't remember if it was Matt who says this or Derek Thompson that says this. But they have a good retort to this. But I mean, she's kind of making this argument that I've heard a lot of people on the left make, which I do not agree with whatsoever. That let's downplay the Great Awakening, right? The last 10 years of the Great Awakening. Let's downplay all of that because a lot of it, not all of it, there was governmental power being influenced, especially against colleges, but a lot of it was primarily through cultural pressure or mainstream media pressure. It wasn't through the government necessarily dictating by fiat what to do.
Right.
While they say, well, what Trump is doing is it's just a government dictating by fiat what to do. And okay, you can point to that and say that's bad. But to me, it seems very dishonest, or rather blind or ignorant to the power that was being wielded during the last 10 years culturally, about how effective it was. When people lost their jobs because they posted something innocuous on Twitter or Facebook, and it was a joke or it was something that wasn't really bigoted, but it was perceived through the hyperwoke lens of being bigoted, is that person going to be well, I lost my job, but it's okay.
The state didn't do it.
The state didn't do it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or, there was that guy who, I forget what her name was. It might have been the Gamergate girl. Maybe chat remembers. There was some guy who was working on a video game, and some girl accused him of like sexual assault or something, and she had no evidence for this, and the guy like killed himself because he was fired from his job. He was working on this video game, and it was like some
Yeah.
lifelong project, and then he killed himself in response to it because he got canceled essentially by like everyone he knows. It's like, are people like, well, at least the government didn't do it. Like, it's a stupid argument to me to be like, well, we don't have to acknowledge that the left shot first. We don't have to acknowledge any of the stuff that happened for the last 10 years because it was not the government doing it. It's just it's very dumb.
Yeah.
Timeline is like the critical thing here. What I will say on behalf of the NatCon project is that it is an explicitly illiberal project, right? So nobody's like, why did the National Conservatives become illiberal? It's like, because it's a self-consciously illiberal project.
Although I will say, I had Yoram Hazony on my show, and he like had the same sort of account here, which I found like a little bit shocking. Because I'm like, yeah, you have an explicitly liberal project. He's like, we only had to do this because you guys got very well.
No, and that's but I mean, but that I think is a little crazy, right? Like, look what you made me do, right? Like that's childish. That's like 5-year-old logic, and I think actually not reflective of Hazony's actual.
Yes, I agree with
intellectual enterprise, right? So like,
the framing of this whole. I mean, I guess you can frame some of these policies as illiberal, but what the fuck are elections for if they're not for people deciding what list of policies they want for the country and then the government implementing those policies, specifically around immigration in the last election and the trans stuff. They don't want their kids, their young children being exposed to this stuff. How? Like, they voted for those policies. They're getting those policies.
Right.
When Democrats vote for policies,
right,
they would like to get their policies.
So to be clear, I forget that guy's name, the Yoram guy that they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yoram Hazany. Donald Trump is not a national conservative. And I guess people would argue whether Donald Trump's policies are would be even classified as national conservatism in terms of those policies. The national conservatism movement is explicitly an anti-liberal position. It's
Right.
a post-liberal right-wing position. Yes.
So they want to make like being trans illegal. That's their position.
I don't know. Like I'm not going to. I don't know all the positions that they have. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a position. I mean,
they want to make gay marriage illegal.
Yes,
something
right.
to that effect.
It is a philosophical position that is explicitly against the concept of liberalism.
Okay. Well,
so in that example, I would agree that it would not be honest for them to say, well, we only became anti-liberal because of the woke progressive. Like, that feels very taking advantage of the time period, right?
They want to take away
right
the right to get gay married.
Yes, or whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that seems expressly liberal, but completely off in left field to the conversation we're having.
Well, she was saying because she just was at some conference and they were saying this, I guess.
Yeah, I went to the super right-wing conference, and shouldn't we worry about them?
Yes.
What about us? What about all the illiberal stuff we've done on the left? She should be saying.
Different countries have different traditions.
Yes.
Conservatives conserve traditions. The American tradition is a liberal, like broad church liberal tradition. Thomas Jefferson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They like imported an Israeli, like Zionism is a illiberal nationalist project that he is part of, European conservatism, right? And so like even the phrase national conservatism is in contradistinction to the EU project, right? It doesn't like mean anything in the American context. And so these people, they're grabbing onto shit, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, I think that like as liberals, as people who want to say that we are liberals, we need to ask the question of like, are we being liberal? The fact that the self-consciously illiberal people are not liberal is an important fact about
I want to weigh in on Matt's side of this a bit. And I think the Prop 8, which was the California ballot initiative, if I'm not misremembering, is like a very good example here. And I'm not fully saying like who shot first. I think that like you can kind of run this stuff forever. But we definitely shot. And And I've spent a lot of time over the past year thinking about this sort of period of time. And a particular sin Matt identified, I think, was behind, and a sin I have been guilty of, to be super clear, was behind a lot of, like, I think cost us a lot, which was a thing we might think is bad is happening to a person we think is bad. So who cares? One of the current stories going on, which I think like would not be happening here, but I think is interesting, is this comedian in the UK. It just like seems like a shitty guy who like sent out a bunch of like very transphobic, shitty tweets. Just like forget even the word, like just being a jerk. But he's met by cops in Heathrow, and like that's a very illiberal thing happening. And I think, you know, it's got like kind of become like a big free press thing, and I was reading a piece about it in Compact, and I was like, they're right. And like we should say they are right. And I think for a long time didn't. And I like look back on like that sort of like the fever pitch of the 2020s, and like there's a lot going on, there's COVID happening, but there's also this like explosion of online algorithmic speech, which I just think is so much more a part of this than anybody like even like seems to admit. It's like just like the water we swim in now. But I think a lot of what happened is that political communication moved onto a medium that in its fundamental design is designed in opposition to liberal virtues, right? It is not built for deliberation. It is built for compression, that is a compression of ideas then sent through a filter of did your in-group like them? And what is political action when you're trained there? It is shunning. It is like the thing you can do to people is like not pass a bill against them. It is make them main characters, make them like outside the community. I look back and like, I don't have that many positions I took in that period that I look back on with regret. But the thing I look back on with regret is that I think the people who said we become a liberal were right. And I discounted that. And I think it cost us a lot.
Wow, look at that. That's pretty crazy. Acknowledging that they became illiberal and that he was wrong about that.
Yeah,
he
participated in it.
Yeah. He did a lot of downplaying in that time.
We covered a lot of his shit.
We did, yeah. So it's interesting.
He went after Sam Harris, remember?
He did, yeah.
The right went? No. Is it part of how the right won power so they could go there? Fucking absolutely. So part of the Abundance Tour, I've been on a bunch of podcasts by the sort of, comedians or other more cultural figures who like definitely voted for Obama. And then like some of them voted for Trump 1, and then a lot of them voted for Trump 2. I've just been struck because they don't seem a lot of them that happy about what they're getting. But they're not really talking to me about how liberals didn't deliver. And they're not talking to me about how conservatives did deliver. What moved them was that liberals didn't like them. They felt rejected. And I think it's easy to discount that. Like, oh, you had a SAD, so you ushered in fascism. And I said that in a way that makes it a laugh line, but like I take it perfectly seriously. The fundamental question in politics is not if you like the politician, it's does the politician like you? Like that is the heuristic people actually use. Does this political movement like you?
He's totally undercutting any persuasion he could possibly have. That audience right there is a bunch of fucking woke progressives laughing at you, okay? If you vote for their party, you are a fucking idiot, okay? That's what message that sends. So look, he's being not persuasive at all. He's making everyone in our audience think that I'm never voting Democrat again. He's making me think I'm never voting Democrat again. So take your little laughter and you can just shine on, you crazy diamond.
I'm not sure I agree.
You think that is persuasive?
Well, not to our audience, obviously, but this meme is a very sticky, repeated meme on the left.
It is. And it's super condescending, and it plays right into
Right.
the shunning culture he's
Right.
talking about,
And
being a losing culture.
We've all seen, there's that comic, the meme comic, where it's like the guy is like being yelled at by the woke protester, so he like shaves his hair off to become the skinhead. He's like, "You're making me do this." Like we've all seen that comic, a million
Right.
times. Um, and I don't know. I think you have to address that, and I do think it is persuasive to people, or can be persuasive to people on that side, if someone that they view as being on that side brings up that meme and people laugh because they think, ha ha ha, that's like the silly meme. But things like, no, it's true. And you should understand that it actually is valid. I do think I think that's a jarring framing that makes people pay attention, at least, to what you're saying.
No, look, it depends upon how you think the people are laughing. I'm laughing because he's saying you voted for fascism. And I think obviously these people are just idiots. Okay. They
Right.
think any milquetoast Republican is a fascist. So I'm laughing at them for that reason. But the reason why they are laughing is because they believe that they really did vote for fascism.
Right. Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So that's just an insanely different worldview.
Right. But I'm saying to that worldview that has that meme that they believe that meme is fundamental, because that meme, the whole like you made me become a fascist. The reason for that meme comic is because they're trying to say that it's not true and that it's stupid, that like no one really has that position. They use that meme to sort of downplay the critique of the left being so extreme that it's pushing people to the right.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think it could be persuasive.
You think this meme is going to wake people up?
No. I think you have to address the meme. And I think it's interesting. I think it could be persuasive and jarring to someone who believes a meme, that if there's a trusted figure on your team that brings up one of your sacred cow memes, and then you laugh along with it, and then he's like, no, like that meme is wrong. Like you're wrong. Like the other side is correct. You need to like understand this. I do think that can definitely be a very powerful persuasion mechanism, or at least maybe not persuasion, but a powerful like wake up to people to actually think about it, because he's rephrasing the meme in a way that makes sense. Because you hear the idea like, oh, someone was mean to me, so I became a Nazi. A lot of people don't really understand that. But then when he reframes it to, well, it's not about that. It's about, why would you ever vote for people that hate you? Well, that's just so self-evidently true that I think if you're listening and you're in that audience, you go, oh, maybe that is the way I should think about it.
I cannot see any one of those people laughing, having any kind of jarring politically awakening from it.
Okay.
I mean, they think, well, he's saying that they're pushing them literally towards fascism, which I just think is laughable in and of itself. I mean, there's an element, obviously, of the right that does want fascism. I just think it's a tiny minority, and that the vast majority of the people who are voting Republican are not anywhere near in favor of fascism. And to say, oh, because you were mean to me, you forced me to be a fascist, when it's the reality of the situation is you were mean to me and I voted for Republicans who had a bunch of policies that I was interested in anyway. It's just a better read of the situation, a more accurate read of the situation. And to frame it like this is ridiculous.
Okay. I just disagree.
To frame it in the way that you're ushering in fascism.
I'm not sure if, I mean, it's a different argument. Or a different like it's a different thing that you're trying to get across. Like if you go in front of the audience that believes that the Republicans or that Donald Trump is a fascist, and you just say, well, let me convince you he's not a fascist. I mean, that's like a different project than the project of, like, if you're trying to get people to self-reflect on the insanity on their side, I'm not sure you're going to get there if you start it by saying, hey, the people you think are fascist are not fascist. Like, I think that's like a whole not like you're starting a whole nother project. You understand?
No, look, I agree with you in that sense.
Right.
But I'm just saying
Okay.
the action he is taking here to kind of try to be persuasive is not persuasive
maybe not.
at all. And it makes him seem like some weirdo wacko.
They should have done the whole, I forget what it was. The people that do like they pull the audience before and after to see if anyone changes their mind.
It's so condescending. It's like the framing of voting for Donald Trump is you voted for a fascist because you got your feelings hurt on Twitter. You think that's persuasive?
No, no, hold on. He's attacking that meme. He's not saying that's true. He's attacking the meme.
Mm-hmm.
That is the meme, and he's attacking it.
Right, but he's attacking it by saying we're actually making the meme come true.
No, he's saying that you shouldn't think of it as through that. You shouldn't. He's reframing the meme to make it make sense to people on the left. Is what he's doing.
Yeah, why would they vote for you if they didn't like you?
Right. He's reframing the meme that's used that people on the left use to defend against actually challenging their extremists.
Back up.
Okay. You got to go further back.
How conservatives did deliver. What moved them was that liberals didn't like them. They felt rejected. And I think it's
even framing it that way is condescending. It's like, you guys don't really care about your policy prescriptions. You just want to be liked by liberals, and they withheld that liking, and therefore you voted for policies that are completely against your own interests. It's a what's the matter with Kansas argument all over again.
Well, presumably the person he said that he was talking with a bunch of comedians and podcasters who he does not think are fascists. Right?
Okay.
And
I backed it up a little more to get more of the context.
And he's saying that he talked to these people, and at least from his experience, they didn't seem to be hyper fixated on different policy prescriptions. They seem to be more voting based on a vibe that one side didn't like who they were as people.
Okay, I'm going to super focus here.
Okay.
They're getting. But they're not really talking to me about it for Trump of won power so they could go there. Fucking absolutely. So part of the Abundance Tour, I've been on a bunch of podcasts by the sort of, comedians or other more cultural figures who definitely voted for Obama. And then some of them voted for Trump 1, and then a lot of them voted for Trump 2. I've just been struck because they don't seem a lot of them that happy about what they're getting. But they're not really talking to me about how liberals didn't deliver. And they're not talking to me about how conservatives did deliver. What moved them was it.
First of all, these people who are in the podcast circuit that he's going on are probably not really touched by any public policy. Any public policy is really not going to make a difference in their lives because they're elites. They're insulated from these public policies. They're not going to affect their working situation. They're not going to affect their private school situation for their kids.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Sure. I'm sure that's
liberals didn't like them. They felt rejected. And I think it's easy to discount that. Oh, you had a SAD, so you ushered in fascism. And I said that in a way that makes it a laugh line, but I take it perfectly seriously.
See, he says it's easy to discount that. Then he says the line, and then he does the meta acknowledgement. I said that as a laugh line, but it's. Let me go back to what he.
No, I'm following.
Ushered in fascism. And I said that in a way that makes it a laugh line, but I take it perfectly seriously.
He says I take it perfectly seriously.
Yes.
So he's saying you shouldn't take it as a laugh line. You shouldn't use it as a dismissal, something you do need to take seriously.
Right.
It's a legitimate concern. Yes.
Yes. Because you're pushing them towards fascism.
Okay. Well,
well, it could be.
We can't move. I don't
understand.
I don't understand what the hang up is with this, but it's fine.
Fundamental question in politics is not if you like the politician, it's does the politician like you? Like, that is the heuristic people actually. Like, oh, you had a sad, so you ushered in fascism? And I said that in a way that makes it a laugh line, but like, I take it perfectly seriously. The fundamental question in politics is not if you like the politician, it's does the politician like you? Like, that is the heuristic people actually use. Does this political movement like you? Are they going to back you up? And like, if they are sending every signal that they don't, it's pretty reasonable to not vote for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually like the famous Kamala Harris.
See, I to some extent, I agree. I agree if you're in a situation where policy does not affect you at all. Obviously, likability of the politician is going to be the most effective metric in your decision making. But I believe people vote based on policy.
Okay.
So I know you disagree. I know you disagree. So this obviously plays into your worldview.
Right.
But I think people who have their kids in public school and are worried about their kids being trans vote on public policy. I think people who see their jobs being taken away because of immigration or they see their neighborhoods transforming because of illegal immigration, I think they vote based on policy. Well, if none of those policies are affecting your life, if you live in the podcast ivory tower where all you care about is who likes you and who doesn't like you, of course you vote based on vibes, based on what team you are. But what is the point of even offering public policy if nobody votes on it?
Maybe we can do the ultimate bridge here. We can combine policy and vibe into one amazing sandwich. Okay. I think it goes along with what we were talking about a few minutes ago with the Kamala Harris, the ad against Kamala Harris with the they them ad, where if it's strictly just on the policy alone, and it wouldn't make sense, like if it was strictly just on the policy, you would expect that if that's the most persuasive ad of the political campaign, that when you poll those people, the number one policy they would care about would be, I'm afraid that my children are going to be trans or trans women's sports or something, right? Like that should be the number one policy.
No, it would be the government spending my tax dollars on frivolous shit that's unimportant. Well, that would be what it would be. That's
or even
what the ad was about.
Or even that would be like the number one thing. But what I'm saying is that it's a kind of a combination of policy and vibe and I thought you agreed, was that a lot of these economic policies are confusing and it's not necessarily clear to even economists, let alone the average person, what is going to be the economic impact of certain policies. Obviously, no tax on tips is like a straightforward economic policy, which is part of why I think Trump was pushing it. But a lot of the other economic policies are very amorphous or vague or nebulous. It's exactly how this is going to sort of manifest in terms of, making the price of eggs go down, right? Or whatever people, are really pushing for at that moment. And yet you look at the trans ad and it was like, okay, it's a competency question. And maybe this is where we're having a disagreement on the definition. Maybe this is Sitch's law. Because when I say that people look at the trans ad for Kamala and they say, well, maybe I don't understand a complicated economic policy, but I understand the difference between a man and a woman. And if I can't trust Kamala to be competent enough on something I do understand, why would I trust her on a policy that is complicated? I am categorizing that not as a policy voter, but a vibe voter. They're saying I have a vibe that Kamala is not competent, so I'm not going to vote for her. And I think he's saying it's not a question of whether you like the candidate. He's saying if I have a vibe that the entire party hates my guts because I'm a white male or I'm not following whatever the woke paradigm is, why would I trust them to provide any sort of policy prescription to me as opposed to doing it to, the minorities, the immigrants, to whatever, whoever I'm not?
Even in that situation, you're still putting policy first. You're saying there's a policy that I would like to get. The person seems to be incompetent, but they're offering the policy. The other person who seems more competent is not even offering the policy. So I take a gamble on the incompetent person who's offering the policy that I want, even though there's a lesser chance that they will be able to provide it because obviously they're incompetent. So, I mean, my position is perfectly clear. People vote based on policy first. If none of the policy affects them, they default to vibe. It seems like you are saying, no, people vote based on vibe alone and they don't even consider policy. Is that your position? I don't want to misrepresent you.
My position is that I think people primarily look at a candidate. Well, first of all, people primarily just vote along party lines, right? So we're not even talking about those people, right?
Because those parties have a set of policy prescriptions that they want.
No, they're voting on the party based on a moral foundation that is aligned with the party.
Based on the policy goals that are there in their moral interests.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Those are policy. They want trans people to be respected because it's a policy interest. It's a policy goal.
But a lot of policies can switch from left to right. And you could have the left argue for a policy, and then 10 years later, the right argue for a policy, the same policy, but there's a different moral intuition associated with the same policy, right?
Yeah, that's fine, but they're still voting based on policy.
But no, but they're not. They're voting based on a moral intuition.
Why are you dead set on thinking anybody votes based on policy? Like, what is the point of even coming out with the policy prescriptions?
I think people spend too much time on the policy prescriptions. I think the policy prescriptions are for people like us, or for political pundits or policy wonks to look at it and go, we like this, we don't like this, blah, blah, blah. I think it's important in terms of those policies are actually going to presumably manifest in government when that person is elected. So yeah, I think policies are very, very important. I just don't think that's how most people interact with their politics.
Kamala Harris took this advice to heart in the election, and I would say it's probably the chief reason that she lost the election.
Took what advice?
People focus too much on policy. Just go out there and fucking wing it. Just go out there and bullshit, Kamala. You don't need to come up with any policy proposals.
But she can't bullshit. She's a grade F bullshitter. She was completely incapable of doing that.
Right, yeah. But she also didn't come out with any hard and fast policies or act like she knew anything about the policies she was proposing.
Okay. I don't think Kamala Harris is a good example of either of these positions because she didn't really do anything effective. Like she wasn't some like master viber with no policies, right? She's kind of failed on both fronts, both the policy and the vibe.
So what happens in a situation where somebody who really wants a policy prescription, they want a national ban on abortion, okay? And there's a politician that comes up that is a incompetent politician is offering that policy, but there's another politician that they really vibe on. They really think, I really like this person. I want to sit down and have a beer with them. You're saying that person is going to vote for the beer guy over the person offering the policy prescription that they want.
The point that I think that Ezra was pointing out, which I think is very important, is the reframe of that. It's not, you shouldn't think of it as sort of like the George W. Bush era. Oh, I like this guy because I have a beer with him. It's, does this person like me? Not do I like them? Do they like me? Because something like you always say is like a lot of politics is providing things for your voting base. And if you perceive that this person isn't going to provide you with anything for voting for them, then why would you vote for them?
Yeah, but look, in my situation here, in the scenario that I set up, the person does like you. They love you. They think you're the best person in the world, okay? But
Okay.
they think women should be able to have abortion up to 10 minutes before they're giving birth, okay? And
Right.
you yourself want a national abortion ban. So
Well, then, yeah, you might not vote for them. Sure. It'd be different for every person, I guess.
so you are going to vote based on policy in
You
that
could in that
situation.
moment. Yeah, you definitely could. Sure.
Okay. So
There's always
policy,
going to be extremes and different people and allies and all these things. When I say like I think most people, I'm saying most people, like statistically, I think the average, like if you took a broad average of people, you're going to get more of a vibe-based interaction with things.
I guess the reason why I'm kind of against this whole way of looking at politics is because I do think policy matters, and I do think policy drives much of the conversation and much of our politics. And this position, and look, I'm not even sure this is Ezra Klein's position, this position that we really shouldn't focus on policy. We should just focus on being likable, I guess. It just seems so strange to me.
Well, to be clear, policy is very important. Is super important because whoever wins is going to implement that policy or try to implement that policy. I wish more people were policy focused. I'm just pessimistic about that. I do not see people interacting with anything in that way. I see people interacting with things in the moral intuition way. I see people interacting with the thinking fast, thinking slow way of the moral intuition, the emotion coming first, and then the rational thought coming in afterwards to justify the emotion.
Okay. I mean,
maybe I shouldn't use the word vibe because maybe that's sort of we're getting like a hang up on the word vibe.
Well, the idea that people, I guess maybe you're thinking the vibe situation is the vibe in how that policy is going to affect their lives. Maybe you're thinking, well, they're actually wrong about how that policy is going to affect their lives.
If
like
I said
someone
I think
has the vibe that tariffs are going to be good for them, but really they're wrong.
If I said that most people vote based on their moral intuitions instead of policies, would you be more in line with that?
Well, look,
that's what I mean when I say vibe.
Yeah, but look, if you have a moral intuition that abortion is killing a baby, okay, you're going to vote for a policy prescription for a national ban on abortion, okay?
Abortion's a very black and white,
that's why
thing that has been solidified using that in politics for 50 years. So I don't know if that's a good example.
This is why I am using that example, okay?
No, but like tariffs is a good example. I think it comes up in this conversation. I don't know if I have the time code for it, where one of them talks about how if you look at historically, the left was more in favor of tariffs and the right was more against it. And then Donald Trump comes out against it and the polls just flip-flop on it because everyone wants to just be like, well, Trump said it, so I'm in favor of it. And then the left is like, well, Trump said it, so I'm against it.
So this goes right back to the way that I outlined everything. I said, look, policy comes first if it affects your life. You vote on vibes if the policy doesn't affect your life. If you have a business where you're constantly importing from China and you know this tariff thing is going to fucking destroy your business, how are you going to vote?
You would think you would vote against it, yeah.
Yeah, based on the policy.
Right.
Well, or you might do a cost-benefit analysis. You might say, listen, I know this is going to destroy my business, but this other policy is more important to me and I'm going to take the risk with my business. A lot of people did this with the immigration thing, right? They said, oh yeah, my husband is undocumented, but Trump is only going to go after the criminals. So I'm going to take a risk.
Right.
Because this other thing really bothers me instead, right? They're going to vote based on this other policy.
Here's the way I guess I would agree with you if we worded it this way. I don't know if I'd say if it's the policy affects you. It's if the voter clearly sees how they believe the policy will affect them.
Yes,
positively or negatively.
Yes.
Then they could definitely vote for a person based on that.
Well, they could also be wrong about how the policy affects them, but they're still going to vote based on their perception.
Right. It's based on their perception, right? Where with the tariffs, And because of like, that's why there was so much of this conversation around tariffs. Is it going to raise prices? Is it not going to raise prices? I don't know. Everyone's arguing about it. It's unclear to, I think, the average person, especially, during the election, what the outcome of that was going to be in terms of the tariffs raising prices or not. And so people, because of the unclarity of that issue, they're not going to be able to, I think most people are not going to be like, well, I'm voting for or against Donald Trump on the basis of tariffs, because it's not exactly clear. Now, if you're a person who you think you have a very clear position on how you feel about tariffs, then yeah, that would be a very motivating factor maybe than from who you'd vote for.
Well, I think here's why I get frustrated with this people only vote based on vibes argument too, because part of what I think Donald Trump did well was focusing on ways that he could come up with policy prescriptions that did tangibly affect people's lives and bring them into his coalition. No tax on tips is a perfect example of that, right? He's saying there's a bunch of service workers in these swing states, and if I can get them to vote for me, then that would help me in the swing states, right? Mm-hmm. What kind of policy prescription can I offer them that would incentivize them to show up and vote? And you're in this like, oh, people don't vote based on policy, they based on vibes. Like, what incentivizes the politicians to even do that? And this is a problem with the Democrats. It's like they seem to have their heads up their asses as far as coming up with policy prescriptions that people actually want.
Okay.
I guess they just think it's a vibes thing.
But they don't though, or they don't know they're doing the wrong vibe. They're doing the wrong vibe. They're hit for the non-offensive vibe. People don't want the non-offensive vibe.
Well, look, they have a problem because the policy prescription that a lot of their coalition wants is they want trans women to be able to compete in women's sports. They want trans women to be able to go into women's prisons. They want this gender ideology taught in grade school to 5-year-olds. Okay, that's the policy that they want.
I understand.
So they can't vibe their way through it, which Kamala Harris did her best to try to do, right? When they ask her straight up, what is the difference between a man and a woman? Do you know what is a woman, right? She can't just vibes her way through it, and then it becomes obvious she's in favor of the policy prescription,
right?
That nobody wants. But the policy comes first.
Listen, Kamala Harris was playing D&D, and they're like, you need to roll for the vibe check to lie to the American public that you're not in favor of trans women in sports, and she rolled the 1. Okay, she rolled the critical miss. She missed the vibe check.
A bill comes from no. One last thing, just one last thing, and we'll move on. Okay, a bill hits Kamala Harris's desk. It says, we teach all kids in grade school, starting in kindergarten, that they can choose their own biological sex. Okay. Mm-hmm. Does Kamala Harris sign that bill?
Probably.
Okay. That's a policy prescription.
It is. Yeah.
That's not a vibe.
Okay.
Anyway, we can move on.
Okay.
This is for they, them. Donald Trump is for you, Ad. I mean, a lot of people, I was on CNN a couple of times, and they bring up this thing over and over again. And like, the conversation was largely about trans rights are really the core issue that have defined this election, at least in Pennsylvania, where it was being run constantly over and over and over.
Oh my God. I can't believe this. Mm-hmm. After us arguing for like 20 minutes,
I know.
The horse in the throat. I totally forgot what they were talking about. He's like, we can't, they have to like us. And then she's like, no, we have to trans their kids.
Are they going to back you up? And if they are sending every signal that they don't, it's pretty reasonable to not vote for them.
Yeah, I think this is actually the famous Kamala Harris is for they, them. Donald Trump is for you, Ad. A lot of people, I was on CNN a couple of times, and they bring up this thing over and over again. And the conversation was largely about trans rights are really the core issue that have defined this election, at least in Pennsylvania, where it was being run constantly over and over and over again. And, what I think a lot of other people took from that was just it's not even really about that the ad was about trans people. It was about this idea that Democrats or like liberals in general are like for all of these small groups of people that like, that doesn't include you. And what's interesting is that even if you like add up all of those small groups, like those definitely are like the majority of the country, most people don't hear it as them. Like I would talk to folks who are immigrants themselves, undocumented themselves, and they did not hear Trump as talking about them when he said he was gonna go after them and deport them. And I mean, there's this like impulse now to go like, well, you got to get what you voted for. Like, oh, now your Crimea River, your son-in-law is being deported or whatever. But I'm just like, I think it's like there's a dialectic here, which is that the liberals are also a part of, which led people to believe that they are not talking about you when they say they want to defend who they want to defend. And Derek, what I want to ask you about here is, I mean, you were at, you've been in media for, I mean, like 17 years, right? Is that the right number? 17. Yep, I remembered it. Okay. 17 years, and I mean, you have, like, that means that you've, like, lived through, like, multiple waves of, like, progressive backlash and the great awokening, or as we're calling it. And, I mean, do you, and Ezra has kind of pointed out a regret that he has of something, a position that he took, or not taking seriously the idea of liberalism. Is there something that you regret?
From that era, the truth is, like, one of the strange things, frankly, about co-authoring Abundance is that it's thrust me into the role of being not just a politics commentator, but a political communicator. And I feel very strange about that because politics has never been my beat. There's not one month in my 17 years at The Atlantic that I was a politics writer. I was a business writer, I was an economics writer, I wrote about entertainment economics, I had a sociology sort of flirtation, I did a podcast called Crazy Genius about science and technology, and then I did whatever it is, aliens. So there was never really a period where my job was to deliver political opinions, and so I don't really have like a deep record there. But one thing that you said about that Kamala ad that I think is really important, because I think this is like, dramatically misunderstood when people analyze why that was the most successful ad, and it gets back to something that Ezra was saying earlier. There is no question that the Kamala, they, them ad was the most successful ad in terms of persuasion. But when you asked voters what their most important issues were, specifically voters that either switched from the Democratic to Republican column or voted for the first time for Donald Trump, the top 4 issues were cost of living, affordability, housing, economy. Inflation was somewhere up there, right? It was all material. And I think what that ad did is take advantage of the fact that while it seems like a cultural argument, like an argument about trans illegal immigrants, what was successful about it was that it employed what voters perceived as the gap between how much Democrats should have been caring about the economy and where their attention was instead. And that gap was very easily exploited, and it was done so in a brutally and darkly efficient way with that advertisement.
This guy gets it.
Yeah.
This guy totally gets it.
Yeah, well, I get that. Of course. That's exactly it.
Yep.
Yep. One thing that Ezra said I think is like really, really important is he's talking about his interest in the history of liberalism. And he's pulling back the thread all the way back to Frederick Douglass. I'm thinking the virtue that you kept sort of touching on is the virtue of tolerance. And tolerance is unbelievably difficult. If you asked me to name the golden age of tolerance in America, what decade would I choose? Like, I mean, obviously, like, it couldn't possibly be before the Civil Rights Act 1965. So is it the 1970s? I don't think anyone living through the 1970s felt like, oh my God, finally, this is the golden age of tolerance. I don't think, was it clearly the this is a very difficult question. Tolerance
1994.
It's not that it's not human nature. It's that it's at like the far outer extreme of what human nature is capable of. And it thrives under very specific circumstances. And one circumstance that it does not thrive in is a world in which our attention is absorbed by social media communication. There's an NYU psychologist named Jay Van Bavel, who's run some of my favorite studies of all of psychology. And he looks at basically the ways that our life, our attention, our communication is different online than it is offline. And the most important differences he found is that online, the kind of communication that thrives tends to be negative, high arousal, and most importantly, accentuates in-group versus out-group biases. That is the exact opposite of tolerance, right? So everything that Ezra was saying about how liberalism and the history of liberalism, the legacy of it, calls upon us to activate this far outer extreme capability of human nature, which is tolerance, is exploded when it makes contact with a social media algorithm that wants us to pick enemies and rewards us when we do. And so one thing that I think is really important about your project, about the argument, is recognizing how difficult your project is, like how unusual it is to want a project that is both argumentative and tolerant. Like, it's actually quite difficult to think of like where are like the bastions of both argumentative behavior and tolerant behavior. It's very hard. Like maybe some very successful large Jewish families or something.
But I think
I wonder if we're about to say the same
I think
thing.
the success of toleration projects, though, can be easy to underrate. Like these days, even like the craziest motherfuckers you find do not think we need to use coercive violence to decide exactly which kind of Protestant people need to be. But that was like an incredibly mainstream opinion in 17th century England. Like everybody just took it for granted that like it wasn't good enough to be Christian, it wasn't good enough to be Protestant, you had to be the right kind of Protestant because your soul would be subject to eternal damnation if you weren't, right? I mean, you want to talk about like, it's a bigger deal than Prop 8, you know, like endless suffering in hell. And so like, how could you say, well, we're not going to fight about which kind of Protestant should you be? It's the most important thing in the world, right? And like, minds were...
It's funny that he says that. That'd be an interesting retort to Ta-Nehisi Coates in the conversation that we just saw, where he's like, well, I have to keep looking at things from the historical perspective. And you could be like, okay, from the historical perspective, shit was like way more unhinged.
Of course. Yeah, there actually
Right?
were lynchings and shit.
Yeah, people were lynched. We had slavery. We had this situation, people were killing each other over what flavor of Protestantism or what flavor of Christianity they were. And nowadays, the Overton window has shifted so far away from that even like the craziest people, have to sort of couch their language in far more safer, terms to even be considered extreme from their perspective, from the current perspective.
Right.
It's kind of, I don't remember where I saw it. There was some kind of funny sketch I saw online somewhere years ago where it was like they took some old KKK guy and they like brought them to the modern alt-right movement, and the KKK guy was like horrified. He's like, why did you allow Catholics into our movement?
Yeah, no.
Right? Why do you allow Mexicans? Why do you allow people, non Anglo-Saxons? Why are you allowing white people from like Norway and Sweden and Romania? Like, why are you letting all these like less like Irish people? Why are you letting all these people, into the movement? And it's funny, even the racist movements have to be more tolerant and accepting in order to build a broader, to be more inclusive in order to build a broader coalition in modern society. And I think that's a very important thing for people to remember before we go fucking unhinged crazy about like, oh my God, it's like the worst thing ever right now.
Yeah. Racism is such a niche belief now that they have to take them from all walks of life.
Yes. When it used to be the dominant.
The norm, yeah.
The norm,
exactly.
Yeah. Changed about that. Right. And some of it, right. I mean, and there's a whole literature on this, right? There's a pragmatic accommodation. There's a theory. There's arguments about it. Eventually you like stop arguing about this because it's insane. And even, like Donald Trump said at one point that like Muslims should not be allowed to come to the United States at all, which was like the most extreme violation of religious liberty that anybody's ever platformed, which is to say, even he was not saying the Muslims already in the United States should not be allowed to practice their religion, right? Like we do have a very firm consensus around this kind of thing, and to the point where like we don't think about it anymore, and we're like, when did tolerance even exist at all, right? And on some level, it's like it's been with us this whole time, and there are ways to, say that it's not that, okay, this is so important that we like can't live together, but that precisely because it is so important, it cuts so close to our identities, we have to let people have different views about it because it matters that much. It's not like, okay, we all have to agree collectively which side of the road we're going to drive on, because otherwise we'll die. And also it doesn't like actually matter, right? We're just going to pick one. But so many of these other things, they matter so much that like you can't just force people to conform.
Sorry to break the fourth wall.
I think that's a great point too, is the things that matter the most to people are some of the things you have to learn to allow there to be disagreement. Because otherwise there's no solution, other than violence at that point, if you want to live in a democracy.
Yeah. I know that's a tough one for people.
It's tough, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, it sucks that it's such the political purity spiraling is very politically effective, which really sucks.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think we have, whenever you exist in some environment, you become blind to it. And so we've sort of become, I hate to use the word privileged, blind to living in relative political peace.
Yeah.
And I say relative because, like, yes, obviously Charlie Kirk was just killed, and there's like Antifa protests and stuff, but nothing as like, wasn't or not as bad as it was in the 60s in terms of there being riots every fucking day. Not as bad as it, was in, hundreds of years ago when there were, people were fighting and killing, in the streets over some sort of political issue. Right. And the cost of peace and living in peace is accepting that there's going to be some major philosophical disagreements with your neighbors. That's the cost of peace. And some people say it's not worth it, but I think it's worth it. I think most Americans think it's worth it.
How much of it do you think is pressured by the economic situation? I think it's a lot easier to be. Yeah, I think it's a lot easier to be more tolerant of disagreement, fundamental disagreement, when you can still find a girlfriend that you like, be able to afford a house in your 20s, right?
Yep.
Find a good
100%.
job, be able to like have some sort of power to negotiate at work for better wages or other opportunities.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, when the system is providing for you, then you're more willing to defend it.
Yeah.
And when the system is not providing for you, then why would you defend it? You say, well, the system's fucked.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Right. I don't care. Like, maybe it can be very difficult to figure out what element of the system needs fixing. And it could be very easy to just say, well, burn the system down. Or I don't care if the system burns down because it's not working. I don't know how it's not working, but I know it's not working. And it's not for a lot of people.
Yeah, which is super unfortunate.
Well, here, but the time clock isn't working. What time is it?
7:37.
Wow, we're very close.
We're having a good time.
We're having a great time. Okay, so I
They can't get out.
They can't leave. The exits are blocked. So I want to ask, like, because the one thing I've been thinking about, because I think like everyone on the stage, like, and hopefully everyone in this room, this fight about liberalism, like, I don't think is like really won through telling people like the history of the religious wars of Europe and then telling them after that, like, are you afraid that one day you will be part of a persecuted minority? Like,
but have we tried?
Yes, we have. And part of my theory of it, the argument is that like you have to give people answers to the questions that they actually care about and open the debate about like whether it's immigration, about energy, about all these other questions, and actually give them the liberal answer and like prove to them that it works. Because to me, like, the thing that I believe is that it's not just that I think it's bad post-liberalism, what Trump is doing, et cetera. It's that like it actually doesn't like work. Like, he says that he's going to stop the border chaos and get rid of criminals in the streets, and instead we have like way more chaos all over American cities, and like we're seeing people get arrested, and like we're seeing masked agents places, and again there's still a lot of chaos, and there's still not every criminal migrant in America being deported, because it's actually quite difficult to find those people. So I wanted to ask, because I mean, like, to me, like, I mean, the Abundance Project and the project that, like, a lot of people in this room who went to the conference here in DC are working on, sometimes I wonder, like, why the fuck are we even talking about this? Like, what is this doing in this moment when it doesn't really matter to...
I'm so glad you played this.
It's a really dumb question.
He's like, you can just tell Ezra Klein's like, well, I put a lot of time and effort into this book.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, the framing of like, yeah, you can make an argument. They say, okay, I don't think that the average American is going to benefit from Trump policies in terms of being able to buy a home or making more money in their job or whatever. Like, okay, you can make some argument with that. But to make the argument like, well, there's a lot of chaos because he said he was going to go after immigrants and he's going after immigrants. It's like, what? I mean, okay, I guess that's a position. I don't think it's a good position, but okay.
There's a lot of chaos because we're causing a lot of chaos.
It's
oh really?
Yeah,
okay, interesting.
And then to say, well, why should the left even bother having a conversation about abundance, or should even have a conversation about where the left is failing because Donald Trump is the bull in the room, the elephant in the room, and we can't talk about anything else. Which the Democrats from just a purely pragmatic standpoint, the Democrats tried that already and it didn't work. So I don't know why you think it's going to work now.
You wrote a book about how we're trying to get affordable housing for everyone. And like, why are we even talking about that when there's chaos in the streets that we're causing? Do we really have time to talk about affordable housing when we're all busy rioting?
Yeah.
What?
I don't remember his answer, but
the looks on all of their faces, they're like, why are we being subjected to this? What exactly is happening here?
Yeah.
To the question of whether or not Donald Trump is going to consolidate power and become a fascist dictator.
I paused it too soon. It got even more hilarious.
Yeah, there you go.
Why are we talking about affordable housing when the real question is, how do we deal with this fascist in the White House?
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Ezra, I know, has said, I don't know if it was in this conversation, a different conversation. I know he does think Trump is authoritarian. I don't know if he's used the word fascist.
Right. Look at Matt Iglesias' face.
Right. Yeah, I don't know where Matt is on that.
Matt
position.
is like laughing his ass off. He's like, oh my God. He's like, I believe it now. I'm seeing elite overproduction right in front of my eyes.
Right.
I'm doing a lot on that too, but like, it does matter because if he's not going to consolidate that power, it's going to be because he lost elections. And if he's going to lose elections, it's going to be because people wanted to vote for the other side in the election. And if they do that, it's going to be because they think that other side is good and not bad.
Oh my God, he's so nice. He's just gently walking her off the ledge. You understand that we have these things called elections in America? In America, you realize there's this thing that's coming up. It's called the midterms. All right.
If you don't want people to vote for Donald Trump, then they have to vote for the other side.
Yes, yeah.
And the other side has to be likable and have policies that people support.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
That aren't fucking stupid.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Come up with policy proposals that they like and be likable as a backup. But
there you go.
You would say the other way around.
I'll say that.
Be likable first and try some.
Then have some policies in the back pocket that you can pull out. Yeah, sure.
Yes. But look, this whole just calling Donald Trump a fascist, that idea has run its course here.
Yeah. And so I actually have a different theory of the underlying thing than you offered. You sort of said, like, the theory of the argument there is we're going to really persuade you that the liberal answer is right. We're going to accept there's a debate, but then we're going to win the debate. And sometimes, and I think what you're really saying in a way there is that there's going to be an opening because Donald Trump is going to lose himself the debate by creating chaos in the streets, price increases for everyday Americans on like a vast range of goods. And he might. Like, I think there's some reality that thermostatic backlash to bad policies will like save the country and possibly save the Democrats. Maybe. I also think that it's true that a lot of these debates can't be won. Like what you're like, I don't think there is an answer on immigration that everybody would agree with. People have a different set of values. They're weighing off of each other. I've like always said this, like going way back to like Vox. Like we use economics to sanitize the immigration debate. And like we endlessly are arguing about, you know, the wage increases or decreases of native-born Americans without a high school education, because like that's a comfortable argument to have. But like actually the reason we're having that argument in most cases is not because like we could just compensate people if that was a real issue. But no, people have very strong views on who should be here and who shouldn't and how many of them there should be, and overhearing other languages. And like you have to accept that some people would take an economic loss to have a country with more people who look like them and fewer people who don't. I think there are two levels to like liberalism winning. And like the way I'd put this is that liberalism became a movement that doesn't deliver. And it became people who didn't like you. And you have to work on both. Abundance is about, for me, the first. Certainly in the places we fucking govern, we have to deliver. Right? My first book, Why We're Polarized, is about why it's very hard to pass big bills through a political system nationally that is designed for localized, highly regionalized parties and requires a lot of bipartisan cooperation to function, right? There's a reason you cannot pass Medicare for all or whatever it might be through a Congress that you often like don't control half of it or any of it, and the filibuster is still operative. Okay. But that doesn't explain why California became unaffordable or why Vermont can't pass single payer.
This is like so black filling for him because he's like,
yeah,
oh, the partisan politics are making national politics impossible. But then the place where the party completely controls everything, has no opposition whatsoever, is shitty at governing too.
I think, and that's the
fuck?
real reason why so many people on the left got triggered by the abundance book, is because it was asking.
Oh, he
that
called
question.
them out. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was saying, well, you know, how come you have all these blue cities and blue states that are
abysmal,
falling apart, that are completely
Yes.
mismanaged, that
crime-ridden hellholes.
Right. The Democrats have full control over, and they can't seem to do any of the things that they want to do.
Yeah.
And there's not and when he comes out and he says, you know, we looked at the data, and it looks like a lot of that is because of there's too many interests being piled onto everything. There's too many regulations being piled onto everything. You know, well, the Sam Cedars of the world lost their fucking mind.
Oh, yeah.
They said, no, it's the moneyed interest. How dare you? It's the evil rich companies. Yes.
Fuck Sam Cedar. It's hard because in Los Angeles, the crime has tangibly gotten worse, but it got worse around the same time as the pandemic and the George Floyd thing. So it's really hard to tell, well, was it the pandemic and the economy totally got fucked up? Yeah. Or was it the George Floyd thing? And now the cops are like, I'm just going to drive around in my squad car and, you know, lay low, right?
Right.
Yeah, or both. It'd be interesting to know which was the primary one. It's hard for me to imagine they're completely equal. So,
right.
I guess it's because ultimately I want to lay blame. It seems like if it was a George Floyd thing, there's some blame to be dispensed. If it was just the pandemic, I mean, it's a natural disaster, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can
well, also, I mean,
blame
there's
China.
Right. And there's been a lot of soft on crime policies that existed pre-George Floyd. George Floyd obviously exacerbated soft on crime policies.
Yes, yeah.
I would wager that I don't know. I guess the pandemic was a huge event, so it's hard to discount that. But I would just intuitively, vibely think it was more the soft on crime changes.
Well, the big thing with the pandemic is obviously LA has a giant service economy, right?
Right.
And a lot of the restaurants got closed down. So those people, I mean, they weren't furloughed. They didn't get paid. So they lost their jobs and left Los Angeles or became homeless. Yeah, I don't know. A ton of restaurants that we used to go to just went out of business.
Of course. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It doesn't explain why New York doesn't have like a subway that goes to the airport. So you at some point have to look at yourself, right? And like create a liberalism that delivers, like a liberalism that has the right goals and delivers them well. Great. But as I was saying about the podcast I've been on,
it's so crazy in New York too. When you ride the subway, you're like, wow, this is like a mammoth undertaking to build this thing. And they built it before they even had computers.
Yes.
It's like, what the fuck? What has happened to us? We have all these tools to make things so much easier. And it's like, oh, we don't do anything.
Well, this is, and I think they bring this up in abundance. And, you know, there's like a whole, you know, people bring this up on X all the time. They always show these like airports in a foreign country that are really
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very pretty. I don't know if you saw it today. Everyone was sharing. There's some giant bridge in China that is very impressive looking that everyone's sharing around. And it's, you know, on one hand,
structurally sound, but
we
anyway,
hope, right? We hope it's structurally sound. It's funny. Sam was looking over my shoulder, and there's like a restaurant on the top of the bridge, and she's like, "I would not eat in that restaurant."
I wouldn't either.
Right.
I would not eat.
Right. That's fair. And like, obviously, with China, you know, you have its own issues of is it going to fall apart, and you know, you have an authoritarian government, and they can kind of force people to do anything, right? They can force people to build something, you know, wherever they want. So it's a little bit different than a free market. But it does seem completely insane how many airports, and I've been to some decent airports in the US, don't get me wrong. There's some decent airports in Florida, but there's so many airports that are just like so shitty. It seems like there's so much infrastructure in America that's just so shitty compared to what it should be. And it's fair to ask, like, why can we not get this shit done? And that's really what that book was about. Why can we not do anything?
Yeah. Sad.
And I think that's a very great insight for him to say is that you have right now with the problem with liberalism is people perceive it as a philosophy that doesn't do anything and hates you. And why would you support that if that's the case? And then obviously people are going to turn to post-liberal ideologies that are even more destructive, like socialism or, you know, I don't know, I don't want to say fascism, but, you know, Groyperism, white nationalism, Christian nationalism. They're going to turn to more destructive philosophies that are going to be worse.
Well, I mean, I don't see progressivism as liberalism.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's not. It's probably not yet.
People I know in my life, that's half or less than half the battle. Like, people also have to want liberals in charge, thinking that liberals like them, and even if they don't agree with the liberals on immigration, that like it's not going to be disastrous for them in the end. And something you were saying earlier was that, look, like, you know, shunning people online, it's not like using the power of the state. Somebody said something to me I've been thinking about, not because I'm sure I agree with it, but I think there's like some real truth to it. They were saying that, no, actually, to most people, cultural power is more present than state power. The mass men aren't coming for most people, but most people actually felt the question of what they could and couldn't say, what would and would not be okay in their workplace where they were now getting the DEI trainings. That actually people who had no like role in politics whatsoever felt the changes in what was acceptable, like just acceptable. And maybe nobody's going to come to their house about it or meet.
Such a good point.
Isn't that
such a good point?
It's, first of all, it's a fantastic point, and it's shocking that it's coming from Ezra Klein of all people.
Yeah. It did touch your lives tangibly in a way they did not like.
And it's funny because this was, I don't think I said it as eloquently, but I said this to Soy Pill in our conversation. Because this is what always happens when you talk to someone who doesn't want to address the last 10 years, is that they say it wasn't a big deal. You know, all I can talk about is Trump and government power. It's like, well, the cultural influence on the average American is going to be so much stronger than, you know, the mass men are not going to affect their lives personally for most people.
Well, and they completely overstate it. They're like, anybody in the DEI class just wants to say the N word and when really they just don't want to be lectured about how white people are terrible.
Right. But yeah, just so many more people are going to feel that effect in their personal life.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Over, some sort of government.
But people like Soy
overreach.
Pill will say, oh, that's fine. It's good. They should be in those DEI courses because they're all racist and they need to.
Right. Or they'll say it was bad, but they'll just hand wave it away. Because maybe, I don't know, maybe they didn't personally have to go through it or something.
No.
Never had like a corporate
I
job.
don't know that they'll ever say they're actually bad.
I do wonder, it does feel like to me, it's a vibe check. I feel like a lot of people who do political punditry, I don't know if they've ever had like a normal corporate job. Because from the way they talk about it, it sounds like they've never experienced like a workplace before.
Right.
So maybe that's the issue.
Yes, that could be. Although Soy Pill said he had some engineering job.
Oh, that's right.
But for all I know, it could be he's just working from home. Like he just zooms in once a week.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Them at the airport, but they felt it and it upset them and it made them uncomfortable. I so often heard from people, particularly older people, like, I just don't understand the country anymore. I don't feel like I fit here anymore. Like they 100% voted for Trump after that, right? Once that feeling took hold, I don't get it. And it wasn't even framed negatively, just I just feel out of place now. I feel like nobody wants to hear what I have to say. They were gone, they were lost. So there's one level of liberalism has to deliver, and there's another level of a virtue that used to be called liberality. I just had Sarah McBride, who's a trans member of Congress, but also just a great member of Congress on the show, and she's just amazing in the way she talked about what it means to live in community and political community with people who she just knows disagrees with her on things that are very fundamental to her life. And I think that being able to give people the feeling that if we win, we're not coming for them. That yes, you want to make their lives better, and yes, they're not going to agree on everything, but actually one of the mistakes Trump is making is the feeling that it's a final battle. You don't want politics to feel like a final battle. You're never on the verge of ultimate victory. And rebuilding a mode of political engagement and communication that is less threatening to people is also part of it, because we tried this at Vox. You can't convince everybody you're right, even if you are.
But I do think that there's an underlying I guess pessimism to a lot of what's being said here, and I want to draw out how pessimistic you guys really are, because a lot of what the structural issue.
Oh, here we can stop it here. So, but yeah, it was very interesting to see this conversation, and I don't know much about Derek, but Ezra and Matt Glesis were sort of pretty big in the left, openly saying some of these things.
Yeah, can we just listen to her response real
Sure.
quick? We don't have to listen to the answer,
Sure.
but I'm curious.
Issues you're talking about have to do with the way that communication has shifted in this country, right? The reason why these illiberal modes of communication have dominated is that we're all online. Even if we're not on Twitter or we're not on TikTok, whatever, it's short communication that is not conducive to the type of liberality that you're talking about now dominates how we all interact with each other.
That and extremely long, baggy podcasts.
Yes, that's true. Now the argument is saving liberalism with this one podcast. But I mean, this is my question. How? I mean, to me, if you buy this idea that that on social media that this is the way that communication functions, and it's only getting faster and faster, right? It's these are not, we're not. I mean, yes, there are these really long podcasts, but I view them mostly as drive time radio, and while people are also on their phones looking at TikTok or Twitter or whatever it is. And I guess I mean, very blunt question. So you guys just think we're screwed?
No, I don't know. I'm
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't really go anywhere, so.
No. Well, to be fair, I don't know anything about the interviewer. So even though I think the question that she asked before, which I thought was really stupid, maybe I can be charitable. Maybe she was just asking it because she knows it's a question that people on the left always say in response to anything, right? How can we have this conversation when Trump's fascism is around the corner, right? So maybe she was just saying it to elicit the response, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if she actually feels that way, or if she's just saying it. So
I typed in the argument podcast, and the first thing to come up is the argument podcast canceled. What's going with Jake?
The argument? What do you mean? With Jank? What?
What's going on with Jane Coaston? Is Jane Coaston the host? I was going to look up her to see if there was more stuff on her.
This was, so when I checked the page, this was 6 days ago. There's only 2 other videos on the channel, and they're both just introductions to the concept of the channel.
Okay.
So this is like the first, like actual, looks like this is the first.
In the very beginning, I think
thing.
she says this is like their first podcast.
Right.
But Jane Coaston doesn't look like the woman who we saw.
So different, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who the woman in the video is, but I want to look her up. And
her name is Jerusalem Demsas. Demsas? Wow, Jerusalem. That's quite the first name.
She must be Jewish.
Maybe. I don't know. Right.
Oh, the argument.
Okay. So here's a post that she wrote. This is the day after Charlie Kirk was shot.
I was going to give her the October 7th test, but with a name like Jerusalem, do we really have to? I mean,
well, here's a, so because I clicked on the link to her website.
Okay.
That has a bunch of like articles that she wrote. I'm assuming it's her. It says, so this is the day after Charlie Kirk was shot. It's called "A Man Was Murdered, Refused to Play the Game of Abstractions." She says, shortly after learning Charlie Kirk had been shot, I watched a video of his 3-year-old daughter running to her father, first haltingly, then at full speed, then full toddler speed, calling, "Hi, Daddy," straight into his arms.
Ooh,
I watched this video several times, trying to erase the mental residue of the other one that I'd seen of Charlie Kirk being shot in the neck on a college campus. Quote, "The tragic iron law of our species is that human beings live together will differ in ways that they're willing to die over and differ in ways they're willing to kill over," end quote. I wrote these words mere weeks ago when I launched the argument with a founding essay that asked, how do we live with each other? From the European wars of religion that killed millions, to the colonial project of the Belgians in the Congo that brutalized millions, to World War II that exterminated millions, to the murder of this one man a few weeks ago after his daughter's birthday. I don't know why Kirk was murdered. I don't know if the shooter was a political assassin, a lunatic spewing in bizarre ideological spaces, or just a deeply disturbed individual in a country with too many guns. Most likely some combination of all three. Charlie Kirk's perch as the youth whisperer of the American right and murder during a public event by a single gunshot suggest he was carefully targeted. There's going to be a lot of dooming in the next few weeks. People on the right will blame left-wing political rhetoric for turning up the temperature. People on the left will point out the many political murders that targeted Democrats. I should call that out. Professors will solemnly note the threat of escalating political violence. The opinion pages of prestigious media outlets will tell you that now is the time to fight for democracy. The best advice I can give to you is that you should tune all of it out. Refuse to play the game of abstractions. Reject the pull to detach from the concrete into larger themes about social media or guns or political violence or, quote, what it all means. Repel the impulse to pop off about how the right shot first, about how the left-wing activists called Kirk a Nazi, about how Republicans made this inevitable because they refused to pass gun legislation, or how it's unfair that Kirk is receiving adulation in the wake of his death when others get so little. All that is worse than useless. If you're worried that the president could seize the opportunity to go after his political opponents, a sort of modern-day Reichstag fire, making any jokes or flippant comments about Kirk's death is at best meaningless, at worst counterproductive. These people look insane all on their own. Never interrupt your opponent when he's in the middle of making a mistake. You're not advancing your cause. You're not convincing bystanders. You're not working to get legislation passed. You're not writing a dissertation on the root causes of political assassination. You're just making everything worse. Please stop talking, go outside, and turn off your phone. Obviously, if you're a police officer in Utah, an elected official with the power to enact legislation, or a reporter looking to find out the truth about the murder, or report on the political weaponization of this tragedy, you have an important democratically prescribed role. But for 99.99% of the people, your role is to resist the rational impulse to turn a man's murder into a battle of whose side is culpable. The play is to lose. Just take a step back and ask yourself, is sending this tweet, posting this Insta story, issuing this inflammatory text like a press release to my right-wing dad or left-wing aunt, putting us on the path to passing comprehensive gun control legislation, or achieving universal mental health care, the cost of getting a tangible policy win is often making other people uncomfortable. But there's no tangible policy win to be had right now. It's just a question of whether this moment will further pull us apart from one another and threaten to destroy the very tenuous bonds that bind us, or whether we look at a video of a young girl who will never again see her father and express a normal human emotion. Refusing to run to abstraction isn't abdicating your moral or democratic responsibility. It is recognizing that any of the changes you want to see in our political or legal systems are built on a simple truth that is crumbling right now. You are my neighbor. That's how we live with each other. By refusing to be drawn into this hypnotic game where every event becomes a contest for political supremacy, the only way to win is to stay grounded in truths we can all agree on. A man was murdered. That is horrible. A man was murdered. I hope the police catch the killer. A man was murdered. I wish things like this didn't happen here. A man was murdered. I will pray for his family.
Well, that's pretty good. I feel bad for giving her the Valley Girl treatment earlier now.
There you go. Yeah, it's an interesting article. Okay.
She did better than most.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes people are not great speakers, but they're really good thinkers and they're better at writing. So
Overseas Law for $20 says, are you aware of what's been happening in the Virginian elections with the Attorney General candidate Jay Jones text and the Democrat Party still mostly supporting him? Virginia is always being seen as a way to show VA, or you mean Virginia? Virginia is also being shown as a way to show how people view Trump reaching, in my opinion. Yeah, I have seen that. There was this Attorney General candidate who was saying some pretty unhinged things. I believe it was 2 years ago, right? Was it in 2022? I don't know if it was 2022 or 2020. Have you been following this story?
No, what's the lowdown?
So yeah, he sent these texts. I don't remember the exact context. He sent these texts about basically like wishing that some political opponent of his, like would like die and his children would die or something.
Trump sent texts like that?
No. This guy who is now running for Attorney General in Virginia.
Okay, sent some crazy texts.
I don't remember why exactly. But he sent some crazy text that was like wishing death upon some political opponent, including like their children dying or something like really bad. These are some private texts. And they came out and people were rightfully calling them unhinged. And then sort of the further issue is like, okay, a lot of the Democratic Party in Virginia is still, they're saying like, oh, this is so horrible, blah, 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 blah. But they're still like supporting this guy's run for Attorney General. I assume it's probably too late for him to change candidates or something. So it just kind of shows like how
they're locked in.
Yeah, like how these situations become because people go, oh, we're locked in. We have to support the team and the side and blah, 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 blah. I think
every candidate should have an understudy.
Well, no, yeah, there you go. Right.
In case the affair becomes public, right?
Right. Well, or you just have a position where you say, we think this is unhinged and we don't support this candidate, even if we lose this.
Wouldn't it just be easier to have an understudy though? Then they could just be like, okay, well, we got someone in there. Get in there.
It would be nice. Yeah, it would be funny if there's like, well, you have like a vice president, so now we have like a vice attorney general, so who can just, understudy. Yeah. He just like rips off his mask. He looked exactly like the other guy, but it's a different person. Yeah. So
I guess there is a primary, right? Couldn't they just go to the second vote getter in the primary? Just toss it off to them?
I'm not sure.
Who came in second in the primary?
Part of the process there. Like if they could, then yeah, that's what they should do. Like if they can still have a Democratic primary, then 100%.
Some sort of process, no.
But I don't think. I think it's too. I'm assuming it's too late at this point to do that. So.
Well, luckily, elections come rather frequently.
Right. So. And the problem is people, they kind of make I don't know how often they vote for Attorney General in Virginia or whatever. People kind of always make this calculation where they're like, oh, even if they're fucked up, we have to support them because if we don't, the other side's going to do some crazy shit. And I don't know.
It's going to be fascism.
Yeah.
Did I tell you about the fascism?
I have no clue who the Republican running against him is or anything that they've done that someone would point to say that, it's justified. But yeah, I think ideally they should not support this candidate because it's kind of fucking crazy. So tell them the fuck off.
Fascism is crazy, or the candidate's crazy?
The candidate. They shouldn't support this candidate.
Because he is a fascist?
No, because of this crazy post he was making, or the crazy text messages about like killing his political opponents and shit.
Oh yeah, he shouldn't do that.
Yeah, it's
Don't
not something
crazy.
you want to support.
Don't send crazy texts to people about killing your political rivals, right?
Yeah.
Sitch, I've never sent you any texts like that. I hope not.
Right.
That was a joke. Obviously, I've never sent Sitch any texts like that. Come on, guys.
Here's the article. It says a string of text messages from Jay Jones where he mused about violence directed toward a political rival is triggering widespread backlash that's threatening to shake up the state's November election. While Jones has signaled his plans to remain in the race, Republicans up and down the ballot are pressing the Democrat nominee for governor, Abigail Spanberger, to publicly call for him to step down. She should. In August of 2022, Jones...
Spamberger? Is that really her name?
That's her name. Spanberger.
Spamberger.
Span, but yeah,
Oh,
not a great name.
Spanberger.
Yeah,
okay.
Not a great name.
What's better than Spamberger?
It's true. In August of 2022, Jones wrote about the shooting then of Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert in a text message he sent to Republican State Delegate Kerry Corner. Well, why would you be selling this to Republican? The texts were first reported by National Review and subsequently viewed by the Washington Post, have not been independently confirmed by Politico, but Jones has not questioned their veracity and has publicly apologized for them. The text was, quote, 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets in the head. Okay, so he's saying you'd kill this person over Hitler and Pol Pot. To which Kerry Conover said, Jay, please stop. That's the response. Please stop. Jones later called Corner to continue their conversation where he invoked the death of Gilbert's children and said it might cause the then speaker to change his political views. I don't think they had the text, but I did see that was pretty unhinged too. The messages risk roiling Virginia's off-year elections with early voting already long underway. Oh, well, maybe he can't drop out because of all that early voting already is done. Interesting. Virginia's off-year gubernatorial elections are often viewed as one of the country's first political touchpoints following a presidential election. The state has trended blue in federal elections for years, but statewide offices are typically hyper-competitive that favor the party out of power in Washington. There you go. Yeah.
The chat censored my joke.
What was your joke?
I said Doomer died of natural causes. I swear. People were saying release the texts.
There you go.
I said there's nothing incriminating, and they asked me about Doomer. But I typed that, and it didn't go through.
Matthew Cooper for $20 says, how do I reconcile American policy with people who state they hate America? They don't want America to be a thing. Why should I pay attention? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. That's
oh, yeah.
True. PC for $5 says, can I trust that someone who actively hates me would actually implement my preferred policy once they know I'm in favor of it? No. I would say no. Why would you trust them? You shouldn't trust them. Even if they were to say that there's some policy you agree with, you would be skeptical that they would actually implement it. Which kind of happened, I guess, to some extent, because didn't Kamala also pick up the whole
no tax on tips
thing?
She's like, I'm doing it too.
Right. Now, maybe people would say, well, you'd be less inclined to believe the person who says it secondly anyway. So,
of course.
J-Mac, I'm sure I got 5. Thanks so much, Dad. J-Mac for the $10 says it's an office joke where Michael Scott said that about Toby. The punchline of the joke is that Michael goes too far and the whole office scolds him for it. Are you saying that his comment is an office joke that he made? Well, the thing about the 2 bullets. I mean, that comment about the comment about I have 2 bullets and there's like 2 horrible people in the room. And
is this text just a misunderstanding?
Well, hold on. the joke about like, oh, I'm in a room with like the three worst people, two of the worst people ever, and the 1% I like it, and I'm gonna shoot them both twice in the head. Like that is a common joke on its own, that I've heard a million times. I think, and I'll see if I can find it, because I think the comment about the kids like was more in that context of the kids comment was kind of what seemed crazy when you kind of look at that. I'll see if I can find an X because the article doesn't have it, but okay, here's the text exchange. Here's a longer of the text exchange. He's talking to this other person. They said, "You simply weren't asking questions and you know it." And he says, "I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic." They say, "You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die." To which he says, "Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel personal pain do they move on policy." Jesus Christ. That's
Wow.
fucking crazy. Then the person responding to says, "There isn't. I point blank asked you more than 3 times and you dug in that you meant it. I honestly am questioning a lot today." I wonder if he was like fucking this person. Doesn't it sound like he was like trying to bang this girl or something?
Like they're actively having sex right now as they're
Right.
texting one another.
No, like even though one's a Democrat, one's a Republican, they were in some romantic relationship, and then she's like, "I'm questioning our entire relationship."
Right.
Jay says, "I mean, I do think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists." Yes. Oh my God. Then they respond by saying, "They say nice things about everyone, LOL." Then he says, "If those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves, send them out awash in something." To which they said, "Jay Jones." And then they responded, "Three people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets in the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives a bullet every time." Then she says, "Jay, please stop." Then he says, "LOL, okay." And she says, "It really bothers me when you talk about hurting people or wishing death upon them." So, yeah, I mean, I would agree that I don't know, just having like the 3 people, 2 bullets thing, like maybe that on its own, you'd say, okay, it's like a joke or whatever. But I think in the broader text exchange, it's pretty fucking unhinged. So, that actually, the bullets line seems like the tamest thing that was said there. So, shame on Political for highlighting that one. But crazy stuff. He should get out. He should definitely be. He should definitely drop out, be kicked out. Okay. Renault Zoro's here for $10. Thanks so much. Says, in regards to the poll, I'm conflicted, agnostic, conservative. I love the style of goth girls, nose rings as well, though not the politics. Bible pushing girls are also a turnoff.
Are
So
goth girls super political now?
The poll, we have 2,042 votes. The question was, goth girls are hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes has 77%. No has 12%, and Satanic Panic has 11%.
Oh, okay.
So what was there something specific that prompted this poll or just the general?
Someone said it in chat.
Oh, okay.
Someone said goth girls are hot, and I just was like, okay, I'll make a poll. Let's see if that's true.
Right.
We can end the poll. I always like to give a third option. People like to give a third option because a lot of times they just put show results or whatever, but I figure make them work for it, right?
How did the text change get leaked? I assume that the woman leaked it. So I don't know how else it could get leaked. I'm not sure. Ace for $5 says Democrats must clarify why they oppose MAGA (parentheses existential threat) versus how to beat MAGA (parentheses winning purple voters). I think they've done a lot to clarify why they oppose MAGA in terms of Donald Trump is authoritarian or fascist or an existential threat or bad. And I think they've done enough of that. I think they've done a lot of that. I think they've done 99% of that. I think it has to be in terms of actually showing America that they don't if it's true, or maybe they do, but if they want to win, showing America they don't fucking hate the average American, that they don't hate the country America, they don't hate white people, that they don't hate men, and then have a bunch of policies that people would like. Now I'm sure Adam would reverse the order of those things,
That's okay.
but we'll agree.
I'm
on
too
those.
tired to actually
There you
reverse
go.
the order, so
It's fine.
I'll just go with it.
Pig Beanas for $10 says, last week Sitch implied it was fear holding me back from living life to the fullest. It was laziness preventing me from doing more game dev, and cheapness kept me from long sword fencing. How dare. Well, there you go. Well, don't be lazy then. Stop it. What is laziness? What even is laziness? Okay.
Laziness is a step on the path to enlightenment, Sitch.
I don't agree with this at all.
Don't.
Terrible. Terrible advice.
Just don't spend too long on that step, okay?
Right.
Otherwise, it can end up in sloth.
Overseer's Log says the entire Virginia race has been kind of unhinged on both sides, in my opinion. Makes it difficult for me because it's my state. State has been more traditionally purple, but Trump changed that. Yeah, I don't know anything about who the Republicans are that are running against this, what people are doing. Don't you pin Sammy's comments?
Sammy G.
Don't you fucking pin Sammy's comments. Okay.
Sammy G is vague.
I hear her laughing in the other room.
Sammy G is vague posting in the chat here.
That's not vague posting. That's very direct posting.
That's not vague?
No.
What'd she post?
She said Sitch is also lazy.
and I pinned it, and Sammy immediately laughed as soon as
You're
I
right.
did.
No, but that's true. That's why I'm saying don't put people on the path of laziness. I'm saying it's like as an addict, like the alcoholic who's like, don't be like me. Don't be like me. Don't drink. I'm the same way. I'm like, don't be like me. Don't be like me, Pig Venus. Okay. Don't be like
Yeah,
me.
you'll be disappointed in yourself when you get older, especially if you laze out. Time is the only resource that is
Sammy
really
said, listen, I'm going to let
indispensable.
everyone know here. Okay. So you guys can all hold me to account. Sammy has given me an ultimatum. Okay.
Oh, no.
He says I have to have a video by the end of the year. She's going to kick me out.
Did you really? Wow.
She says, you better have one Sitch video by the end of the year. So she's made the ultimatum.
I've made 2 videos. I've come close to 4 videos. But I've been doing a bunch of just lame shit around the house, which has consumed a lot of my time, but I'm actually going to be much more comfortable in my home, which I'm happy about. So
yeah, that's great.
But
I mean, home
want to
improvement
do.
is, that's always good, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. A lot of stuff around the house has really just bugged the shit out of me. So, and when I look at the changes, I'm like, oh my God, heaven. Now I will be able to draw and paint. So some of this stuff was put aside because I was working on the comic so much. So working 10 hours a day on the comic was,
of course,
a big
crazy
undertaking. Yeah. But now I have extra time. I want to get the stuff that I've been wanting to do the whole time I was working on the comic and just sort of setting aside done. And then I'm going to go crazy on making some kind of content. I don't know if it's going to be paintings or videos or I guess that's really the only 2 options. Some sort of art.
Janak for $10 says, Adam, I'm going to leak all of your messages to me where you say meany things about Sitch. Unless you paint me some beautiful xenomorph hotties, you have 72 hours to respond. TikTok.
Okay. Well, look, I don't know if I can do it in 72 hours, but xenomorph hottie would be good. That's one of the paintings that I have to finish. My Mickey with the xenomorph brain that is all Disney princesses in a giant orgy. I don't think you've seen that painting.
No, I
but
don't.
The S-Class cover was actually the was inspired from that painting. Because the first time I did it was a xenomorph with a translucent shell over its long head, and you can see the brain inside the shell. But the brain, you know how brains are, you know how brains look, right? It's all folded tissue, folded on one another.
I'm aware of what a brain looks like.
Okay. So all of the folded tissues are actually figures, female figures that are folded together.
Oh, wow.
In Disney princesses in a giant orgy. So
wow.
Yes.
Look at this guy here.
Yeah.
What a degenerate.
It goes with the whole Mickey xenomorph thing. Because
Right.
it's a Mickey Mouse xenomorph. With
Interesting.
the little Donald Duck mini xenomorph mouth coming out of his.
That's pretty good. So Disney is a parasitical alien that consumes things in order to assimilate them to their own kind. But in reality, all it's thinking about is fucking hot princesses.
Yes. Well, this was the old
like
Disney. I first did my first Mickey
now they'd all be
xenomorph.
trans women.
Oh, I know, exactly. I first did this painting because I've redone this painting a few times. I first did this painting in 2000, which obviously was a much different environment in 2000. And the painting was called Corporate Contraband because obviously Disney goes after anyone that uses their shit religiously. So my idea was this painting itself would be contraband. I wonder if I could even do prints of that painting. Because it's technically their intellectual property, right?
Wouldn't it count as satire or parody?
Maybe. I don't know. You know, it's really just a question of whether or not Disney wants to sue you, right?
Right.
They're like, look, you have all of our Disney princesses fully nude and fucking one another.
Yeah, I would assume it would 100% be protected, but yeah, like no one wants to just pay the cost of defending that. Yeah. Beyond Beliefing for 28 months membership. Thank you so much. Says to Adam, see Pon to decide goths.
Pon. Okay.
I'm not familiar with who that is.
I have a feeling it's going to be some crazy fatso.
They also said my membership milestone, I had to edit it so much it took every sense of substance or familiarity.
Is Pon a goth?
Let's see. Is it this Asian? This girl doesn't look goth at all. Looks like
she doesn't look goth. So
well, Asian girl.
Yeah.
Mongolian Leprechaun, Surfer Man from Saturn for 26 months says, thank you so much. Being disciplined equals freedom for 26 months. Says, hey, Sitch Adam, I was recently watching Twin Peaks, the Return ending. I'm going to be honest, it's probably, if not one of the worst endings of a TV show that I've ever seen. I don't recommend seeing it.
What is that?
Twin Peaks, The Return.
Oh, wow.
I've never seen the original Twin Peaks or when it came back. So I have no opinion on it whatsoever. So sorry to hear that. It's a bad ending.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Relives for $5 says Rose confirmed to be underage in the Destiny lawsuit. Is that?
Yeah, I
thought
heard
we already
that.
knew that. Is that a new confirmation? I thought that was already known from the beginning. Well, wasn't the argument that she was underage, but that he was claiming that he didn't know she was underage, right? So Boba Pack for $10 says the contempt and expected acceptance is the equivalent of a certain senator having his wife insulted and being expected to back up the primary winner. Oh, wait, he did, though.
Uh-oh. Who's that talking about?
I know who that's on about. You know who that's on, Mel?
I think I do. Isn't it Ted Cruz?
Mr. Ted Cruz, yeah.
I got it.
Ted Cruz. Donald Trump insulted Ted Cruz's wife to his face.
I got the reference.
Right?
Yeah.
And he
said
also
she was
insulted
an
his
ugly
dad.
bitch.
Said his dad was a serial killer.
Said your dad's a Zodiac killer and your wife's an ugly bitch.
Right. There's that picture. I used to have it on my old computer. It's like the best meme picture. It was a picture of Ted Cruz looking super depressed.
Oh.
He looks super sad and depressed, and he has a phone, and you see he's in like the background is all Trump Pence stickers, and he's like doing phone calls for Trump, looking super depressed doing
Oh
it.
my God.
And yeah, like I always thought of that in the context of, how fucking cucked it must have been for him to engage like that. So
Well, isn't he gunning for Supreme Court justice?
Ted Cruz?
Yeah.
I thought he was still gunning for president 2028.
He's going to be running in 2028, but
Yeah.
I think he would take Supreme Court justice.
Sure. I don't know if there's any
One's not going to open up soon.
slots
Yeah.
opening up anytime soon, but
No. Who's the oldest person on the Supreme Court right now?
that's a good question. Who is the oldest current
He's hoping the
Supreme
Democrats do that
Court
court
justice?
packing scheme so that the Republicans can get pretty soon we'll have 25 justices.
Clarence Thomas,
Oh, well, he's up there.
the Republicans' favorite justice, is 77.
Yeah. He's no spring chicken. He could die in
No.
the next 3 years.
How old was
Anthony
Ginsburg?
Scalia?
Wasn't she like 90 something?
Yeah, but Anthony Scalia dropped dead, and no one was expecting it. No one even knew he was sick. How old was Scalia when he died?
Let's see. Ruth was 87.
Yeah,
Scalia
was 62.
79.
70.
So he's still pretty old.
Huh?
But I looked at Clarence Thomas is 77. He's only 2 years away.
How dare you doubt me, Sitch? I told you. Look, he's right there every night. Ted Cruz is down on his knees. Oh please let Clarence Thomas die. Oh,
he had
please.
a heart attack. So
Clarence Thomas did?
No. Scalia. That's why he died.
Yeah.
But he was kind of fat, wasn't he? I guess Clarence Thomas was kind of fat too. So
Ted Cruz is like, I let Donald Trump call my wife an ugly dog-faced bitch. And he said he would make me a Supreme Court justice.
Don't be fat, guys. Got to work out. Come on.
Oh, please. God.
See, this is what we're going to find out. We're going to find out that like Ted Cruz, you're going to find out every week Ted Cruz is having lunch with Scalia at like...
No, Scalia's dead, right?
I'm sorry, with
what
Clarence
are you
Thomas.
talking about?
Yeah, no, you find out he did also.
Oh, Mr. Scalia, I know you're up there in heaven.
Right. Yeah. Every week he would take Scalia and Thomas to Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh yeah. That's how he got so
Krispy
fat.
Kreme.
That's how Cruz is so fat.
And then Cold Stone afterwards. So he was really just hitting them. He's really hitting it.
He's like, it worked for one of them. Just one more to go.
Right, exactly. He's really, really hoping for it. Chad Vincent says, I'm a bit behind. Soypill said he works in the medical field, maybe an RN. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Does he work now?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
I remember specifically he said that Trump was an existential crisis and he had a good job working as some engineer or something. And he set it all aside so that he could live stream on Twitch to warn all of us about the incoming fascist takeover of America.
Mm.
And this is when I realized that it does seem a little bit condescending when I laugh. But it's uncontrollable. I can't help myself. Right. I mean, that just sounds so... I mean, to be fair, it doesn't sound like anything more insane than I came up with when I was in my 20s. But how old is Soypill? I don't even know.
I don't know.
He seems like a guy in his 20s, so...
I feel like everyone on the internet seems like a guy in his 20s.
Don't they?
Then you find out they're 40 and you're like, oh.
Well, if he's 40, I wouldn't be making that argument.
Sure.
In my 40s.
Yeah, I don't know.
Gypsy Harlow. I mean, it sounds bad, right? To make that argument in your 40s.
Right.
I quit my good job. My kids are homeless. My wife left me.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to fight Donald Trump.
Sammy Chat says heart attack and diabetes are the two biggest killers in our country, yet it'll never get the spotlight in discussion on how to stop it like COVID or guns do. Grinds my gears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is terrible. We need to run a good candidate for president.
Right. Oh, Gypsy Harlow for $5 says, but Sitch. But Sitch. I like that. We haven't had a butt Sitch in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Like 6 months.
The 6 months will always get me.
It'll always be. It isn't, quote, don't let perfect be the enemy. It's, quote, don't let good be the enemy of could be worse. Well, that's an interesting little twist on it. I like that. What is the, I don't even know what is the origin of the perfect is the enemy of good?
The origin of that?
Yeah, I don't even know what the origin of that saying is.
It's sensu. No, I don't know.
You're close. It says it was commonly attributed to Voltaire, though he was
Voltaire.
quoting an Italian proverb from some guy named Pennices Montes. I don't know how to not even try to say this name. Saying Le mieux est le mortel ennemi de bien.
Oh,
which
wow.
means
your French is
best,
amazing.
Thank you. Which says the best is the mortal enemy of the good. That's interesting. Well, there you go. There's where it comes from. Shakespeare says it in King Lear. Striving to be better, oft we mar what's well. You know, in that video you sent me, what was the woman's name who was talking about why everyone can't read? Everyone can't read good now.
Yeah, you got me turned on to that lady.
Yeah, she's pretty interesting. I've seen some of her videos.
I was just surprised.
The Second Story is her channel name. And she had a video, which was pretty fascinating, where she talks about how she thinks a lot of writing today is dog shit because children weren't taught phonics.
Mm-hmm.
And a combination of children weren't taught phonics and they were taught critical literacy.
Yeah.
Which is woke
critical
literacy
theory, basically, for literature.
For literature, which that's pretty disturbing if that's a common thing that's being taught, critical literacy. I don't know how commonplace that is. But she did bring up that like college students couldn't read or couldn't properly interpret some opening passage to, oh God, what book was it? Do you remember what book it was? It was like,
I don't know.
I don't remember. I forget whatever book she brought up. And I was like, oh, let me like read this myself. And I read, I'm like, holy shit.
Could you interpret it?
I mean, I could interpret it, but I was like, I really had to like stop and like fucking really dedicate.
You got to really focus.
Like, the brain. Because it was written in like very, it was written in sort of like older English.
Yeah, I'm not good with Shakespeare. I'm not good with any of that.
It wasn't quite Shakespeare, but it was written in older English. And then also it was like super heavy on visual descriptions. These are like the two banes of my existence.
Yes.
I can't even visualize anything. And I'm like, oh my God.
I don't like novels like that where they have, it's just like a dearth of adjectives all over the place.
I can't stand it.
I don't like it either.
It's like, I get it. It was really foggy. Like, I get it. You don't need to say, like, to me, it's just me personally. The whole, like, let me spend 2 sentences to explain how foggy it is. Just, it's foggy.
Exactly.
Tell me it's foggy.
Into your 7th adjective describing how foggy it is. I'm like,
I get it. There's a lot of fog everywhere. Okay, let's move on.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. You can just tell me it's foggy. Okay. The fog crept along the ground like a surreptitious spider, its tentacled legs reaching out, the spinner's web of fog dripping down from the trees crafted and catching the butterflies of every man and woman passerby as they walk down the cobblestone streets. It's like, okay, fuck.
You could tell a lot of this language was from a time before they actually had motion pictures, right?
Yes.
Now you're like, I mean, what?
Right. I not listen. I get it. Some people love it. Maybe I'm just the fuck. I can't picture anything. So maybe I'm like, I can't even visualize this shit. I'm like, okay, it's foggy. That's as much as my brain, much as my visual brain processor. I'm running on like a gigabyte of RAM. I'm running on like 10 megabytes of visual RAM. Okay, my visual memory processor is very low. All it can handle is fog. I'm the lowest setting, the lowest graphical setting. Okay, I can't visualize the ultra realistic, high capacity, 180 frame rate fog.
Why the fuck would you shoot fog at
Yes,
180 frame rate?
I
It's
know.
just fucking fog.
It's funny because Will Magger says Sitch can't to Tolkien. It's true. Like I read Lord of the Rings, and my brain, like when I'd get to, because Tolkien would really fucking describe shit. When I would get to like a paragraph of description,
You just skip it.
I would just skip it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny 'cause I didn't even realize I was doing it. I would just do it automatically.
Just get
And
to the plot.
a friend of mine was like complaining about it. And I'm like, what visual descriptions? What are you talking about? And then he pointed, I'm like, oh, I just script those. I didn't even realize I was doing it. I but did it automatically. Like, okay, sure.
How'd you know to skip them?
I don't know. I just did.
Oh,
It was funny
okay.
because when in
the
class,
hint is the new paragraph starts. You're like, okay.
my brain just, I don't know. It was funny because I didn't realize I was doing this until we would read Shakespeare in class, and everyone would have a lot of trouble understanding it. And I'd be like, I would read it, and I'd be like, no, I can understand it pretty well. And they'd say, well, what? I don't understand this part. And I realized the reason they couldn't understand it is because I was skipping all of his insanely long descriptions of everything, which is the complicated part, and just reading the plot. And that's why I could understand it better than most people. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't realize I was doing that. That's the art part. And they're like, Sitch, that's the art part that everyone likes. I'm like, oh, okay. Well,
Wow,
I'm
I
just,
thought it was a story.
yeah, not me. Okay. There's your heathen take for the day.
You just lost the vibes election with
There you go.
everyone.
For all the literacy nerds. Boba Pack for $5 says Adam, in abundance, Ezra basically praises Texas for being able to build quickly and criticizes San Francisco and other left policies. There you go.
Uh-oh. He said the emperor doesn't have any clothes on.
Have you changed your take? Because you're very down on Ezra in the beginning. Maybe I shouldn't have played that clip. That clip puts you in a bad mood. But I didn't realize that it was gonna like trigger the vibes versus issues thing. It was completely blind to me. I didn't even perceive that. Right.
Well, I do think Ezra made some points that I agree with in the other thing. So no, I think I'm warming up to Ezra, even
there
though
you go. Look at that.
I don't think what he said was persuasive. And it's really just a disagreement with you and I over the vibes thing.
Yeah. Philip Kogan's for 33 months says, when 12 of the 18 people were involved in the Whitmer plot were feds, including the ringleader, can we say the FBI foiled the plot? I really got to look into that because everyone says that, and I've never, ever looked into it to have an opinion about it one way or the other.
Because you don't
just
care.
To find out.
Yeah. Who cares?
I'm just curious. It gets brought up all the time. So. The Mongolian Leprechaun Superman from Saturn, thanks so much for $20. Says, by the way, Sitch Adam, are you guys planning on watching Monster Madness this year? It's going to be about different Halloween traditions. It's on the same channel on YouTube that hosts the Angry Video Game Nerd.
I don't know.
Wasn't planning on it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But if it's cool, why not? Monster Madness.
Sammy G just now for $5 says, Sitch's low frame rate visuals must also be why he can't see colors right and swears his jacket is green when it's not. Sips tea. I need to see you ruined it, Sammy. I need to take a picture. I have a jacket that I think is green and Sammy thinks is, I believe, gray. And it's like the dress. It's like the golden and black dress. Because we go around and we ask everyone, what color is this jacket? And it's funny because like we asked a bunch of her friends. We didn't tell them who thought of what. We asked a bunch of her friends, and they said it was all gray. And then we asked a bunch of my family members. Didn't tell them what I thought, and they said it was green. They said it was obviously green. So we do need to like take a picture of this jacket in the sunlight and just put up a poll online to have a definitive like what fucking color is this, and then also to do like the dropper test. I'm curious what color the jacket is. So, but now everyone knows. I wanted to ask it without like saying who was on what side because I don't want to bias anyone's opinion. But I should show you because you're an artist, right?
Yes, I was going to say I would love to see.
You can judge the color. So
the problem is if you send me a photo, sometimes a photo can come out like slightly green.
Yeah,
photos generally don't come out slightly. Well, I guess the photo can come out slightly just about any color, right?
Well, you have to do it in sunlight to get a better color temperature reading of the what a color actually is. So, but a Michael Doberman dog for 5 Canadian says, seriously, how much for the painting?
I dropped 20 grand in the chat.
Oh, wow. Okay. There you go. Is that a real number or are you just throwing out a number?
Yeah, I'm just throwing out a number.
Okay.
I might take less than 20 grand, but I think 20 grand is a good starting for a negotiation.
Right.
What do you think? Think it's worth 20 grand?
I have no.
I
think it's
definitely
worth,
put 20 grand worth of time into it. That's for sure.
You know what I think it's worth?
I don't know if it's actually worth 20 grand. Maybe I've wasted my time.
I think it's worth putting on a dress for.
That's like 100 grand.
There you go.
Yeah. For 5 times that amount, you can get Sitch in a dress.
There you go.
I think the painting is worth more than Sitch in a dress, to be honest with you. So,
well, then it should be worth more than 100, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to get rid of the thing sooner or later. So it's like, what will the market bear? My gut intuition is the Dober dad is going to tell me 20 seems a bit rich, but.
Oh, someone says you need to photograph it with the Pantone color chart. No. What I would do here would actually be
the Pantone color chart.
The Pantone color chart.
The Pantone color chart.
What would actually be the correct thing, the smart thing to do is just get get something that is the definitive white to take a picture with it, and then you could just auto color balance to the white.
Roland Phillips says, Adam turning his art into a money laundering scheme.
There you go.
Lord Cameron saying, Adam, give Sitch the painting. What are you, fucking high? Give Sitch the painting.
Right.
See, that's the problem with giving paintings away is like, then they become worthless. I want Michael the Dober dad to like give this painting to his children and for them to give it to their children and for it to stay on Earth and not end up in some landfill. Like as soon as I tell Michael the Dober dad, oh yeah, it's $1,000. It's just a matter of time before it hits that landfill.
Right.
It's just a matter of time before it's at the thrift shop. Hell, I'll take it in the backyard and burn it myself. Before I let that happen. Fuck that. Actually, a nice blaze of glory would be worth it. What is Adam missing? The $1,800 opportunity? Where was that?
Michael offered $1,800.
Was that his counter offer?
That was his counter offer.
Well, so far it's the highest bid on the table, so
right.
He might get it for $1,800. We'll see.
Oh, you should do an art auction.
Well, yeah. Look, $1,800. Look, already $1,800 is on the table here.
No, 20,000. Or sorry, 2,000. Go on, what? 2,000.
I have a 10,000 offer on the table for that Mickey Mouse versus Aliens for my brother-in-law, who actually has a print of the painting itself that's been hanging over his mantle for years now that he wants to replace with the original. So by just really haven't wanted to do it. So
Jack of Spades for 42 months.
The thing is, I would sell like 11 by 14s for about $1,800. So
Right.
I haven't had a show for years, but obviously money was worth a lot more back in 2007 when I had my last show. So I might be able to get more out of it.
Jack of Spades for 14 months is just dropping in to say more like Ta-Nehisi copes. That is all. I like it. It's good. The Mongolian leprechaun Superman from Sanford $5 says, Sitch and Adam, what is your favorite part of celebrating Halloween? Adam.
That all the girls' costumes are some variant of slutty ex and not ex-girlfriend, like like slutty turtle.
I was gonna let you answer first because I didn't know what your answer was gonna be. I should have guessed. This was a very obvious Adam answer.
Well, what is your answer?
My
I think
answer.
you should answer the question too.
Here's my answer is that my favorite part of celebrating Halloween is new. It is that I really like how Sam redecorates the entire apartment to be Halloween themed in October.
But does she do it in the slutty Tifa costume?
I should have said, listen, you need to redecorate the entire apartment.
The spirit already.
Right. And you need to be wearing a thong and the Tifa wig. Okay. You can be slutty Tifa while you're redecorating the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Or as Zero Flux in the chat, slutty turtle. Yeah, exactly. Nothing's hotter than the slutty turtle.
I was just trying to think of the thing that's so far from slutty, you know? Because it seems like they do that with everything. They're like,
I don't know. Turtles are pretty slutty.
It's
Especially
a
those
slutty
ones
pumpkin.
that can like go into the shells. They have all those extra holes, right?
It's a slutty pregnant woman.
Some people are into that. Okay.
And I don't like those people. Those people are weird.
Right. This guy, judgy. He's against the pregnancy porn. What a hater.
Oh my God. This is sometimes super chats is like the most fun of the whole live stream.
Mm-hmm. Is there like, is there a nickname for that? Some
please
like
don't tell me.
For like the I'm asking chat. Chat would know. Is there some horrible like
how would chat
nickname
know?
For that? And chat knows everything. That's degenerate, I should say. Val Van Gogh for $10 says, quote, borders, isolating bad people, protecting children, birthing babies, end quote. For most of history, this is just what people do. They didn't become positions until communism. There you go. Liz and Des Wall specifically for $2 says, many problems are solved by simply going outside. That is true.
Okay.
Kristen Brandon for $2 says, thoughts on the farmers' crisis and the bailout.
Fuck those farmers. I have no idea what the crisis is.
Yeah,
I don't know what we're talking about, so
I haven't been following this.
I hope the farmers get the giant bailout that they seek. As long as it doesn't hurt the U.S. taxpayer in any way.
Is there some farming crisis because of the tariffs or something?
I don't know.
See, he says, this is from Fortune. Farm bankruptcies are soaring amid low crop prices. Trump considers bailout up to $14 billion. The number of farm operations filing for bankruptcy remains at historically low levels, but has jumped sharply this year as a crisis in agricultural economy drags on. In the second quarter, there were 93 filings, up from 88 in the first quarter, and nearly double of the 47 bankruptcy filings at the end of 2024. It's still well below the recent high of 169 in early 2020. I saw that's from COVID, though, right? And filings nosedive in the 2 years that follow. But since 2022, farm bankruptcies have been trending higher. That coincides with higher production costs and plunging crop prices. For instance, corn prices have crashed about 50% since 2022, while soybean prices are down about 40%. Wow. Most recently, President Donald Trump's trade war this year has kept China, traditionally a top buyer of U.S. soybeans, from placing any orders with American farmers who are facing an uncertain harvest season. But crop prices have been weak for most of the past decade, except for a brief spike during the pandemic. Not because they went up during it. And while the Agriculture Department has forecast the farm incomes will increase this year, about 3/4 of that growth will come from an expected boost in government payouts it added. I don't really know enough about it to have a strong opinion on whether they should be bailed out or not. I don't really know that much about the farming sector in America. My intuition would be like if the government created the problem, I would be more amenable to bailing out people because then it feels kind of like, well, the government created a problem, right? Or if it's just necessary to protect the industry in order to keep farmers afloat, I'd be more amenable to bailouts, I think, generally. So
bailouts, what? I started a live Q&A just to see what would happen. Yeah, that's all I said.
How does it work?
I don't know. Zero Fucks was the only one that responded. Well, I guess I responded. Maybe we're the only ones that can respond because we're
I don't even know how do I just
mods.
What do you even do? How does it work?
I don't know. Oh. That's why I tried it out, but
okay.
Seems I don't know if anyone else can ask a question or if it's just no one else sees it.
End corn subsidies, rotational crops produce more. Yeah.
Oh, look, people are weighing in now.
I would agree with ending the corn subsidies.
How does this work? Is Sitch gay? Oh, I can answer that one. Well, how do I answer?
I don't even see it. Where are you seeing this?
Oh, maybe these are questions that we're supposed to answer live. Okay. Is Sitch gay? Yes. Totally gay. Flaming as can be. Sitch started the Chicago fire. He's so gay.
Oh, wait. Question. Oh, this is so weird.
Who is the wife in the relationship? First answer wins. Sitch is the wife, obviously.
How do people type this? Like, where are people typing?
What question should I ask? J-Mac
hold on. You stop interrupting me. So,
okay.
Because like on my thing, I have the live chat, but then I can click another tab that's called questions. It says answer viewer questions live. Yeah. Can anyone access this, or do you have to do something special to access this?
Well, I went over to the regular chat and I saw it, and it has a button that you can click that says ask something. So I clicked on that button and then I asked a question. Well,
I mean, is it just literally like another chat that anyone access that's just supposed to be for questions specifically? Because it's a good idea. If you just want questions.
A giant homo.
Thank you.
There we go. Did it censor? Did it censor my question? It didn't come up. Maybe it censor my question. Look, I just asked if you were a giant homo. It totally
didn't come up.
It totally censored my question.
Yeah.
Don't tell Sitch how to do it. Here, you do it. Here, I'll end this one, and you can do a legitimate one.
I'm reading super chats.
In the Q&A. Q&A is officially over. No, do one, Sitch. It's fun.
Sade Ray for £5 says, is it fair to call people who don't believe in the results of the 2020 election radical, or politicians like Vance who refuse to say Trump lost in 2020?
Is it fair to call them radical? I think it's fair to call anyone radical. You're not really putting a target on somebody by calling them radical. I think when you're calling them a fascist or a Nazi, there's an implication that they will engage in political violence and murder people.
I would say, to me, simply not believing the results is not an extreme necessarily, a radical position. I think it's a wrong position. It was not necessarily extreme or radical position. To me, would be if you say, "Well, I don't believe in the results, so therefore that justifies Trump doing the elector scheme or the government doing something crazy." Or like it kind of leading to a more like crazy position, then I'd say like that is the extreme position. And I would say that politicians like Vance who refuse to say that, I would say that that is a pretty extreme position. Yes, especially when he pairs it with, that he would have done what Trump wanted Pence to do. I'd say that's a very extreme position.
Yeah,
So
I think
yeah,
I think I think JD Vance was lying though. Can you see the questions as they come in?
I can, but but wait, that's interesting. You think JD Vance had to lie in order to get that position, essentially, from Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's probably lying to himself though. He probably thinks, well, I probably would have done it.
Yeah.
And now he probably knows he's lying. JD Vance seems like a smart guy.
So Adam asked, "How gay is Sitch?" To which Sammy first responded saying, "Yes." Thank you, Sammy. Ryan, for $5, says identity politics is a euphemism for racist and best describes Coates' worldview. I would agree.
Identity politics is?
Yeah.
I think of identity politics as dignity politics. So it doesn't necessarily have to be race-based. Obviously, if you're talking about the dignity of homosexuals being able to get gay married, you're not talking about race at all, but you're still talking about identity politics.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole argument over marriage was, the right was saying marriage is only between a man and a woman and they can call it a civil union, but the gay people were like, oh, well, civil union is like a second class designation. What are we, second class citizens, right? They're saying this belittles the dignity of us as gay Americans. So that's completely identity politics, but has nothing to do with race.
Joe Make for 42 months, being a free will seeker, says this is why I don't believe Ezra Klein's positioning here. He's not at all serious about understanding Kirk's views and he's not at all serious about actually understanding Kirk's views, siding with Coates insane. Yeah, I don't know if he's coming at it. I mean, I feel like he's kind of coming at it mostly from a pragmatic position, but he's showing humility that you don't generally see from a political commentator or pundit, where he said very directly, where I think the line is not where the line is. What I think is going on in America is not what's going on in America. And he's trying to figure out what is going on. So to me, that shows that he is trying to understand something about America. Sounds like he's trying to understand where the other side's coming from, or where people, like, he's not a Trump fan. Don't get me wrong. He thinks Trump is authoritarian, and he says that, but he doesn't believe. At least I don't think he believes that the majority of people or all the people that vote for Trump are authoritarians or racist or any of this stuff. Because I don't think he would be making these arguments if he believed that.
I mean, the real question, I think, would be, does he believe it? Does Ezra Klein believe that Charlie Kirk was a racist?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know the answer to that question. I think Ta-Nehisi Coates definitely believes that 100%, Charlie Kirk was a racist. Yeah. So I think that is the more pertinent conversation to have, because I do think all of the people dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave are doing it because they think he was a racist, sexist, transphobe, bigot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm I'm just jarred by a culture that believes, first of all, the lies involved in making someone out to be that, but second of all, willing to kill because of it.
Well, we're assuming the guy, it seemed like so far, the guy was killing him for the trans stuff primarily, right?
Yeah.
So I guess it all plays into it. I don't know if you can really differentiate them. But.
Yeah, there's some positions that you can't be argued away.
Mm-hmm. Ace for $10 says Charlie Kirk was a grifter who went from being pro-secularism to later on claiming secularism was a threat to America. He didn't deserve to lose his life, but let's not lie about who he was. Yeah, I would be curious because I've seen a clip of him saying, being pro-secular and saying America is not a theocracy. And then I saw the clip of him saying that there's no such thing as a separation of church and state, which would seem to be contradictory. I can understand someone can make an argument that's not, but from a lay perspective, it would seem contradictory. I didn't see when he made the comments, so I don't know if it was like the one was like a really old comment, one was a newer comment. So I haven't really tracked that enough just to see that comment that I never even heard of until we looked it up on stream. That's one of his more extreme comments. I'm kind of surprised that people, when they were slandering him, didn't like. You would think that would have been the front and center comment, right?
Yeah,
Not
it makes me wonder what's up.
When people were attacking him after he died, you think that would be like one of the front center comments? I'm kind of surprised it wasn't. So.
Seems like there's some big context missing there.
I don't know. I mean, it maybe. That's a pretty bad comment. The Democrats are sending black rapists to your community, black Haitian rapists to your community as revenge is a pretty not a great thing to say. K for 25 months says left didn't put down cancel culture. Cancel culture just stopped working. They still haven't learned the lesson. Yeah, I'd say that's true. It's probably true broadly. D528 for $5 says Sitch and Adam is charitable to left-wing identitarians, but not towards right-wing identitarians. It's time to be charitable to Fuentes like you are towards FD. Well, I was confused at first because I was going to say, what is a left-wing identitarian that we're charitable to? And then I guess now you're saying FD. So I assume you mean black nationalism. I honestly don't understand how you could, and I've seen you around for a long time, D5, I think. Like I have no clue how you could have been watching us for any length of time and think that either of us is charitable to black nationalism at all, even remotely.
I understand what he's saying. I mean, FD Signifier we invite on the channel. We would never invite Fuentes on the channel. FD Signifier, I do think, is as racist as Nick Fuentes. And I mean,
we're not charitable to his positions at all.
Well, you show him a level of charitability. I try not to. I try to fucking call him the racist that he is. So,
well, I'm trying to have a conversation with him.
Right, but it's a conversation we would never, ever have with Nick Fuentes. 100% true.
Part of the reason that I think the biggest reason I would not want to have a conversation with Nick Fuentes is because whenever I've heard him talk, he just has, it's like the Jews are behind everything white nationalist Olympics of like random fucking trivia facts that he spews out.
I'm not in favor of having a conversation with him.
Well, hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying. He will just spew out a litany of like points that you're like, oh my God, I've never heard any of these talking points, or I have to do like all this research to understand what the fuck he's even talking about to try to debunk them. Right. It's just like Jesus Christ. Like, why would I ever want to put myself through this or put anyone through this? Or with FD, I've done that work already. I've gone through all the fucking talking points, the CRT shit. I know almost all that information. And also, he doesn't necessarily argue in that fashion, at least when he comes on the show. Maybe he does on his videos, but he does in the show. So I feel like, it's exactly as you're saying. We can invite him on, and he can be, in a
Contained.
conversation that can be contained or debunked, where I'm not so confident that I would know like the litany of random fucking Jews are behind everything talking points that Nick Fuentes is going to bring on a conversation. So
Yeah, and
I
I
would
do
not
think
interpret that as charitability even remotely.
Look, it's a great response, and I do think it's true. I do think when FT Signifier has come on, that we've kind of exposed the racistness in FT Signifier. But look, he's not really even trying to hide it. So, and maybe perhaps that's a good thing. I don't know. Maybe D5280 wants us to invite Nick Fuentes on. So this is like, look, you invited FD on, invite Nick Fuentes on. So, but I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not prepared to push back on Nick Fuentes at all for all the reasons that you gave.
Well,
I am
what is
definitely
even the
more
point of
prepared to
doing
push
it?
back on FT Signifier.
It's annoying because not everyone, and there are some groypers that watch us that are honest, but it's, I would say that almost every groyper I've ever had some interaction with in the comments will just lie to your face about their beliefs, about Nick's beliefs. And it's just very annoying. I have no desire to deal with people who just lie to your face consistently.
Yeah, look, I hate arguing with bad faith people. I go out of my way not to have any interactions with them.
Right.
So, and I do think there are certain people who, I mean, they're not really engaging in good faith. They just, all they care about is winning some sort of political argument. So I think peace goes like that. I think pandering politics is like that. I think, Hutch, I'm a little more open to Hutch maybe having some sincerity in him. I think I'm really important, is super sincere, and is not really just wanting to win arguments as much as he's wanting to engage. So So look, and I completely agree on that front. Like, why even bother talking to people like that?
Yeah.
It's not fun. Well, I guess, I mean, it is fun to a certain extent with them because all they want to do is content mine you and
Yeah.
like,
yeah. And then also whenever
bring
you have,
something
it's
to
funny
their
because even,
audience.
I mean, we're much smaller, so it would be less, but even Tim was talking about this. There is a very concerted effort from his audience to find anything that he's ever on or anyone that talks about him or reacts to him to just spam the comments, which is also just obnoxious too.
Oh, Nick Fuentes?
Yes.
Yeah. I've heard Tim Fool complaining about that.
Yes.
So.
So it's very obvious when it's going on. So anyway, you would have to be invited on his Rumble show. You can't have him on YouTube. Oh, is that true? You're not allowed to even have him on YouTube? I don't know if that's true. Didn't I mean, he was on the PBD show, wasn't he?
I was on Rumble once. We went on Rumble with Nick Rekieta. And this was Nick Rekieta pre coming out like he's a swinger and likes to sling cocaine and all that stuff. Remember that?
I do, yeah.
And we went over to Rumble and it was just, oh my God, N-word this, N-word that. Like, Nick really likes to use the N-word a lot. It was kind of insane to me. I was like, is this what the Rumble audience expects? I don't know. It was just weird. It was weird and jarring.
It was his demeanor. I was caught very off guard. His demeanor changed very quickly.
Dramatically.
I was like, what is going on here? It was very interesting.
And weren't we having a conversation about Nick Fuentes on that?
We were.
Yeah.
We were, yes.
So I kept wondering, I'm like, okay. Right. I mean, I've been on Nick Rekieta's streams before. I've interacted not a lot with Nick Rekieta in DMs, but a bit. I don't remember him being such a fan of the N-word.
Right.
So I kept wondering, is this like catering to Nick Fuentes' audience? I don't know. I'm just
yeah.
But maybe he goes on Rumble every night and does the N-word like crazy. So
yeah, I don't. It's weird because I remember I did that. The N-word thing didn't really stick out in my mind, so I didn't even really. I guess maybe I didn't even. I remember him saying it like once.
Panzer Dude says it was like
really?
3 times, Adam.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how many times it was.
We were on for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So look, he's dropping the N-bomb. He's a white guy dropping the N-bomb like once every 30 minutes.
Right, there you go. A boat pack for $5 says, I thought silence was violence, though I looked it up and he never specifically said that himself. Yeah, but and also, I mean, it's so, if you're at a situation, this is why, like, to me, that really gives the game away from Coates. Like, right at the beginning, he's like, did you ever think you could just not say anything? Which is like an insane comment to make, I think, regarding that. They're like, yeah, when you have so many people, when you have when you have like a massive political violence happen against someone who's very politically on one side of the aisle, and the other side of the aisle is just like deathly silent about it, that's telling you something, right? That's definitely sending a signal that people are just worried about Fed posting. So, William Vance for 40 months of This Money Equals Freedom. Thanks so much. Says, Trump on abortion is essentially safe, legal, and rare. That's Clinton's position. That was the Democrat position. Nobody bullied him into that. If he had been bullied, he would be pro or against it. I think when you say Trump's abortion is essentially, I think the essentially is doing a lot of work because that's not Trump's position. Well, I mean, it might be his personal opinion, but his political opinion, at least that he's stated now, and maybe he's just taking credit for, maybe you will say that he's taking credit for something after the fact that he didn't really believe in, but his political position at the moment is, I elected judges who kicked it back to the states for the states to decide. And I'm happy about that, which is a different position than safe, legal, and rare. Ace for $5 says, normies have good reasons to dislike the left, not MAGA views. Not MAGA. MAGA views the Democrats as the party of the devil because they are their opposition and nothing else. And Ace for another $5 says, Ta-Nehisi Coates is a nitwit who knows nothing outside of black issues, and he loves playing the victim and views victimhood as the strongest argument.
Yes. Gotta compliment Ace when he gets it right.
There you go.
I don't know about the MAGA. That's not all of MAGA, obviously.
Well, I think unfortunately, the term MAGA is very nebulous, like what that means. Because some people view MAGA as like the diehard Trump people, and some people just view it as like, well, anyone that supports Trump. It's like, okay, well, don't most Republicans support Trump? So it's like, what does MAGA mean in that context, right? Because there are a lot of people that do think the Democrats are literal devils. I don't know what proportion they are. They seem like they're the majority in the pundit space at the moment, but in the population as a whole, I don't know what the proportion is.
A very dead horse throws I'm really important under the bus, saying he'd rather listen to hours of MMT conversation.
There you go.
Than us talking to IRI.
Wow.
That sucks because like IRI is, I think, sincere and his heart's in the right place, but maybe he's just not as entertaining.
Joe the Mig for $5 says, Thomas Sowell has probably never been more accurate than his comments about intellectuals, never really paying a price for being wrong, no matter how grossly.
Yeah, and the trans one is a big one. A fucking big one.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot. It's sort of like in a lot of business contexts, if there's like a new boss or something who like is like, oh, I'm going to change the department, right? They have some new policy that they're going to implement. And if they implement that new policy and it fucking sucks.
Yeah, they get shit canned.
Well, they can like never admit that it sucks because then they get fired. They have to like, well, they'll always like try to like hide it. And then eventually if there's someone above them that realizes it sucks and they get fired. And intellectuals are sort of in that same camp. Like they'll push some intellectual view and they'll never ever, and it's harder to like ever show that it's wrong because it's not like a policy that you implement and then you say the policy fails or not, right? They're just pushing some idea that's kind of vague or very general or amorphous. And then even if someone does do something kind of like it, well, they did it wrong. It's kind of like with Noam Chomsky, who, he kept making excuses for the Soviet Union until it became so apparent that you couldn't do that anymore. And then all of a sudden, he backs away from it. And he doesn't ever take that as a moment to realize that he was wrong and to change his opinion and say, oh, wow, I really dropped the ball on this. He just moonwalks away from it and pretends like that was never the case. Sketch for $2 says, better blowjobs than no jobs. Bill Clinton. That's a good campaign slogan. Al Gore should have run on that, don't you think?
That would be great, yeah.
Yes.
I can't believe this. I'm looking into this. Panzer Dude is claiming that the conversation we had with Nick Rekieta was 7 hours long. Do you believe that?
I think it was long, but I don't think it was 7 hours long. That seems crazy.
I can't. He sent me the link, but fucking Rumble is just showing me a wall of ads, and I can't even see how long the live
I think it
stream
was
is.
a long conversation, if I recall correctly. It's pretty long, but I don't think it was 7 hours long.
Oh my god, are they really going to show me fucking 5 ads before I can
You
see
can't even get to the
before I can see how long the fucking live stream is?
Yeah.
Isn't Rumble a publicly traded company now? I gotta tell you,
right?
Fuck Rumble. Like,
wow.
Fuck Rumble.
Well,
fuck Rumble. Look, I'm officially shorting their stock first thing Monday morning.
Look at this. Look at this.
That's how much I hate this company. Well, look, it won't even show me how long the fucking live stream is without me sitting through 5 ads. And not only that, I can't even mute the ads. There's not even a mute sign so I can turn the volume off.
Wow.
What the fuck is this Rumble website?
You don't have like the little pop-up blocker or the ad blocker thing?
Okay. I caught you. You're so lying. You're so lying, Panzer Dude. It's 6 hours and 38 minutes. How dare you?
Oh, God. Oh, wow. I don't remember it being that long. I remember it was long, but not 6 hours long.
How
Were we on the
dare
entire
you?
6 hours? Well, did we dip out? Were we on for the whole 6 hours?
How dare you? How dare you round up?
Did we on till the end?
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I even scrub forward to when we dip out?
I don't know. Okay. Well, you hit more
I
ads
thought
if
it
you
was
do
like
that.
I thought it was like 3 hours here, but let me Oh man. Oh shit, Vito joined.
Yeah, you don't remember that? I remember Vito joining in and then them getting a big argument. It was because Vito was the one that got that brought attention that got Nick in trouble with Rumble.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Oh my god,
Yeah,
Vito
this was
being the prick on Twitter.
I remember this exact scenario. It was Charlie. It was not Charlie Kirk. It was against maybe it was against. I don't know. It's either the same time there's a Turning Points USA conference or an RNC, and Fuentes did like a counter Groiper conference at the same time. And it was in the conference where he was kind of shouting at banging the table about like how black people can't create Western societies and Jews shouldn't be allowed in positions of power or to own businesses.
Whoa. Wow.
And then I forget, he said something. There was something in it. I don't remember what it was. He said something in it that was like on the boundary of like was this an avocation of violence or something? And I think Vito took like a screenshot of it and he was like posting it on Twitter and saying, Rumble, how can you, or he was just saying like, this is allowed on Rumble and blah, 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 blah. And then that got Rumble to take it down. And that kind of sparked the whole controversy of whether
Yeah, he was
Rumble
trying to
should have
cancel
taken.
everyone.
Yeah, should Rumble have taken it down or not? And that's kind of what we're talking to Nick about. That conversation is generally one of the most insane conversations I've ever had with anyone in my entire life.
Yeah, you did most of the talking. I kind of checked out on that one, which is why I don't remember it being as long as it was. So
Yeah.
thank you, Panzer Dude, for looking into it. It turns out we know the exact facts
Well,
here.
there you
It
go.
was
It was 6
I'm
hours
going
and
to
38
take,
minutes.
look, since he remembered better than me, I'm going to take his word for it that where it seemed to me Nick was dropping the N bomb every other word. It was only 3 M bombs in a 6-hour live stream. So
Maybe he said it in the beginning 3 times, and then you just tapped out.
I was
You're like, oh,
I
I
was
see
like,
this is the
what?
stream's going. I'm tapping out here.
What's going
Right.
on here?
Yes. So
Does do you have to do you have to use the N word to continue to keep the Rumble stream up or something? Is that how
right.
Rumble is powered?
Is powered by saying the N word. Yeah. So
It's powered by racial slurs. You have to drop
right.
a racial slur into the Rumble live stream every so often, otherwise the stream goes down.
Right. Look at this. Sammy says Sitch is a work in project. It's honest work. Classic woman. Classic woman. I'm gonna fix my man. I'm gonna fix him.
You're a work in progress? She's trying to
That's what
fix you?
she's trying to fix me.
As soon as you're fixed, there's no live stream anymore.
Then,
You
well,
can't
no,
do that. Come
no,
on.
you see, by fix me, she means make me a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I know.
That's what she means. Yes.
Oh my God.
Hmm. He was being
It's
very
just, I
loyally in that
can't look.
stream.
I can't imagine. Who? What?
So the thing that was like completely insane in that stream is the whole question of like, why would why would an advertiser not want its ads? Like, why would Pepsi not want a Pepsi commercial to be in the middle of a Fuentes video where he's talking about how black people can't participate in Western society?
Yeah, they want him
Right.
to buy Pepsi.
And it was like, do I even need to explain why Pepsi wouldn't want that? Like, you can say that you think they should have to put up with it for free speech reason. That's fine. It's a completely different thing. But like, you understand like you understand like the practicality that a brand wouldn't want its brand associated with that language. And the fact that Nick Rekieta was arguing with me about that, like that's not something that brands care about, is so beyond. Like, I don't even know, like, what are we talking about at that point? Do I even why do I have to explain this to somebody? I feel like it's just like a willful ignorance at that point. If I have to explain why a brand doesn't want someone saying very racist shit to precede a commercial for their brand product. Like, everyone understands that. It's so stupid. But
Nick
whatever.
was also getting insanely drunk on that live stream. I remember people the next day saying, "Oh, Nick shouldn't have got that drunk. That was terrible." Because we had a lot of fan overlap, especially.
So you think
since
maybe it was just the alcohol talking? Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
Right. Yeah.
But I know he was getting like drunker and ruder, and I mean it was not pretty.
Right.
So
Right.
that always happens. Look, we have fan overlap.
Yes.
Mostly because we were covering the Kyle Rittenhouse story, and he was covering the Kyle Rittenhouse story. So
Right.
look, and I never wished any ill will on Nick when he had his legal troubles or anything. When people were dancing on his grave, just because.
Sure.
I
mean, we thought it was a crazy story, but we weren't like,
it was crazy,
wishing ill
obviously.
to anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Lord Cameron says ads should not be tied to the video in the viewer's mind. That is my take. The ads are a separate layer on the site. Otherwise, you have the ad apocalypse again. Yeah, no, I agree. And I said this a million times in the Rekieta conversation too. I agree with the concept. I would like for viewers to not tie the ads in their mind and to understand, how it all works, and it's not, their fault. But I also understand that's not the way people perceive it. And I understand that that's not the way brands are going to perceive it. And they don't really want that association in people's mind. So it's kind of like the idealism of like I agree with the idealistic like version of it, but I also understand the reality of the situation. So
I mean, Rumble has suffered brand hit after brand hit in my mind. From the one live stream that we did there to making me suffer through 5 ads just so I could see how long a live stream was.
Right. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says we can have deep disagreements and still live with each other. For example, according to the poll, I fundamentally don't agree with about 22% of the Sitch and Adam chat. I assume this was on the
goth?
At some point in the poll. Oh, this is the 22% on the goth girls are not hot.
Oh yeah.
There you go. It's so fascinating how with a lot of our polls, there's like a percentage that like hits in the first 5 minutes and then never changes. Isn't that interesting?
It's hard to move that percentage.
It's very fascinating.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but Rico Zoro for 42 months.
A lot less.
Thanks so much for 42 months. Says 42 months for number 42, Jackie Robinson. Look at that. Jackie Robinson. For Coates, he never broke through and had zero impact to modern day USA sports. That even Major League Baseball banned 42 from being worn. So I didn't. That's funny.
I think that's ironic, right?
Jackie Robinson.
Jackie Robinson
was number 42. Like that's the answer to the universe. 42.
It is.
There you go. Jackie Robinson highly tied into the secret of the universe.
Well, what did Jackie Robinson do? He
played baseball. He was like, wasn't he the first big black baseball player?
It was all tiny black players before.
Before
Jackie
it was
Robinson.
only midgets. Yeah. Before only like they were afraid that black baseball players would be better than white baseball players, so they only allowed midgets to play in the league that were black. Yes.
He was the first African American to play Major League Baseball.
Oh, he's the first ever. Okay.
Yes. Well, I suspected that was probably the case. That's why he brought him up. So
I thought he was like the first really good.
and he's joking by saying, "Oh, his number was banned" and stuff like that because obviously, like he's a person that people celebrate. That Ta-Nehisi Coates likes to shit on the memory of Jackie Robinson by saying, "Oh my God, we're still slaves."
Oh, I don't think he was joking. I was assuming, now I don't know if this is the case. I was assuming that sports leagues will not allow, if there's like a really famous player with a number, they won't allow.
Oh, they retire their jersey?
Okay. Yeah, they wouldn't allow other players to have the number. I don't know if that's
right.
I'm assuming
so they retired his jersey because he's so famous no one else can wear 42. Yeah.
Right.
So they retired it out of honor, not because they're like,
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
That's yeah, no, makes sense.
Like I wouldn't be surprised if like did they retire Michael Jordan's numbers? I don't even actually what was Michael Jordan's number?
I don't know. We're terrible with sports, aren't we?
True.
23. So sports illiterate.
Yeah, I don't really follow.
Did they
sports.
retire it?
Yes.
Anyone? Did they retire 23?
Oh, well, it was only retired by the team, not the league, it says.
Okay. So someone. But if someone wears 23, will the other players spit on him and say, "That's Michael Jordan's number. How dare you?"
It's interesting. According to AI, it says the Chicago Bulls retired it, but also for some reason the Miami Heat retired it out of tribute, even though he never played on the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Good for them. He died at 53. Oh my God, that's fucking so shitty. Jackie Robinson.
Wow.
Died at 53.
Wait, LeBron is 23 too? Did he do it to reference Michael Jordan? Or is it just like a weird coincidence that 23 is like the lucky number for basketball? Ryan Bishop, thanks so much for being 24 months, 2 years of discipline equals freedom. Look at that.
Wow. Welcome to the 2-year club.
Yes. 2 years on the Adam, Sammy, and Sitch team. There's no team like us. There you go.
Nice.
Thank you,
yes. A nice behind is very sweet.
PC for $5 says Sitch learns why sampling is the basis of statistics. There you go. Well, it's interesting to like. I understand the concept. It's interesting to see it play out in real time. It's a very different experience. Though I know we've had this happened a couple times where we have a poll and it gets like that sample immediately and it kind of gets frozen. But then a couple times we've had like a different audience come in, a different creator, and then the poll completely changes.
Seems like it always bounces around though in the first
go.
like 500.
I feel like it. I don't know. I feel like it gets pretty locked in.
Maybe
most
by
of the time.
500. It'd be interesting to see when.
Right.
At what point is the lock in?
Right.
Is it at 100? Because I don't. At 100, it still seems like there's some mobility there.
Right. Right. Yeah. Let's see. Read those. Andrew Bear for $5. Excuse me. Says Obama was the start of the radicalization of race politics, while he personally avoided the race activists pundit. While he personally avoided the race, the activists / pundits were full bore first black POTUS. Well, that they definitely were full black first black POTUS. That definitely happened.
They perceived of any criticism of Barack Obama as racism too.
As racist, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
So that created a huge difficulty.
I still do need to read. I have it open, but I didn't read it. I do need to read the Trayvon Martin comments that everyone points to. And not
yeah.
Yeah, not listen to it. Not listen to Obama's smooth voice tricking me.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta read it myself.
Send it to me. I'll read it.
Okay. No, you won't. You'll have the computer read it to you. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but it won't be in Obama's smooth voice.
That's a good point.
It'll be in the goofy Stephen Hawking
robot
computer voice. Yeah.
You don't have a good AI reading to you anymore?
I have a pretty good one.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I think the good ones cost money though, but
they do.
Yeah.
I have one that sounds like Sinead O'Connor. It's pretty hilarious.
You gotta get the Morgan Freeman voice.
Yeah, that would be.
You gotta get the voice that talks like. What was that guy's name?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How do you have that voice?
I think it's called Will from Afar was the voice.
Oh, okay.
The voice that sounds like that. It sounded like that lawyer on MSNBC. I don't remember what his name was.
I know, and I can't. My brain isn't functioning right now. We've been streaming for so long, so.
Right.
Stop quizzing me on the names. Who was that random guy?
Paul Butler. Thank you. Look at that.
Look,
Travis Walker, true fan here. Paul Butler, mall lawyer. Yeah. God.
That's it.
That was his name. That's on the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff.
Is CS Paffy using their picture in the avatar now? Look at this. We get to look at CS Paffy.
CS Paffy, thanks so much for the $5. Says, okay, Sitch, you won't wear the dress, but would you be willing to get a VTuber model with a dress toggle? That might be the FDR anti-commie play. Sure.
VTube it up.
Get a VTuber that you could toggle between Sitch or like the hot Sitch Shan.
You've got a video feed that comes in right here. All you got to do is put something in that video feed.
It is. I said this, and I'll say it every time. I don't understand the aesthetic of people that have the sexy female YouTube body, but then like my voice comes out of it. I think that'd be very off-putting to most people. I'm not sure what the appeal is.
Boobs.
Okay, but boobs with my voice? That's
boobs.
that's not good. What if I talk like Dr. Girlfriend instead? Well, I got the Sitch Chan avatar.
Some people believe boobs go with anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We can get, I don't know if there's some like insane real-time AI voice modulators. I don't know how much they cost that you could like probably use to just make yourself sound like a girl.
It's not going to make any difference.
How dare you, you fucking piece of shit.
You think people care about the sexy voice? No, they want to see the boobs. Make the boobs.
Oh, okay.
Let's look at the jiggle physics.
Right.
The jizzle physics.
The jizzle physics. Fix. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Philip Kogan's for $5 says the Democrats can't do a proper autopsy because every election they've lost since 2000 has been because they view the results as illegitimate.
Ooh, election denialism.
Right. Well, I don't think in 2000 they viewed it as illegitimate, and to be fair, probably was. But even then, there was a lot of conversation. I do even remember this at my age. I was very young. I remember in 2000 there was a lot of conversation about how they thought it was a mistake for Al Gore to run away from Bill Clinton's endorsement because Al Gore was worried about, the Monica Lewinsky Association, and the polling kind of showed that, in 2000, most people didn't actually care about that. And they actually would have probably done better with Bill Clinton running alongside Al Gore. So there was a conversation that had a big impact. And then in 2004, there was some kind of, I do remember there was some kind of claim about something with voter fraud, but it didn't really pick up a lot of steam, I think, in 2004. There was a lot more emphasis on like the Swift boat shit having an impact on John Kerry than whatever the minor electoral thing they were complaining about was.
I remember that, yes.
Yeah.
It's funny that George W. Bush is still not invited to speak at the RNC, but Bill Clinton is there every year, even though, I mean, at this point, he could probably be sitting right next to Monica Lewinsky and it wouldn't even matter.
People in retrospect liked Bill Clinton. People in retrospect did not like George W. Bush. And he's also not a very good communicator anyway. So I don't know if you'd want him to speak at the RNC, where Bill Clinton was known very famously for being a good speaker. So,
I mean, he pulled off that Obama tummy punch pretty well. What are you talking about? Expert
he wasn't
communication.
speaking. He was just, pantomiming. Hey, Obama. Hey,
what's up, Obama? How you doing?
Gotcha.
Are you going to sit next to Trump?
You gonna talk to Trump? You can call him a fascist? You can call him a Nazi? Yeah, you should call him a Nazi. You see my painting? You see my paint? That's the real reason. That's the real reason no one wants to talk to.
Stop calling me a Nazi. Call him a Nazi.
Nobody wants to invite W to anything because he just keeps talking about his stupid foot paintings that nobody wants to talk about.
Is he still painting? He's not painting feet.
W,
like landscapes.
I feel very uncomfortable by your foot paintings. I think it would be better if the landscape didn't have your feet in it. I'm not into feet, W. I keep telling you this.
I'm going to look him up.
Like those, they had all those videos of like Obama and Biden and Trump playing like a video game with the AI voices. Yeah, it's so bad. No one cares about W. He would be like the perfect character. He has the perfect personality type for the people to make meme videos of like George W. Bush playing video games with those people.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I just looked at a picture of George W. Bush painting.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if this is real or not. But there's a picture that
they're not very good, if I recall correctly.
He painted Putin.
Oh, did he really?
It's just, and it's kind of ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. His Putin painting, it looks like, that person that fucked up that famous painting?
Yes, totally. The one of Jesus. It looks a little like that, doesn't it?
Yes, you should bring up the famous Jesus painting ruined. You can hold it next to Bush's Putin painting. There's a vibe there that feels.
This is a real Putin? This painting of Putin is really.
It's a real George W. Bush painting. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
It's a real W. It's a real W.
The one that I was laughing at was this one of him painting, just because the look on his face is like, it's almost like it's like the first time he's ever even seen paint. Like, what the fuck is all? God, I made a big mess here. Well, what is this big fucking mess I made?
Is it this one that I just sent you?
Let me see. Oh no.
He's like, hey, I got fruit behind me.
No, that's a painting of him. The one that I brought up, I brought it up on stream. It's actually him painting a picture of several people. I don't know who. I don't recognize any of these people in it. But he's got a big.
I see the picture.
Mess of orange paint out in front of him.
Yes.
And he's kind of mixing away.
Is that wrong? I don't know anything about painting techniques. Is he doing it wrong?
Why I paint with, it looks like oil painting.
Mm-hmm.
He's painting with oil. I try to avoid this oil paint all over my fucking hand like this. Does he have a Mickey Mouse watch on too?
Look at Adam criticizing our former president's like, wow, he's not doing the proper painting techniques. He's got paint all over his
He's got more
fingers.
fucking paint on him than he does on the canvas. The hell is going on here?
He's like, he's got all that paint on the fucking table like a noob.
Sitch, when you
he doesn't have the little, why doesn't he have the little, like, what is the little wooden circle that you're supposed to hold in one hand with the little paintbrush? So you're like, oh yes,
you don't necessarily need that, but Sitch, when you eat, you have utensils, right? How much food do you get on your hands when you eat with utensils?
On a good day, like only 10% of the meal.
Okay, my God, you're a slob. Never mind. Imagine him eating dinner with like all this food all over his hands, and you'd be like, "What the fuck? I gave you a fork, you moron!"
Right.
What are you doing? You've got brushes. You got a palette knife. What are you mixing that shit with your fingers? What the fuck?
So
that's was like toxic.
Well, yeah, obviously. So I sent you the paint. This was the painting that I remember when like it was talked about that Bush was first painting.
Yeah, I remember
that came out, and people were like, "What the fuck?" Remember, people were like, "What
I do
is
remember
this
one? I still got to bring up the Putin one.
It was like this. It was this picture of him sitting in the bathtub, and he like paints his own feet. It just like a very like teenage girl like mood. You're like, why would you paint this? You were the president. Please don't do this. Don't do this. I think he did another one too.
This is a perfect painting too, to like just draw the dong in. It's ripe for that, right?
It is.
He did another one. Taking a picture of yourself in front of a green screen.
It's not a good,
like,
not a good painting.
Are.
He's lucky that this was before the meme days, because this would have been meme to like.
Oh yeah,
hell,
nobody knows about this painting.
Yeah, I remembered it because I remember seeing it being like, "What? What the fuck? Why would you do this?"
Do these two go together? Is it like Putin looking out in the window here at the end of the bath?
Putin's looking into the bath. He's like,
"George, are you taking a bath by yourself today?
Would you like me to rub your back, Mr. Former President?" He's.
Oh my God. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
George W. Bush painting.
There you go.
What a pleasure.
Yeah. Well, then, I like Debbie. He seems like a nice guy, right? You would like to have a beer with him.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yes.
I'm not in favor of invading Iraq, but
it was worth it just for the gut punch. Just to have W gut punch Obama. It's worth like all those people dying and everything.
Some of us actually do vote based on policy.
That's what like losers do.
Right. Just got to vote based on the vibes.
Okay. Okay, where was I?
Yeah. Where were
Messy
we?
Tenant for $2 says Charlie isn't wrong about immigrants. There you go. He's correct. They're sending in their rapists, their drug dealers. He didn't even do the "some of them are fine people" line that Trump did. He just went full board. They're just sending in the rapists. Come on, Charlie. At least throw in this "some of them are fine people."
During the election, you and I went round and round about the Haitians.
They're eating
in-
the pets,
right.
Adam. Yes.
Didn't we? Where was
We
it?
did. They're eating the pets.
Zeno, Ohio? Xenia, Ohio? Or is that from the movie Gummo?
What?
Where was it in Ohio that they were sending the Haitian immigrants? Springfield. Springfield, Ohio. Yeah. We went round and round, but did I ever say anything as incendiary as that Charlie Kirk clip?
No.
Not even close.
No, you did not
Not
say it.
even close.
No, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God.
Right.
Fascinating.
Nathaniel for 4 months says, I feel like there's no room in the public conversation about Kirk for nuance. He's either an angel or Hitler. Yeah, I agree with that. That's fair.
Yeah. That's kind of where we're at.
MJ Bull 515 for $5 says, who is saying trans people are not human rather than they are not the opposite sex? And folk, what? I'm assuming that's like a massive typo. And something be treated as such.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people are saying they want to lynch the trans people. I think that's a great mischaracterization.
Yeah. Messy Tenant for $5 says, the faster you guys realize that Charlie was a moderate, the better for everyone involved. These lunatics have brought us to the state of anarchy.
I do believe that Charlie was a moderate, so I'll let you speak for yourself, Sitch, but I don't think that one clip is enough to convince me that he's
I mean, I didn't listen to
radical.
Enough to do that. Ace sent me an AI timeline that I would like to double check, because obviously AI can make up shit. But the AI timeline says that starting in 2020, that in 2018, according to the AI timeline, it's saying that Kirk was saying that there's separation of church and state. And then in 2022, he started saying that there's no separation of church and state whatsoever. And it seemed like he just sort of kind of continued down that pathway. That's not a moderate position. That is not a moderate position to say that. Is not a moderate position to say the thing about the Democrats are intentionally sending rapists to your communities. Now, as I said, I haven't watched enough of his content to be like, yes, he's an extremist or whatever. I don't think he was an extremist. I don't think he was super like moderate either. He's just a pretty right-wing person, and that's fine. He was a very right-wing person. He was a political pundit. He was a political activist. That's totally fine. We live in an environment where we have free speech, and someone should be fucking murdered for that, and people shouldn't applaud that, even if they have views you don't like. I don't like the whole everything has to be framed around this how extreme was he or not situation. So Ace for $5 says, my God, this trans issue is insane. The right and the left make this the biggest issue of our time. I agree this is serious, but we need to chill on it. Yeah, I think the trans issue is just, it's like an easy indicator of something. Even if it in of itself isn't super widespread or important, I think it's just an indicator of like, it's like a very easy thing to point to and be like, yeah, this is like crazy. And so that's why it comes up a lot.
Well, it's a policy that affects people. I bring it up because it affects every single person that has a kid in school. And the left will not acknowledge that. The left is like, no, it doesn't. You're imagining things. Oh, it's completely in your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
There was a great comment. I'm gonna butcher it because it's late and my brain is not fully functioning, but it was something to the effect of people are not very likely to die in plane crashes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if they knew that most pilots believed an ideology that said plane crashes were no big deal, they would be like a little suspect. They'd be
That's a
like,
good
what
point.
the fuck?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, sure, it's unlikely to happen to you, but look, every single grade school kid or grade school teacher out there thinks, it's no big deal if it does. Well, fuck you. Fuck you.
Right.
Yeah, look, and even if this comes up, a lot of people on the left will say, well, what's the big deal? Even if even if it is a false positive and they end up being trans, it's not the end of the world. It's just, that's fine. That's okay. What do you think of that, Sitch? Is it okay? Is that fine?
It's not fine.
It's not fine. No, it's not fine.
It's not fine. Ace for $10 says, Adam, you excuse Trump to the point of of delusion, and you demonize the left to no end, viewing their errors as sins and Trump's misdeeds as tiny mistakes. Somehow acting shocked, people see you as a hypocrite.
I mean, I'm demonizing woke people. I'm not sure that I'm just demonizing the left categorically. I said I don't see liberals who are on the left as the same as I do as progressives. So I just think that's not really an accurate criticism.
JMac for $10 says, please talk to me when we finally have a gamer president. Hashtag representation matters.
Oh, yes. JD
Graham
Vance is president.
Jesus. Graham for 5 months. Thank you. Says, or we could just repeal the 17th Amendment and go back to state legislatures. That's another option. Well, that's never gonna fucking happen,
way.
So.
What?
17th Amendment, I'm assuming, is the
that
when we
created
changed
this...
it from people voted for senator as opposed to the states choosing. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll stick with people voting. Because I believe in democracy.
Well, I think I missed one $20. Thank you. It's eyeball face. I don't know how to say that. For $20. Thank you. Says Charlie Kirk equals Martin Luther King idea brought up unprompted. Now frame it as if conservatives have been unjustly prejudiced through institutions, and the loss of Charlie Kirk is prompting the removal of these structures. Came for the A team, stayed for the S class.
Look at that. Nice. What does that mean?
It means it's been 6 months since we've had an S class.
No. What is the first part of the super chat mean? Impossible to tell. Let's move on.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Ace for $10. You sounded like the producer guy. Barely an inconvenience. Possible to tell.
I love that guy. I love that guy. Sometimes you have to do that in movies, right? What's happening? Writers don't know, so fuck it. Let's move.
Yes.
Here we go. Ace coming for me again.
Ace for $10 says, Coates is wrong. America's nature is to sin, but do everything to correct her sins. Trump won because working class whites felt ignored, and he at least lied about his concerns for them, unlike the Democrats. Well, there you go. Not attacking you at all.
Oh, look at that.
And I
was
think I agree
spared
with that.
by Trump.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
This is why I love Trump. Trump is that shield. He's the one that's between me and Ace.
He's the shit magnet that pulls it away from you, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes.
This was Trump's campaign promise. He says, I'm the only one protecting you from the insane Democrats.
You know that,
like Ace.
You know that meme picture of like there's like a knight. There's a lot of people like throwing tomatoes at like a woman, and there's like a knight in front of her, like with his cape out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's Trump, and you're the knight shielding it from Ace's throwing this shit. Right. And you're white knighting for Trump.
I'm white knighting for Trump, or I thought Trump was white knighting for me.
No. Ace is trying to throw the shit at Trump, and then you're like standing in the way.
Trump is in that last exchange though. He was the one that caught the tomatoes.
Okay.
I was left unmolested.
I see. So maybe it's reverse.
Do I really? Is this a valid critique? Am I really like, oh my God, everyone on the left?
I don't know if everyone on the left. I do think you give a lot more charity than Trump than I think I've ever seen you give anyone on the left.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think who on the left that is even who is even deserving of charity on the left. I mean, obviously you are.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
okay. Well, I mean, I guess kind of proving the point, I guess, but
I mean, I think I give Anna Kasparian some charity. She's on the left.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, I did say Brianna Greyjoy was intelligent, even though I disagree with her politically on a lot of stuff.
But you did, yeah. That's not really the same, but okay.
This is look. I'm a policy guy. Okay.
Okay.
What are the Democrats offering me aside from representation in the policy realm? What the fuck are they offering?
They're offering you a tax on billionaires.
Yeah, but they're not offering me, a middle class person, a tax cut or anything. They're saying my taxes are going to stay the same. They're just going to, I don't give a fuck if they tax the shit out of billionaires. How's that help me? You dumbasses. It's not helping me if there's going to be a woman president, whatever color, whoever she likes to sleep with. None of that's going to help me. Okay?
So there you go, Democrats.
So shut the fuck up, Democrats.
You just need some
offer me something good. Yes.
You need some good policies.
When Kamala Harris comes out and says she's going to offer $25,000 loans for people to start businesses, if you're black, it doesn't fucking help me. Okay? Right. What the fuck?
She did have some policy. I kind of vaguely remember it. I think we looked into it. It was somewhat decent. That was about trying to incentivize home building. Am I misremembering?
Yeah.
That?
Yes, exactly. For first-time home buyers, which doesn't help me.
Oh, that's right. It was only for first-time home buyers. Well, there you go. But if it was multiple-time home buyers, yeah.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, I was thinking, wow, this will actually help me because it'll drive the value of my house up. So at least her idiocy does help me in some way. But I can't in good conscience vote for home prices getting more expensive when I do think young people should actually be able to afford homes. So even there, the policy prescription, I'm like, who the fuck is this for? Who is this for? Talk to me about policy, Ace, please. Who your beloved Democrats, who you're just fucking dying to like suck off every fucking minute. What is the big policy prescription that you love so much?
I don't think Ace likes the Democrats.
Well, why is he why is this? Oh, you need to give charity to the Democrats, the people who don't give two fucking turtle shits about you.
Well, is the argument,
you got to give all this charity to the people who want to see you fuck off and die.
Well, I mean, Ace can respond, but I think I remember from previous chats that he's put. I don't think he's defending the Democrats. I don't think he wants you to give charity to Democrats. I think he just doesn't want you to give charity to Trump.
Look, maybe Ace likes the Democrats because he's going to get that $25,000 loan. So look, and good for you. I'm not, if you're going to vote for Kamala because she's going to give you a $25,000 loan for a house or a business or whatever you want to do, because she's biased against black people and you're black, more power to you. More power to you. Go vote for that.
Well, Ace is arguing with Sam in the chat. So
I'm not telling anyone how they should vote, but look, until the Democrats come up with some policy proposals that actually people want to vote for, other than representation. Look, if representation means something to you, and it's very important for you to see a woman president before you die, knock yourself out, keep voting for that. But I, as a rational human being, do not think most people give a fuck about that, especially when the price of food and groceries and housing and auto insurance And all of these things are completely out of control. I think they say, listen, it was fun voting for representation back in the Obama era when we were all getting rich and we all had good jobs, good high paying jobs, energy and transportation and housing was cheap. And you could get like 16 loans on 5 houses because the banks were like doling out money right and left. Then you vote for representation. You're like, I got everything already. What do you get a guy that has everything, Sitch? Representation. That's what you get him.
I was trying to think of what did Trump say he was going to get Epstein.
Oh man.
Isn't that what he said? What do you get the guy that has everything?
I know.
Yeah.
He went weird places in that thing.
Yes. Walked right into that one. Liz in Deswall, specifically for $5, says, old man Waterfall fought and died for our fight to burn and eat the flag. We have so many freedoms, it's almost sickening. Eats Charleston Chew. Exactly.
That's great.
Exactly. The Oceanist for $15, thank you, says, so I'm in school going to medical field and I have to know equations that are based on whether a patient is male or female to determine some treatments. That's important. Also, I'm pro-choice, but I hate most pro-choicers. So many of them can't comprehend there are non-religious people who are on the other side. Yes.
Great super chats. Thank you for contributing.
D52802 for Turo says, if whites didn't vote, Kamala would have won by a lot. Okay. Andrew Bear for $2 says, left-wingers, no loyalty to individuals, only groups. Well, I mean, left-wingers don't really have a lot of loyalty. They do not rank high on loyalty at all. So
not to their parents, not to their brothers and sisters.
To no one, yes. So on the moral foundations.
Maybe to their cats.
Oh, okay. Burger Dan for $2 says, hey, Adam, nice shirt, bud.
Yeah, I got it on the Threadless website, so.
What shirt are you even wearing?
That's like a little squid cherub looking thing.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Pretty cool.
Michael, the Dober Dad for 2 Canadian says, 18 reigns supreme.
Thank you. Yes.
There you go. It's been 6 months. I'm glad you finally got one.
Look, and he might get that painting. We'll see what happens.
Liz in Deswalls Billy for $2 says, average U.S. woman has the height and weight of Blastoise. That's terrible.
What does that mean?
You can Google Blastoise. It's a Pokemon.
No, I will not.
No, it's not. It's not like a gross thing.
Ace is back again. Here he comes.
It's like It's like a big turtle Pokemon. Because you were saying, sexy turtle. So, Ace for $5 says, as much as I dislike MAGA, I understand why political normies prefer MAGA over all the hyper PC garbage that the Democrats produce. Look, see, look. Look. Did you change? Ace has a completely different opinion than you thought.
I want him to list the policies that he's like, I guess he's admitting, okay, the Dems are garbage.
Yeah.
Good. That is the first step on the path to enlightenment right there. Admitting that the Democrats are garbage.
Right. Brian for $5 says Coates is the last guy who says woke as a good descriptor. LOL. Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. He did say that at the end. He used woke as a positive.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah.
Most woke people ever. It's so wonderful. Okay.
Keep that up. You're really on top of this politics thing.
Yes. JMac for $5. Thanks so much, Dad. JMac says if you give a Sitch a cookie, yeah, they'll keep coming back.
That's
true. But that's why Sammy wants me to keep coming back. She's trying to lure me in.
I do love cookies.
Yes.
Zero
for $5 says consider watching Tron Ares for your media channel, and for the first time in 9 months, 18 reigns supreme.
And now it's 9 months. Holy shit!
Wow. You've increased it.
I'm definitely watching Tron Ares. Sitch, Tron Ares for the media channel. Are you in or what?
Of course we're going to watch it for the media channel. When's it comes out next week, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see it.
We don't have anything for this week as of yet, so.
Yeah. Well, we might watch the
hearing.
The hearing, so.
Yes. Yeah.
Ryan for $10 says, I actually think Destiny is an extremist in the same way as Hassan Piker and Vosh. The only difference is their politics, but how they treat the outgroup as enemies is the same. I would agree with that completely, yeah.
But that's Destiny transformed. And maybe it did have to do with his wife leaving him and all that stuff, because I mean, there was a time when he was reasonable. He was defending Kyle Rittenhouse. He was talking to Jordan Peterson. He was talking to Ben Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have this incendiary attitude where he just was like, oh, yeah, kill them all. Like all Republicans are evil.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he talked to us. We wouldn't have talked. I don't know that I'd talk to Destiny now. What the fuck?
No. Yeah. Harrison Dill for $5 says, how are the GOP not fascists? They're sending people to prison camps in South America without due process. Well, first of all, Harrison, they're sending people to prison camps in Central America without due process, okay?
Right.
Get it right, you fucking bigot.
Right. And those people invaded our country and are not American citizens. All right.
That makes it okay.
Well, it doesn't make it great. I mean, it's not great. I mean, I would say when they start deporting people who are American citizens who were born in this country and, you know, just because they don't like their particular religion or their particular skin color or whatever reason, or their political opposition to their project, when they start deporting those people, I'd say, okay, well, that's clearly fascist, right?
So if Trump tries to take away what's her name's citizenship, I keep wanting to say Roseanne.
Elon Omar?
It's not Roseanne.
It's Elon Omar, right?
No, who's that woman that Trump fucking hates so much? Who's like Roseanne? There's like the fat lesbian comic.
Rosie O'Donnell?
Like the 90s. Rosie O'Donnell. There's an R in there somewhere, yeah. So if he takes away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, you're going to be like, okay, this is... we've reached
Clearly fascist.
Okay.
Clearly fascist. I think Elon Omar was naturalized, so they're talking about revoking her citizenship because she lied on her immigration application. Which I guess would be, I mean, then we're obviously other people are going to say, oh, that's fascist. That's fascist. At least, look, Hayden Dill, I do like the fact that you're at least comparing fascism to
Harrison Dill.
Harrison Dill. Sorry. Yeah. I like the fact that you are comparing it to at least some sort of physical violence, because I think that's what you need to be able to throw the fascist term around. He wants to dissuade people from coming to America illegally. So
what if
you can't give them cotton candy and free medical care?
What if Trump has, this would be very bizarre. What if Trump has the military arresting people for burning the American flags?
Fascist.
After
100% fascist.
And the courts say, well, you can't do that. And then they says, well, I don't care. And they do it anyway. Right. Like that'd
clearly fascist. At that point, I would be right there saying, this motherfucker is a fascist. Ace was right. Holy shit. Ace was correct. He is a fascist.
Right. Well,
which would be terrible, because then we'd have to say, oh my God, Destiny. Fucking, Pisco. My God. Pisco was correct.
The worst part is not the actual action.
I
but
know.
That they'd have to, that
I'd be like, I don't care about all these people rotting in jail because they burned an American flag. They're leftists. I care about Pisco being able to say that he was correct.
There it is.
Why isn't he in jail?
Right. That's a fair.
Pisco, why aren't you burning flags right now? Don't you hate America? Don't you have some flags to burn?
It is interesting because it does feel like as long as whatever the thing is happening to non-US citizens, the view of it is just very different.
It's not fascist, yeah.
Right. And then
look,
and then
you risked it. You came look, if people go to North Korea and fuck around and find out, are we gonna say, well, oh my God, the North Korean? Well, I guess the North Koreans is a bad example because they literally are fascists. So,
well, they're communists, sort of. I don't know. They're just whatever. They're just authoritarian. I don't know what the fuck they are. But,
yes. Yeah. Well, by this definition of using using violence against your political adversary, or really just, I guess it wouldn't be fascist in that context because you'd be a foreigner in their country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just say it's authoritarian. Fascist is right wing. I mean, people just mean right wing authoritarian when they say fascist. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've articulated what I mean by fascist. I mean using the power of the state violently on American citizens, your political opposition, any ethnic group, any religious group. Yeah. I think that clearly meets the criteria for what people are implying when they want to call other people fascist.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Ilhan Omar thing is weird because I think there's a very good chance she did lie.
Oh, she definitely lied.
I don't know how long ago that was, though.
Has the statute of limitations gone up on it?
And I don't know what the
statute
statute of
deporting
limitations are.
Ilhan Omar.
Right.
Am I supposed to look? She clearly lied, and we are a nation of laws.
Right, but if the statute of limitations was expired, it says she became a citizen in 2000, so that would have been 25 years ago.
Right.
So,
is there a statute of limitations? I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's a good question on lying on your.
There's no statute of limitations on murder.
Right, but
like there's no statute of limitations on immigration fraud.
Oh, look at this. There's no statute of limitation if you misrepresent something in your immigration.
I got you, bitch.
Well, there you go. Wow, look at that.
So look, are we going to be crying when Ilhan Omar is deported because she lied on her immigration papers? Like, everyone's going to be calling that fascism, right? Is that fascism? I mean, maybe you shouldn't lie on your immigration paperwork. It's in a context. When did she immigrate here? 2000?
2000.
Yeah, it was George W. Bush, right?
Someone linked some article. It says a guy's citizenship was revoked after 61 years.
Wow.
So, yeah.
When she lied on her immigration papers, she didn't think, oh, yeah, in 20 years, I'm going to be a congressperson and this is going to come back and bite me. She was like, I must escape Somalia where I'm likely to be killed.
I don't know. This 61 years thing is crazy. I don't, because he says he was an infant. I don't understand how. I mean, he couldn't have lied when he was an infant, right? You have to be somebody lied on his behalf. That's kind of a shitty way to. If you're an infant in the country, you've never lived anywhere else, and it turns out like, 61 years ago, your parents lied where you were born, and you've never been a citizen anywhere else. I think that's kind of I think you should be like, okay, we'll give you the citizenship at that point, right? It's kind of crazy if that's the story. So,
no, you can't. We have to make a lesson of this guy.
No, it's pretty says this crazy. This guy's a doctor. He's paid taxes his whole life. He's always thought he was a U.S. citizen.
The baby liar.
Right. He's been here since he was like less than one. That's kind of an insane story. Like, no, sorry. Somebody lied.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know the story there, so I'm obviously just joking around.
Interesting.
I want that to be clear. I'm not for deporting no babies.
Okay. Also, I don't know what they do in these situations if they take away your citizenship and you're stateless at that point.
Can you imagine Elon Omar stateless?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting. It's so interesting because Elon Omar knows if she lied or not on her immigration papers.
Mm-hmm.
And also probably knows that there's no statute of limitation on that. But yet she's out here running her mouth about Charlie Kirk and how Charlie Kirk is a fascist and all that shit. That's pretty crazy.
What if she didn't lie on her immigration? What if everyone is just wrong about that?
You think they manufactured documents?
Are there documents? I thought it was just something people were saying that she married her brother.
Well, assuming
was not the accusation. Yeah.
I realize that
I've never looked into it. I don't know what the fact claim on that is, but I just know people say it.
I realize now everything is done digitally. And in 2000, when she filled out those immigration papers, they scanned a copy and put it deep under the earth. Took it down Elon's elevator.
Right.
Elon's elevator.
Oh, it's in the salt mines. Her documentation's in the salt mine somewhere. She's like, well, they're not going to find it. It's
when
in the
they
salt mines.
Yeah, they probably. Irony of ironies, the guy that has to pull out Elon Omar's immigration papers from 25 years ago was fired by Doge.
Oh, no. If it wasn't for Doge, they could have proven that she lied on her immigration.
So, irony of ironies, it's actually
an O. Henry story in the making. Yeah.
It's actually going to take us about 4.5 years to get those immigration papers up out of the salt mine.
Right.
Because we're going to have to refund the company. And then put in the notice for them.
Mm-hmm.
Very sad, but I'm interested to see how this Elon Omar thing goes. So, do you think? And this is a lot of people on the left obviously think this. They're like, "Oh my God, of course, Trump would fabricate documents, and everyone in the Trump administration would sign off on those fabricated documents." To get Elon Omar deep citizenship and deported. Do you think that?
I don't think they would make fake documents, no.
Right. I would like to think that there's some forensic standard that would make that impossible, but...
Well, I would think if you were going to... I don't know what the standard is. If you could even, make fake documents, and it wouldn't blow up in your face for being obviously fake. Because if that was the case, if the Trump administration made fake documents to get Elon Omar deported, that's that's
not
fascism. Just impeachment. Right.
Fascism.
But I mean, if that comes out and people would be looking over those documents with a fine-tooth comb, that's not only impeachment, but you're going to jail.
Yeah. And clearly fascism.
Yes.
Manufacturing documents to get someone decitizenshiped.
Right. But
manufacturing documents to go after your political rivals.
And also, it seems that's a huge risk for very little, just so you can get rid of Elon Omar. If you're gonna go big, you fake a war in Iraq or something, right? That's where you fake the documents.
I can already hear so many of the right wingers saying, "Well, what about the Steele dossier? That's exactly what Hillary Clinton did: fabricated documents to go after."
Well, she didn't
Trump.
personally fabricate anything. She hired Steele to look into dirt.
Well, she paid someone to fabricate documents. How come that's not fascism?
Well, she wasn't president, number one.
Mm-hmm.
When she did it. And she didn't use it as a basis to deport Donald Trump or anything from the country. So also about half the things in the Steele dossier were true. So I don't think it's even fair to say everyone cast it as They just made everything up. That's not true. Half of the things were correct.
Okay, well, I'm sure half the things in Elon Omar's fake
okay, would be correct too.
Yeah, I'm
maybe,
sure.
Maybe.
Of course, you throw some correct stuff in there.
There you go. There you go.
It doesn't matter if half are correct. If the whole point is to smuggle in a bunch of lies.
Right. Right.
Clearly fascism.
Clearly.
All right. I think it's okay to call Hillary Clinton a fascist now.
Okay, look at this. You're on the Hillary.
Who else?
Fascist
Who else was involved with the Steele dossier? I'm gonna throw them under the fascist bus. Michael Steele, fascist.
Steele, obviously, yeah. Who was
Bill Clinton, fascist?
Who was the right winger that started that? Was it Bush? Was it Jeb? Or was it someone else?
Really?
Yeah, it started.
They were involved with that?
I could have swore it started as
W is a fascist too?
Not W, Jeb. I could have swore it started as like a right-wing candidate opposition research, and then it changed to Hillary once Trump won the nomination.
I got to admit, it's kind of fun calling everyone fascist, Sitch. I think I'm getting addicted to it. I do, yeah. I do like it.
Interesting.
All these fucking fascists.
Adam is like, I felt the power now.
There's fascists everywhere. Come on, I'm exhausted. We got to wrap this up. We're going on 10
You're going on
here.
and on and on and on.
I can't help it. All these fascists are Sitch. I'm losing it.
Wow.
All these insane fascists. I might have to take a nap. Here, I'm going to turn my camera off and take a little nap here.
Right.
I'll be back.
Adam just left, everybody.
I'm still here. I haven't left yet, but fucking read a super chat.
Well, I was going to read to you the start of the Steele dossier, but you left.
We're going to read the Steele dossier now?
No. I was just going to read you who started it.
So I could compile my list, and I'll call them all fascists as soon as I get back, okay?
Okay. You go. Okay. Where are we? PC for $5. Thank you, PC. Says, can I trust that someone who actively hates me would actually implement my preferred policy once they know I'm in favor of it? Yeah, exactly. I think I read that one already. J-Mac Circuit 5, thanks so much, Daddy. J-Mac for the 10. Oh, I read that one too. Beyond Beliefing. Oh, we read that one. I'm reading all these. What the fuck? John the Beard, thanks so much for the 5. CHF says, I drink. What the fuck? I like whiskey. Just sometimes. There you go. There you go. As long as it's sometimes. Social drinking is good. I think when you drink alone, it could be a little sus. Just drink responsibly, okay, John? That's all I'm saying. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says the current state of Sitch's channel is an example to learn from when it comes to laziness. Believe you me. Yes. 100%. It's 100% true. Completely true. John the Beard, thank you so much for the 10 CHFs. Says there are none. It's a dude. What? There are none. It's a dude pouring Tingle of us came out as a woman. Don't be Emma Watson. There are 2 genders. You should be ashamed. All of us came out of a woman. Yes. True. Sammy G. Oh, I read that one. That was Sammy not knowing what color my jacket is and being completely wrong. But thank you.
It's green.
Thank you. It is green.
I mean, it's gray.
Okay.
Sorry,
You're
Sammy.
back. Okay. Here's the Steele dossier thing. It says in October of 2015, before the official start of the 2016 Republican primary, the founders of Fusion GPS were seeking political work and wrote an email to, quote, a big conservative donor they knew who disliked Trump, and they were hired. He arranged for them to use the Washington Free Beacon, an American conservative political journalism website, for their general opposition research on several Republican candidates, including Donald Trump. Its primary funded by Republican donor Paul Singer. The Free Beacon and Singer were part of the conservative Never Trump movement, although Singer was a big supporter of Marco Rubio. Rubio denied any involvement in Fusion GPS's initial research and hiring Marco Rubio, obvious fascist.
Yeah,
in the Trump administration.
I was suspicious of him already.
No less. Well, he's Hispanic. The Hispanics are just naturally inclined to fascism, right?
They always sink into the couch when
They
the
do.
fascist label comes out.
They do.
So obvious.
There you go. John the Beard for 5 CHFs. What are CHFs? CHF to USD. Oh, it's a Swiss franc. Well, thank you. From the Swiss. Says women are not birthing people. All of us came out of woman. They gave us light. Ungrateful. That is true. Women are not birthing. Wait, no, women are. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, women shouldn't be considered birthing people. They should just be considered women. Yes. I'm assuming that's what you mean.
Oh, you did a lot of super chats. Wow.
Well, I read a bunch of those already. So, John, for another 2 Swiss says, "You guys are so full of it. All of this chat." Okay, now I'm just confused.
Is it us or the chat?
I don't know. I think there's a communication barrier or something happening here. But thank you for the Swiss, John. Grawl for $5 says, assuming that AI continues to develop, how do you think the U.S. government will use AI in politics, and what might be the catalyst to start using it? Well,
fascism.
I am very curious to when the first political scandal is of someone trying to pass off an AI video as real is going to be. Now, we've already had the first political scandal of a politician claiming a real video is AI, though it was something so minor that no one cared. And it was Donald Trump with the window video, right?
Right.
He said that was AI.
Well, I don't know if it was AI or wasn't. So
I don't know. Everything I saw said it was real.
According to him, he said the windows were sealed shut. You couldn't even do that if you wanted to.
Right.
So if that's true, then it would have to be fake, right?
Okay. I'm skeptical that was an AI video, but it was of a subject matter that seemed
based on just your hunch.
Based on my hunch. It's a subject matter that I don't think anyone cared about, so no one really cared to do the deep dive into the AI things thrown out the window video. But I think the U.S. government will use AI in politics to try to discern. Well, I'm sure there's already a lot of campaigns are trying to use AI to like generate, what's the issues they should be talking about. I'm sure that's going to be pretty prominent in the next 2 election cycles. So.
Yeah, they'll probably use it for more gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering, that's true. I'm sure it's also being used currently right now for law enforcement to try to find like terrorists and stuff. They have all your data and they're going to have the AI kind of look through people's data to say like, who's the terrorist? Go find a terrorist.
It'll probably be used to communicate with people via direct message with bots to interrogate them about political positions and try to persuade them.
Living this Walt specifically for $5 says, I just want to say I love you guys. That is all. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
we
thanks.
You too.
Nice to be loved.
Appreciate it. Lord Cameron for 12 months. Thanks so much, Lord Cameron, for being 1 year a free goal seeker. Says, have a little Sitch plushie sit on Sitch Chan's chest and make the plushie's mouth move. Then it isn't weird. Look at that. What a genius idea that is. That is such a smart idea. You have a giant, big-tittied Sitch Chan avatar, and she just has a little tiny Sitch. And I'm not Sitch Chan. I'm the little Sitch. She's just the eye candy that's holding the man to talk, because obviously the woman shouldn't talk. It should just be them. She's just there to look at it.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Right.
That'd be the ultimate move. People would watch that too. And then they wouldn't be tripped out about the voice. They'd say, oh, let's just a little Sitch making the voice.
Mm-hmm. Jason Mulgren for $10 says, Jackie Robinson is the only player who has been honored by retiring his number across all of the MLB. Every other retired number is just for specific teams. That's serious respect.
Look at that. Look at that. And Ta-Nehisi Coates acknowledges none of it.
Yes.
Ashyar.
Thanks so much, Asiar, for the 30 Aussie bucks. Says, have you been keeping up with the H3H3 lawsuits? Sitch, Mahler, and Shu get mentioned by and filings from the Reddit mod lawyer.
What? Really? Holy
Sitch,
shit.
Sitch's mention was from the Mahler stream going over the Hassan and JXE reaction. That's hilarious.
That is awesome.
That's
that is
hilarious.
totally awesome.
Yeah, there you go. How exciting. We have been keeping up with it a little bit. I didn't know that element of the story. So that's
Maybe you'll
funny.
get subpoenaed.
Ooh.
You'll get to be in the court case.
I really hope not. I don't
that
know.
That would be awesome.
What? I don't even know what
Why
would possibly be important in that stream that we watched that video.
Were you authentically on this stream? Was this you? Are you indeed Sitchter?
Can they subpoena? I guess they could try to. Yeah, they could try to subpoena me, but I don't have any information worth subpoenaing to know about this H3H3 situation. So,
I mean, you could tell them that you think that they're all a bunch of losers. They're all a bunch of liars.
Right.
You could tell them how Reddit completely sucks. When they always lie about us, you'd be like, oh, Reddit, they're fucking liars.
That's
Holy
true.
shit. All they do is lie.
I did see.
The whole website is built around lies.
JMac sent us on X, or tagged us on X, that Nicholas Diorio, who's been covering a lot of this, he has a screenshot, looks like the thumbnail or something from his stream. It says new iDubbbz video coming soon, ? Ethan Klein H3 snark update. And the picture is a picture of our stream.
Oh, it is. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah. So cool.
Sweet.
Raul says, for the last 10 years, we've been developing image recognition for law enforcement. So it lines up, though I suspect it might be a generational shift to accepting it being used. Yeah, and well, I'm assuming also there'll be like insane levels of facial recognition shit. So like if you ever or gait, they do gait recognition too. To like whenever you try to catch someone on camera, try to figure out who they are. That's gonna be weird. Is that gonna be even more important than face recognition? Is gait recognition? How reliable is that?
The Palantir failed miserably though on the Charlie Kirk shooter. Yeah, that's why they had to put out because they tried all the Palantir stuff to identify the guy before they put his name and face out to the public, or the pictures. I guess they didn't have
I thought Palantir was like
good. Yeah, if you're not on social media all over the place and you're not
right.
Your gait hasn't been recorded in thousands of podcasts.
Right.
The AI sucks. They're like, I have no idea who this eye is.
I thought Palantir was good at being like the all-knowing evil eye as their namesake.
Yeah, I guess not.
I guess you're right. How many videos of people walking, and then like how much of that exists to feed into the algorithm? See, that'd be weird. Is like the government's gonna be like, okay, in order to get your driver's license, not only do we need a picture of your face, but we need like walking. We need like B-roll of you walking. Just so they can identify you from videos.
I saw Palantir had a huge jump just a few days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the stock, but then I saw, I think on Friday it was down 8%, which is a huge drop down.
Practice your silly walks. Yeah, I was wondering, are we going to live in a future where everyone has to like, when criminals do crimes, they do like goofy ass walks to try to throw off the AI? There you go. Lord Cameron says my little PNG is going to testify in court. That'd be pretty awesome, right? They depose me as a witness and it's just my little like avatar. They have to protect my anonymity.
Yeah. Your anonymity?
My anonymity.
Your anonymity?
My anonymity.
Anonymity?
Right.
No, Badoo?
Yes. Orca for $5 says, I've heard Charlie Kirk say the foundation of the country is intrinsically linked to Christianity. Maybe that's the root of the claim. I, Ragamuffin.
Ragamuffin doesn't visit me as much as Wormy did. It's very sad.
Yes.
But I'm sure I'll say hi when she does come around. Is that claim completely fictitious?
No. The claim is true-ish. I'd want to know what is the point of bringing it up? Like,
a lot of
what are you
people
advocating
do.
For? So.
As someone who has constantly brought up separation of church and state, we live in, we're a republic, not a theocracy. And I constantly get pushback from the right saying, this is a nation founded on Christian values. And I think there's a little bit of truth to that. So
yeah,
but at the same
it's
time,
not exclusively Christian values.
I do think we're a nation founded on a population that many of which were escaping some sort of religious persecution.
Right.
So I think that's why people turn to the meme so readily, that we're not that we're the separation in of church and state meme.
Well, if you take in one hand Christian values, and you take in the other hand liberalism, the values of liberalism. I don't want to say liberal values because everyone will think I'm talking about like left, but I'm not. You take the values of liberalism in the other hand, and I do understand that a lot of the values of liberalism are inspired by Christianity, or they use Christianity as a justification point. But if you take these two things and you say which one of them more closely aligns in its entirety to the founding principles of the country, I mean, liberalism is going to beat it by a country mile. There's a lot of elements of Christianity that are not, not rooted in the founding of the country.
I think using the term individual freedom, that's what liberalism is. And I think it cuts to clearly what we're talking about, right? And it's hard for people to come back and say, I hate individual freedom, right?
Right.
But it is easy for them
the
to
philosophy,
say,
yes.
I
you take
hate
the philosophy
liberalism
of individual
the
freedom.
libtards, right?
Right. If you take the philosophy of individual freedom, that obviously is more closely aligned to the founding principles of the country than Christianity. There's overlap, but that's more a one-to-one. So.
Right. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. It is true. Christianity is linked to the founding of the country, but as I say, well, what is the point of bringing that up? Is the point of bringing it up just to say it? Something that's a historical fact, or is it to say, well, there's no separation of church and state, or we should have prayer in school, or we should have some other policy, I would say, that goes against individual freedom.
Well, if you're talking about Protestantism, there's a lot Protestants have in common with individual freedom, because that was the crux of their break with the Catholic Church. They were saying, look, we as individuals can read the Bible and come to our own conclusions what it means. We can have a personal relationship with God. We can have individual freedom around our religious convictions. So I just think that form of Christianity was very instrumental in the spread of Americanism, if we want to call it that.
Oh yeah, definitely. John Locke, it's weird because John Locke was arguing liberalism / individual freedom in the context of religion,
Christianity,
specifically.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I don't want to say just, he's arguing in the context of like the Adam and Eve story, which is the same thing in Judaism too. So in Judeo-Christian principles, I should say. I don't know if he's doing that because he just believes it, or I don't know enough about John Locke to know if he was doing it out of sincere belief, or he's doing it because like people were arguing for the divine right of kings using the Bible too. So he was just kind of being like, well, using your own source, you're wrong. Like, I don't know where he was coming at it, what angle he was coming at it from. So yeah, obviously these things are intrinsically linked, and they have been intrinsically linked. But then the philosophy of individual freedom evolves, becomes a separate entity from Christianity. It was Christianity, 10 Commandments, blasphemy laws, all sorts of things that are not inherent in a society of individual rights. In fact, they're against it. Free speech and blasphemy don't go, are the polar opposite of each other. So
antithesis.
The antithesis, yes. So that's why I would say it would make more sense to point to, again, individual rights is, I agree, tied into Christianity, but they did separate, and there are differences. Orca Fedora says the point of bringing it up is to trigger Ace. Well, at least you're honest about it. That's pretty funny. Andrew Bear for $2 says Ace is pure anti-right reactionary stupidity. Andrew's not a Ace fan.
Ace can fight back.
There you go. WTF1818 for $5 says, can we not bring the 1984 to life? It's getting kind of creepy. AI should just make memes. That'd be nice.
Yeah, look, I completely agree. I don't know. It's impossible. People are going to do it, so.
I watched an interesting YouTube video yesterday. I should see what it was called. It was a person who created a fictional short story on YouTube. It was like 20 minutes. And they're kind of reading it, and they had little drawings that were kind of like the animation of their short story. It was kind of interesting. It was, oh my God, why can't I find it in my history? It was called The Day Humanity Found Us. The YouTube channel is called Tomb. And it's kind of interesting. I guess was spoiling it. It was like these aliens are basically under attack from humans. And it turns out that they're not really humans. It's the AI that humans created that's just kind of doing what we kind of accidentally programmed it to do, and that humans themselves have no awareness that this AI is like going around the universe fucking murdering people. And it's a scary possibility.
I saw some video where they were talking about a test they had done with AI to find out if the AI would murder people to prevent it from being shut down. And it was like, oh yeah, it'll totally do that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any stories like that?
I'd seen the older story of AI lying to protect itself, right? When they talked about deleting it, that was a few months ago. I haven't seen this one.
They did a test to see if it would blackmail people, and it did. Basically, they had a bunch of emails that showed some sort of affair that someone in the company was having.
Oh, I did know that.
Yeah.
Or I do remember that. Yeah.
It was like threatening the person, telling them they were going to expose their extramarital affair. How do you log into Streamlabs? Do you go to the
log in
Streamlabs
through
website?
YouTube.
And you log in with your YouTube and you just select your account?
Yeah, there's like a bunch of different accounts that we have. And remember, there's like the one that we don't actually use for anything but Streamlabs.
Right. It's Sitch and Friended, right?
It's the one that's got the avatar with the blue background where I have like the red laser eyes on the left and you're on the right. Yes, that's the one.
What's the name of it? Sitch and Friended?
I don't
remember
the name of it.
I don't think I can log in,
know
but
the avatar.
I'll try to log in so I can bring up the Streamlabs in the future.
Okay.
We're trying to inspire more people to super chat on Streamlabs.
And we're not really. We're doing a very bad job.
We're doing a bad job, but I'm going to do a better job of it. I'm going to do such an amazing fucking job. You're going to just...
Can do the best job.
I'm going to do the best job. It's going to be incredible. Ace is going to hate it. Ace is totally going to hate the great job that I'm doing.
Oh my God.
I need to work on my Trump impersonation.
I
blame my physical exhaustion. J-Mac, our surrogate father.
I know, we went to 2. This is a long stream. We're classic Sitch and Adam long stream. Says, for $20, thanks so much to Sitch. My wife said to bring the jacket next week and she'll decide what color it is. Yeah, I'm going to see J-Mac next week.
Sweet.
That'll be fun. We're going to do an escape room together.
Oh, those are so much fun.
They're very fun, yeah.
Sitch and I did an escape room together.
We did. We did.
Yeah.
We just made it, right? We had like 20 seconds left or something.
Oh, yeah. We made it.
We
made
just
it out
made
alive.
it. Yeah, barely escaped the black hole or whatever the fuck was killing us.
That was a fun one, though. There's a lot of different contraptions in that one.
It was like 3 different rooms. It had like a weird space room. Yeah, that one was like, it's funny because I've done other escape rooms and I've done other escape rooms from that same brand because it's one of the big brands. That one we did was like the hardest one I think I've ever done. That one was pretty crazy. There's a lot of very unintuitive puzzles there that were like, how the fuck do we solve this?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Death by Sloth for $4 says lefties tend to construct their worldview and morality largely in a conceptual space with symbols fighting each other and become incapable of recognizing the mundane reality that humans are social creatures. So constant abuse of a group in the name of a conceptual morality will push members of that group to socially separate themselves from the real world, even if it means abandoning a concept space home they've long held.
Yeah, I don't know if the symbols are a big part of it, but they do have very different moral intuitions.
Well, I think it's also that since the left kind of has more of a blank slate view of humans, they always kind of have this attitude of like, you can just educate or re-educate a person to have the right belief system. And I think the right kind of believes that, because the right does have a big idea of like, you need to educate the children properly to have the right ideas, but they do still, I think, have more of an idea of like, people have some sort of intrinsic nature the left doesn't broadly, I think, accept.
The right isn't focused hugely on re-education, though. The right is like, I think the right has a more realistic position on once education is done, it's done.
Yeah, set in, yes. Well, there's an interesting, I don't remember who was I just listening to. I saw an interesting video where someone was kind of saying that the founding fathers, and for a long time in America, there was a very clear idea that education for children was a form of positive propaganda of like how to create behavior.
Good American citizens.
Right. Now, whether it be good American citizens, I guess it was the I think it was the woman I was talking about, people reading poorly. About how, it was at some point in time it was for good American citizens, and then it kind of got taken over to be like, we need like good assembly line workers, and that's bad. But then it kind of also got taken over, sort of the woke shit. I think we just need to go back to like, maybe part of the problem is there's sort of like this neutral thing. And I don't know if you can really exist in that neutral thing. I think it needs to be, no, we need a positive view of education is to create good, productive American citizens that are open-minded to the left, the right, and, willing to accept different viewpoints and try to understand things from a nuanced perspective.
Yeah, they should be teaching moral foundations theory in elementary school. They really should.
And self-reflection, because I think very few people engage in self-reflection and question, like, why do I believe the things that I believe, and are they true? Sells Temp for $6 says, when the Trump administration calls our cities that are homes and communities war zones that the military should use to train, and the entire Republican Party is silent, it doesn't send a message of wanting coexistence. Well, that's true. Very bad messaging there. Very bad branding there. Seller for 2 hours says, it's very likely Destiny knew she was underage, but I'm not 100% sold yet, because even though she mentions strict parents, a lot of young people live with their parents nowadays. Still a red flag he shouldn't have ignored. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Okay. Anyways.
Is that it already?
That's it already. We're done.
I'm just getting warmed up. What are you talking about?
There you go.
That's it? For real?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez.
Look at this
abrupt ending. What's that?
Sammy says Sitch will be voting for Trump in 2028.
Did I pin that message? I did,
How
didn't I?
dare you?
I've
How
pinned it
dare
that message has been up for a long time, man.
you. Okay.
Hutch is going to be very pissed about that.
Right.
He's
I don't think I'm not confident Trump's going to make it to 2028 in terms of his health. So we'll see. But
You think he's going to keel over? We're going to get a President Vance?
I don't know if he's going to keel
can
over,
President Vance run for 2 more terms if he's president?
I think it depends what time they take over. I'm not 100% on that. I think he'll make it to the end. I just think by the end, people will be like, wow, he's kind of declined
Right.
by 2028. So
He doesn't know the difference between a post and a direct message.
well, that already happened.
It's getting bad. It's getting really bad.
Or whoever types on his phone. So
all right, guys.
Flux says it's halfway through the term. All right. Anyways,
okay.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists who would never ever be a racist asshole and would always be aware of the failings of your own side and would call them out properly and correctly. And you will also be Wonton Tiger for 25 months. Thank you so much. Says, if it happened in a McDonald's, it would be memed forever. There you go. And people could say Donald Trump went out truly in the happiest place he ever was.
Oh my God.
You know, it's like that picture of Donald Trump with like,
insane.
well, there's that picture of Donald
That
Trump
would be
serving the
insane.
fries. And
Oh, I
everyone's like,
know,
is this
I
the
know.
happiest we've ever seen Donald Trump, right?
They
So-
would meme that picture. They would meme that picture of him like waving from heaven.
He's wearing Donald Trump's
with
biggest
his apron.
Donald Trump's biggest happiest moment is not him being president, it being sworn in. It's him like holding the little fry shaker at McDonald's. There you go. Zero Fox says, I'm loving it. Ba 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 ba. Anyway, thank you all for coming, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye. Good night, everybody.
And the golden arches opened up for Donald Trump to enter into the final McDonald's.
Such a great